Okay, good morning, everybody, and welcome to the 2024 Gear Show, here hosted at OHD Studios. Just want to say welcome to all of you here. I'm actually surprised there's people in the chairs in front of me. Thank you. Thank you. To any of you guys here in the building and those of you on the stream, also welcome. Thank you very much. Please continue to have good conversations with your vendors and the folks around you. Thanks so much for joining us for what is now our 6th gathering of this production professional event. Aspiring professionals, friends, and all of those folks that are here, we're here to network and see the latest technologies from our fabulous vendors. This year's Gear Show 2024 is brought to you by Aperture, and it is officially underway. My name is David Jeffries. I am the current CEO, chief nerd of OHD Studios, and I've been with the company since basically I was born. And something like, give some 2 short sentences. Oh, you know what? Probably was supposed to fill this in on the prompter. Up. Something, keep going. Yep. Oh, yeah, there it is. Now, it's a really bad joke that fell flat. Anywho, a little bit about who we are here, if you're not familiar with us at OHD Studios. We're what we like to call a production resource. And what is a production resource? We're here to solve your problems. And that sounds really simple and easy, but we really want to be able to take whatever that might be, run it through our list of folks that are our partners, at our freelancers, at our other vendors that we work with, and really be able to help you create good, solid commercials and corporate and music videos and interactive and immersive productions from staging to streams. We try to solve any of the problems that come across in your production workflow. We have a lot of exciting new products from a lot of great vendors here today, and I think this year is really going to be a really highlight year for us. But I want to take a quick moment and thank them really all quickly for being here. Like it's been a hard year in the last year, and they really did make an effort to come out. So please make sure that you get a chance throughout the day to go to each and every one of them and have a good conversation with them. So without further ado, this year we have our show sponsor, Aperture, and our main stage sponsor, Airy. Our live stream sponsor, Sigma. Our badges are brought to you by Film Columbus. The crafty and beverages back in the kitchen are brought to you by Midwest Photo Exchange. We also want to recognize some of our other vendors. TA Swain Insurance, Imagine Products, Lights, Fujinon, Kinoflow, Chauvet, Videndum, Anton Bauer, Performing Rigs, Central Ohio AV, Tokina, Airstar America, Block Battery, Blue Shape, Sony, Able City, Maxtech, and Versaflex. We have some great panel discussions with too many guests to list, but you'll get a chance to talk to or hear it from each of them, and we'll have some Q&A for each of them as we come up for doing the different panels. Some of those discussions will be about working with clients, their favorite movie inspirations, some indie film insights, set victories, virtual productions, and we'll also spend a little bit of time talking about the happenings that are happening here at OHD Studios. So thank you to all of our panelists for coming to talk to us today, and for all of you guys for giving up your Thursday to come listen to us. Gear Show is a big deal for us. It's our Super Bowl, our World Series, our other sports analogy. I don't sport, but the planning is a very long process for us, and I just wanted to take a quick moment to talk a little bit about what that looks like for us. It starts all year long, and it's a lot of work. So I just want to give a huge shout out to the OHD team real quick for putting it on, and just give you a little bit of background. Thanks Sam. Good. How you doing? And give you a little bit of background about what it all goes into kind of putting this thing together. So it starts out with us trying to figure out a date, and that sounds easier said than done, but we try to make sure that it's in a slower part of the year for the Midwest so that people can actually come out. We're also juggling between NAB, City Gear New York, South by Southwest, March Madness, the Columbus Blue Jackets schedule, and so many more things. It makes it really difficult to kind of find it in there. And then we also need to go and actually touch base with our vendors and see is that something that we can actually work with them so that they can actually be here. So there's a lot that kind of goes into that. And then once we figure out what that is, the next question is, well, what is the content discussion that we're going to have? What's going to resonate with the community for the panels that are existing and the vendors that we have here? If you come back to a couple of years, in 2020, I like to say that we were the last major event on Earth. because basically the world shut down the same day we were doing Gear Show. But obviously the conversations then kind of pivoted into safety stuff. Last year it was kind of talking about how we recover from that kind of COVID stuff. And this year we're talking a little bit more of the upbeat things, looking forward to a great 2024. After that, we start getting into the actual show production week, and that happened starting last week, where we're getting the layout of the building together and the technical side of it and the stage built and the designs look, and then reaching out to the vendors, trying to figure out when they're going to be here and doing all the logistics of getting their gear here and out in time so that they can make their following trade shows like NAB in April. Finally, the day of is super long for us. So yesterday we went late, this morning we were in early, we'll be here all through the day getting ready. We'll wrap the show around 8, and then after that we'll begin our strike. So it becomes a really long day, and I can't thank our OHD team enough for the amount of effort they put into this. We really do want this to be a highlight community event for all of you folks, for you guys on the stream, for you guys here in the building. This is a great opportunity to network and have good conversations with other folks, so I really hope you guys get a lot out of it. So again, a huge thanks to all of you for being here, and a huge hats off to my OHD team. So, lots in store for the whole day. Where you get a chance to see some of these great panel discussions, get some hands-on. Feel free to chat with the vendors, touch it, get to know what's out there and available for you. Be sure to help yourselves to snacks and beverages in the back. There's also a couple other beverage stations around the building, so be sure to kind of look at that. And then if you hang out to us later in the day, we're going to have some good old Raising Cane's chicken brought in, just to be able to get a little bit of food and sustenance for the day. So, without further ado, I just want to jump right into the actual content. Now that you've listened to me talk for what seems like far too long, I'm going to talk for longer. One of our huge sponsors and great partners to us is Travis Swain of TA Swain Insurance. He is elected today to have me do the quick shout out instead of him, so you don't have to listen to an insurance broker chat. But I'm not sure that I'm all that much better, so thanks for sticking with me. It's certainly not creative folks like to think about, but it is so incredibly important to protect the people around you, right? So not only but the people you work with, your clients, your vendors. It's not a really fun thing to think about, but it is so incredibly important. So a little bit about what TA Swain does. TA Swain Insurance Group goes above and beyond the basics, offering personalized advice and custom solutions for individuals and businesses in various states. Founded in 2007, this Ohio-based agency prioritizes building relationships and understanding your unique needs. Here's what sets them apart. They have expert advisors. Their team of experienced agents specializes in a wide range of insurance, from home to auto to real estate investments and specialty industries like this one. More than just an agent, they act as trusted working advisors, working closely with you to find the best coverage options that fit your budget and goals. Really want to hone in on this one here and take a quick pause. They really do understand the entertainment industry, and they've done a really fantastic job of learning it, of helping coach customers through it. So they service not only our customers, but they've serviced us as we try to navigate the business side of what we do in the muddy waters of insurance. We're really grateful for them, and they've been a huge part of our Ohio and our Kentucky branch. And with that, they also have nationwide reach. So they service customers across 11 states, including Ohio and Kentucky, and many more. So if you have some friends outside of the state, or outside of Ohio or Kentucky, the two places we serve, feel free to reach out to them and see if they can also help you on that side. They empower your creativity and secure your success. Now that sounds like a lot of words, but it really is true. Their media production agency is your partner in protection, ensuring that your projects are shielded from the unexpected. From filming to post-production, their comprehensive coverage gives you the freedom to innovate without worry. Trust them to safeguard your vision so that you can focus on bringing it to life. With TA Swain, your story is safe with every frame. Get a free quote today and experience the difference of personalized insurance guidance. Quick aside again, TA Swain has been our insurance broker for years and years and years. I have nothing but praise for them. They have been a huge key player again, both our Ohio and our Kentucky team. Feel free to reach out. They shoot it pretty straight, so you can get some good information from them. Another quick shout out from a vendor that couldn't be here today, but they did go ahead and send us some stuff. So at some point in the day, you'll notice we have a couple Robo Cups. We will be offering those off as part of a thing. We're asking that you kind of go around the show, tag us on social, tag RoboCup on social, and at some point, as you're present to win, we'll be handing those out at random. So be on the lookout for when that might be. Again, huge thanks to RoboCup for sending us those today. Okie dokie then. So we're moving right along to the first panel discussion, and it's a fun one. It's officially titled The AHA Experience. On-set epiphanies and triumphs. Really what it boils down to is the big wins on set. From those little victories like scoring free lunch, or the bigger wins that might allow you to wrap early and under budget, every producer's favorite. Whether it was a key piece of gear or just some critical thinking that allowed that set to triumph, this batch of guests has enough experience to have seen it all. Let's get these folks up here and we can get this cooking. I'm gonna hand things over to OHD's Director of Production Services, Elvis, who is moderating this panel. But first, throughout the day, we'll give you a glimpse of our most recent holiday card extravaganza. So if you don't know anything about us, we send out a pretty crazy holiday card every year. You can find out more and see the whole experience at OHDholidays.com. But in the meantime, I'm gonna subject you to what was part of our holiday thing throughout the year. So, hit it.
Welcome, everyone, to WWOHD. I'm Zeke Speakman.
And I'm Dodge Connolly. And we have a huge show in store for you tonight. As the weather cools down outside, there are certainly things heating up here in WWOHD. As we near closer to our big event, the WWOHD Rumble, coming your way live this Sunday.
We all know it's been a constant struggle around here for the power, the glory, and the gold. 10K gold surrounding that coveted belt.
Well, you got that right. And speaking of gold, 10K gold, this man has been on a quest for not only that, but also for some Yuletide revenge.
You know, Dodge, the moon is Yuletidally locked to us.
Thanks, Zeke.
This is Jennifer McBangs. I'm here with Grandma Hands. It's an odd thing you have going on with the name and the hands. Is there anything you want to say about upcoming match?
Yes. First of all, it's Grandma's hands. These hands were animated by my dead grandmother. And second of all...
All right. Some of your fans have made a song about you. You've gotten some traction from that.
Thank you to Randy for writing the lyrics, and Patsy and Dr. Elmo for performing the song. The judge is allowing it to be submitted as evidence for the court case, so that's a big win for us. And it really details how Grandma got ran over by a reindeer, and now she's dead, and now she animates my arms to crush skulls.
Right.
Listen, Big Red, if you can hear me out there, I'm coming for you. And there's no court date that you can skip, like the court date you're gonna get this Sunday.
Ho, ho! Hold it there, chumps! Santa Claus has come to town to set the record straight, McBangs! How is Santa supposed to get all the way around the world in one night if he has to slow down for every old biddy trying to cross the road? Ho, ho, ho.
Now hold on, Big Red. You can't just blow through an intersection.
I know that probably takes the jingle out of your bells. So, Santa made you this tray of delicious cookies just like Grandma used to make. Ho, ho! Ho, 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 and to all a good night. Ho, 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 ho.
Wow. It's going to be a silent, deadly night for both of these guys. Guys, back to you in the studio.
Gear Show 2024. So excited to be here. Welcome, everyone, and thanks for joining us today to talk aha moments on set, epiphanies, and triumphs. Epiphany is defined simply as an experience of a sudden and striking realization. The moment you connect the dots. We're here to talk today about some of those happy moments on set. You hear a lot of set horror stories and see all the negative memes, but we are all focused on the opposite, those triumphs, the victories, the happy moments. My name is Elvis Funes. I am the director of OHD Production Solutions. And today I get to talk to some awesome crew. I'm so excited to be here with everyone. And if you guys don't mind, would you guys introduce yourselves for me?
Hello. Oh, okay, cool, awesome. My name is Josh Emmerich. I'm a video producer, DP, and I run a handful of video production companies. Yeah, that's me. I enjoy filmmaking.
I'm Patrick Phillips. I am a producer and a project manager and new biz development here at OHD.
I'm Samuel Ahiri. I'm a DP and gaffer for narrative features there, and yeah.
I'm Tisha Hanley. I'm mainly producer, AD, second AD, whatever comes up at the time. I've worn a lot of hats. Just started off on my own going solo, was a partner in a production company and just started my own, so.
That's awesome. We have a very talented crew here today with us. So first up, can you share with us a time on set where you or a colleague had an idea, solution, or realization that solved a particular problem?
Well, for me, it's not really necessarily on set. It's really the preparation that goes into, everything behind the scenes as a producer. So I know specifically one time we were working on a commercial. It was going to be a 2-day shoot, 10 different locations. I did everything on my end that I kind of needed to do. Then I passed it off to the next person on the team, and the ball kind of got dropped, and we needed 10 different actors. And it was less than a week out, and I had to scramble to get actors for that to make sure to partner together. And they had to basically fit a family metric, so they all had to kind of have a certain look and feel to be a family unit. So it came together and it became a success, and that was like a pat myself on the back moment, but also was learn to know who to hand things to and where you need to really like take hold and step through the whole process.
No, that's a triumph right there. You really overcame that, and that's awesome. What about from the other side, from producing side? Have you ever encountered epiphany?
I think the thing that comes through, especially because in the teams that I've worked on, everything from the biggest commercials with everybody in the city, cranes, all the equipment locations for a large company, all the way down to the indiest of indie, if you will. More than anything, I think we have to remember that we're the luckiest bunch of nerds to do this. So when the stakes are so high, and when it's either your friend's money or your client's money, and you're terrified about making the right call, it is important to realize, like, this is not an emergency room, so we will solve it and we'll figure it out, and we're still lucky to do what we do. But one I remember was for Donovan Miles on an independent film of his, Lavender Boy, and we were like an hour and a half out from Columbus. We had spent a couple days already, but a wonderful, I was ADing it actually, I wasn't producing it, but kind of a new producer, she's incredible. And then we drove ahead to check on our upcoming location, a little family-owned theater. We needed it to resemble a bar bathroom because it was such a dated place and it was a period piece. We got there only to realize miscommunication, what have you, these things happen, we no longer have that location. Time is money, it's even more intense because it's your friend's money, self-funded, all of that. So we're looking around this location, it was a mid-century home, and I noted that, and we're almost an OT, and then I see that there's a concrete kind of steps down to the outdoor entrance to the basement. And I just look around, and we had the most amazing crew, luckily, and everybody was so down. And I just said, can we just grab those tubes, throw some gels on? Because of the story, these two characters had to hide their relationship anyway. It was very reasonable that they would only be able to spend time together in like a dark kind of stairwell situation. So I was like, throw some gels on those tubes. We played it as if it were neon lights from a local bar, and we knocked it out, and it turned out to be a really beautiful, intimate scene, and we did skeleton crew to give the actors what they needed, and it all worked out, and I was so proud of everybody for just rallying, and it worked out so much better than what was an obvious bar bathroom.
The cool thing about an epiphany is that you sort of, after you get it, you sort of, after you have an epiphany, you get that, you realize it, so you realize how to move forward onto the next step. And I guess what I want to ask next is, what is more important, getting the shot or sticking to the plan, to my DPs?
Whose money are we talking with?
Right now, our DPs, our planners, are. How do you guys feel? Do you guys feel like you'll get the shot, or?
I mean, I'm a little slow, so I don't have epiphanies. I'm not like, in a moment, I get it, I understand it, it makes sense to me. It's not crystal clear. But when I think about, I don't know how many of you have struggled with selling creativity. I know I have. It's difficult. And I think we can come into it very selfish. As a DP, I know early on, my first 7 years, man, I want to make awesome things. The better our work looks, the better projects we're going to get. Well, that was a lie. For me, there's one moment that really comes. Back in 2018, we were doing a project, and we were doing it here, and we got our biggest budget, and I was like, oh, boy, this is awesome. We can really swing for the fences. We can make this thing awesome. With that, we rented a new camera, we put it on a gimbal, we got fancy lensing, we did DMX lighting, we did set design, I scaled up our crew. It blew up in my face. I really wanted to make something gorgeous, and still looking back to this day, that project still stands as one of the most beautiful pieces of work that we had. What sucked about it was we were 3.5 hours behind getting started. And what I realized selling creativity is relationships. I didn't know this in the moment, but my clients got pissed. They actually pulled me to the side and they said, hey, we're disappointed. You guys suck at what you do. We're not impressed. That hurt. My business is built on experience, on relationship. At that point in time, I realized I was being selfish. I realized I was trying to be as creative as possible. And there's nothing wrong with that. But we do have to take into account the fact that selling creativity, making great work, it is not just the relationship with our crew. It's not just the gear and the tools and those sort of things, but it's how we collaborate together. All of us, indirectly, directly. What's going to happen with that client when they go on to the next person and they had a bad experience with me? They're defensive. I caused a problem. There's a ripple. In that moment, they were pissed. They said things. They hurt my feelings. We had to diffuse that situation. It's one of the lowest points, but the truth of the matter is that's one of the highest points in my career. There's no good, there's no bad. There's data, there's information, there's decisions that we have to make. It took me 6 months of reflecting on that before I really had a clear understanding of what's my role in my company. I'm 7 years in at this point in time, and I realized the thing that I do is I make people feel good about their investment. I make them feel safe in investing their money in us and working with us, and that's that experience piece. And when we do that right, we get back to the piece that you're talking about. We make the best visual work because everyone trusts us in that process.
No, that ripple effect is real, and it happens very often, if you like it or not. But it's really how you, if you can stop it, right? It's getting ahead of it. But real quick, whoever has a red Toyota Camry GJP 7755, if you are able to move that vehicle for us, that would be amazing. Red Toyota Camry GJP 7755. Please, we need your vehicle moved. Thank you.
That's me, my bad.
Okay. No, well,
Hold on. I want to kind of ask too. That moment, Josh, was that something that you and your team came up with? Like, we want to excel to the next level, and we've got to do this something like outside the box creative, or was it a discussion with the client and they sold you on this idea that you said, no, I can certainly take that on. Don't worry, and then you kind of bit off too much than you could chew.
I'm going to keep this short. At this point in time, I wasn't selling our bigger projects. I was actually removing myself from the sales process. I really was like, hey, I'm going to head up production. I'm focused on leadership, team building, putting the tools together. That was my obsession back in 2018. And I was letting my director, manage everything from sales, creative, all of that, and I was just coming in and executing. I built zero relationship with our clients. And years leading up to, I had always been a part of that process. And that was a defining moment where I'm always going to be involved. And even though I'm not good at selling creativity, I'm good at selling that feeling of, I can trust this guy. So I started to bring myself back into the equation after that. That was my big realization, is I am a key part of the selling process. And it's not to close a bigger deal, but it's to make people feel good about that investment. Remove buyer's remorse.
No, you have to remove that buyer's remorse. You have to get over that. You have to move forward. Sammy, after having that conversation with Josh about that ripple effect
Yeah.
and being triumphed on set, have you experienced that where you overcame a problem on set?
Ooh, I feel like every day, if you just make your day, it's a triumph on set, regardless. There, just getting through and having that like realization at the end of the day of going, I made it. We got the shots we needed. They look good. We did it there. Even if the shots don't look great, there, we just got the shots, and I feel like that is the biggest triumph I'll ever have on set there. That and also making sure the crew is taken care of there. I feel like a big part of this, we're always looking at how the shots look, how the blocking is, and all that kind of stuff. We never talk about like, is it the most efficient way of doing this piece there? So we're not relighting every few minutes there. We're not bouncing around different locations and all there. If we can get that kind of figured out there and be like, okay, let's shoot all this stuff in this location, move over here, shoot this stuff there, not only are you saving time, it's just making everyone's job easier, and that's a big triumph in itself.
No, that's and that leads next to it's like, why is it important to bend the rules, or should you not be bending the rules?
I really like what like Sammy was saying too, is it's building the right team and then proper planning, right? And if you're sticking to the right plan and you're doing it for the right reasons and you have the qualified individuals on the team, you don't have to like bend the rules. You don't have to like step outside the box. You could execute a very well planned out, thought out shoot. I really love on set when I get somebody that's a veteran. I mean, they have scars from old lights and stuff. And then you team them up with somebody that's, a little fresher, a little new, and they can learn from each other, because you could be on set for 12, 15, 20 years and some newcomer is going to come in, like a Sammy, and he's going to say, well, no, I have this fresh idea. And then they're bouncing ideas off each other, and it's still to the plan and making sure things are done the right way.
No, being resourceful, right? How many times are you on set where you have to be resourceful? Sometimes, there's lights that don't work or something's go on, and you really have to come up with a plan. Would you guys be able to tell a story to our audience of a time you guys were resourceful? You overcame that. Oh, it's yours. Mic check, mic check. So anytime you guys have been resourceful.
I feel like just whenever you're put with a challenge there, like I was on a music video a while ago where we had to rig a wheelchair out with camera, lighting, and a neg there, and just making that work out of the little gear we had was a massive thing for us. There, me and the key grip stayed back about like an hour or so after set, figuring out the rig, making sure it worked, and then later on, when it came to that shot, it was so easy and smooth because we had already put in that time there. And being resourceful on that end of, you just got to put in the time, I feel like. You got to put in the work of
You have to have that experience.
Yeah, you have to have the experience, you have to have the ideas, and I think bouncing off someone else there, I wouldn't never attack a problem just by myself. I think having at least one other person there to bounce ideas, to understand what their perspective is, especially someone that has a different background than me, is so important there.
No, when you bounce ideas out, that's how you get really creative. Because some people will be like, "Have you tried this before?" But real quick for our audience, you have really cool panels. Anyone have any questions so far? You have 2 awesome DPs and 2 really awesome producers.
What made you choose this career?
What made you choose this career?
To be fair, I started as an actor, but movies, even commercials, I never paused the commercials because I was intrigued by whatever story they were telling, like the Kroger commercials with the sort of claymation, people can't get enough, you know what I mean? Like, I think that's hilarious. So I used to watch the special features on DVDs, not to age myself, but I was just always intrigued by the process, and that kind of storytelling was always like an escape for sure, right? So I always loved that. I started as an actor, but then I realized that as an actor, you sort of have to sit there, not get dirty, learn your lines, and just jump in. And I found myself being like, can I help you carry that? You know what I mean? Like, I have an idea that might make this more efficient. Can I dive in? And you can't. You have to just kind of sit back but producing, you get to touch every single piece of it. You're in the room when you're coming up, at least from the team I came from and now on my own, you're at every single stage. The creative, in my case, the biz dev, client communications. So there's also no greater way to learn than when you're responsible for the whole thing. So it just came out of necessity, I almost auditioned for a friend and later a coworker's first short film, and then we talked about it and we decided the best way for me to learn was to actually produce it. And so I got to see every piece of that and then just kind of never look back after that.
I mean, for me, my story's a little different. There's nothing in this world that I could ever do that I do as well, and I'm as proud of what I do here. I've done a lot of different jobs. I grew up in an area where I grew up in North Linden, so there wasn't opportunities like this. There wasn't anybody that I can go to and be like, oh, there's an Elvis that I know in my neighborhood that this guy's been in this business for a while. There's a Josh that's been doing this for 15 years. Let me like grab his coattails and just, ride the wave with him and try to figure this thing out. So I didn't have that, those individuals to look up to. So I kind of really had to like make my path for myself. And just throughout, doing the type of business, I've touched camera, I've done some lighting stuff, I've done the biz dev. I really think my point where I'm the best is in a producer role, in a project manager role, because I get to work with the creative, but I'm not the one throwing out the ideas. I get to work with the camera people, but I'm not the one having to run it. I'm putting everything together, the pieces, and attaching the right individuals with that type of shoot, and still having the interaction with the client and that kind of thing. So I really love that. It takes a lot of my story, my history, my upbringing, and I get to use that every single day.
Yeah, and I guess for me, I have a little bit of an obsessive personality. I think we all need that a little bit in the creative fields. I started as a skateboarder, and I did that for 7 years, and I was like, man, I want to go pro. I could be so sick. Turns out I'm not a very good skateboarder, but in the process, I started filming and editing, and I realized, man, I kind of love editing. This is fun, shaping a story, experimenting around. And I use that as a tool to try to get myself to the next level in my career. With that, I was around a lot of musicians, which, I fell in love with the passion that they had for chasing their career. And I was like, well, I'm learning this whole video editing, video thing. What if I made music videos? And it was really from a place of like, I don't want to make something pretty, but I want to make something useful, and I want to help my friends get to the next level. And that's kind of been the through line of my whole career, is like, how do I make myself useful, helpful, and make not just video or pieces of content, tools on the tool belt, people that can use that. And it's helped me really not wear out over the years when I'm like, no, there's meaning behind this stuff that we do.
And then for me, I feel like this is a common story. I hear it a lot there, but I was really into magic as a kid, but not really like the magic part of it, but the how it was done part of it there. And I always loved like learning how the trick was done, how what this big secret was behind it, really what the magic was behind it. And I stumbled into filmmaking back in high school there, and I kind of realized like, oh, filmmaking is literally just the magic behind what goes on screen, what you see at the final on the big monitor or on your phone and all. And I started just diving deep into how it was done, how it was. What tools were used, what positions were there, and I just kind of fell down the rabbit hole, and I'm still here, I guess.
We all fall into that rabbit hole, and I think one of the things you guys forgot to say is we just don't like sleeping. Right? Real quick, I'll take one more question if anyone else has a question. I see you there. Yep, please. Is there anything particular when casting? How do you guys put it together? Or what do you guys look for?
I think Tish has that one.
Do you mean casting like actors or like a whole crew? The whole crew? Yeah. I've been talking to a friend a lot recently about imposter syndrome and all of that sort of thing, because I have that balance of being very confident in what I do but also being bonkers grateful all the time. And so it's easy to see someone else who might be more of a veteran or on bigger budget things or whatever that looks like. But it's not until you have those moments of your own that you go, I actually ran circles around all these people that are making twice or 3 much as me, and that's okay. So you have those moments, but there's parts of that. So it's about trusting your gut, but also you have to build a team of people that are qualified, because because in that same vein of imposter syndrome, you grow out of that because you're alongside people that may not be the best choice. So bottom line, it's people that can do the work efficiently and safely, right? But also, who do you want to spend 10 to 12 hours with? Who would you put in front of your client and you know you're going to be proud at the end of the day that they're going to handle themselves to represent you and your client and treat your cast well and treat other people well, and that they want to be there, right? Because again, we're all super lucky to do what we do, but I would start with, can I trust this person to execute this thing alongside me for that amount of time, and we all want to be around this person, and that we're all going to be glad that they were there. Just get ahead of that a little bit, and keep that in mind when you're that person, when you're fresh and you're new, and at the 10-hour mark, the magic starts to fade a little bit, and you're like, oh my God, this was the coolest thing I've ever done, but my feet are tired. Still look for something to do and try to keep positive and be that useful person, because you're going to get called again. So just be that person that you would want to call if you were building the crew.
Josh, I think from your side it'd be a cool perspective. Tiffany, also perfect. I think how people represent you is really it. Like, you really hire the people that really will make you look good and will talk highly, and also like save your sets, right? But for when you hire someone, Josh, what do you look for?
I'm going to peel back the layer just one step before. I love the question, and I think we're always super pressured to have all the answers, or we feel like we need to have all the answers. For me, admitting with my clients a lot of times, like, they're a big part of making the decisions. If it's a director, if it's a company, if it's a band, whoever, we need to practice active listening. Curiosity, asking questions, getting clear on that. Like, when we think about the art direction, the theme of this, that often comes. Like, I've worked with bands for 13 years now. And the thing is, the projects that suck that I did are the ones that I steered the ship in my own direction. There's heart, there's feeling behind why they want to make this project. The best thing I can do is ask them, what are your expectations? What do you want this to look like? Do you have any pieces of inspiration? That's going to dictate a lot of that. I think it's scary sometimes to say, I don't have all the solutions. Well, when we can ask those questions and create a safe space for them to express themselves, that plays a role in them trusting you when you choose whatever crew. Because you can throw all the people in the world at things and it can still go wrong. Back to that earlier story, that was the first time I did an 11-person crew, and it exploded in my face. I had the biggest crew I ever had. Guess what? My leadership sucked. I didn't ask the right questions. I didn't know what experience they wanted. When I think about putting a team together, I really am looking at it from a math standpoint. How do I make 1 + 1 = 3? I want people that can actually enhance the skills, that can wear multiple hats, that aren't egocentric, that really want to make a good experience just like I want to. So part of good creativity, casting, all those decisions, I think it's a human experience. I'll come back to relationship time and time again. How do we work together? How's good creativity made? It's through people who give a shit about what they're working on.
No, that trust and having someone else having your back is real. And sometimes fear does get in the way of that, and you cannot let that stop you. If anything else.
I mean, mine kind of really goes back to having those grassroots of more indie production, short films. If I hire somebody for a short film and they are out there busting their ass and they are doing everything and they're moving around and they're asking questions, I know that that's the person I'm going to bring on any paid gig. Because they're the right person on set. They're not, they may not even believe about the project as much as I believe about the project, or it may not be, the passion project that I really feel in my heart. But if they take it serious and they go out there and they execute and they're a good player and they're somebody that I want to have with me for 10, 11, 12 hours, absolutely, they're the first person that's going to come to my mind.
I feel like you guys all stole the good answers there. I want to add something new, and that is just, I'm not the smartest one on set ever there, so having someone that I can trust to bring ideas onto the set, and not only, they don't have to be good or great, just new ideas that give me a new way of thinking is really important for me, and having that back and forth of, oh, what if we tried it this way instead? Would that make our day easier? Would that make our lighting setup easier? That's a big part of who I look for on set. The people that like are asking questions, who are efficient and all, and I can trust, but also those who aren't afraid to speak up at the right moment and say, hey, what if we did this instead? There.
I just want to say, Sammy is one of the most curious people I've ever met in my entire life. From the first set we ever worked together, it's that curiosity. That's exactly what I'm talking about. Everything he embodies is exactly what makes filmmaking a team sport. It's what makes great filmmaking pop off the screen, and it's what makes all of us better. When we can be curious, but we can also be mentors and teach people and be an open book too and not be defensive about that.
Oh, thanks.
You're the host, but like you have a great answer for this because this is what you do here. You are the crewing guy.
Yeah, no, I mean, sometimes you guys all covered it. You know, I couldn't add anything too because it all comes down to trust. You know, people that take it serious and people that care. You know, because you want to go around with the people that represent you, you know, that will show you, have your back, and are not afraid to come with an idea and be like, hey, this is how we think we should do this, you know? And as the other person on that side, never shut it down, listen, you know? And if you think you can advise somewhere, advise. But guys, I'm honored to moderate this one and be here with you guys. Josh, Patrick, Sammy, and Trisha, thank you so much. It's been a pleasure working with you guys. Can I get a quick round of applause? But thank you again to our awesome panelists, and remember, out of all the horror stories and shitty rigs, to look for those silver linings, those small wins and big ones, epiphanies and aha experience. Let's share those stories. Throughout the day, we will be visiting vendors and sponsors to see what sort of gear, goodies, and gadgets they've brought to the show. We checked in with our production team yesterday for a tech rehearsal for a little show and tell about what we had going on here to make Gear Show run. We'll be back here on the main stage with more Gear Show at 1 p.m. Gear Show 2024, baby.
Hey, I'm David. We're over here at our live stream and front of house station where we have all of the technology that runs our show right here. I wanted to take a quick moment and talk a little bit about what we have to offer. This is normal in our inventory as part of our rental stuff as well as our OHD Solutions side of it. So right now we're running basically an 8K Constellation switcher from Blackmagic, which allows us 40 inputs, 24 outputs, and a whole bunch of routing options to be able to get our signal not only all over the building for people to see, but out to the web. We have it running into an NDI feed for our virtual production stage, and we can isolate all of the cameras for quick ISO records. So it's become a huge piece of what we do on our live stream side. Next on down the line, we use a software called QLab. So QLab is a great piece of software that allows us to be able to trigger not only video cues, but audio cues. We're controlling network cues for OSC control for the Hog, which is our lighting console. We use a Hedgehog 4X for all of our lighting needs. And what that really allows us to do is trigger inline time after time after time of what's going to happen between each cue of the show. Speaking of being able to trigger things, one of the key components of what we use in all of our stuff is an open source software called BitFocus Companion. If you are in the live space, you really got to check this software out. It's running for us on a Raspberry Pi 4, and it allows us to control a couple of stream decks for tactile function control to be able to fire trigger cues of anything like QLab, or some of our lighting cues of our Hedgehog 4X, or even be able to control some of the things within the ATEM software or our X32 in itself. So it's a huge, really powerful program that is open source and constantly updated, and if you're in this space, I would highly recommend checking it out. Moving on, we're using our prompter software here with QIT from QScript to be able to direct the show and be able to make sure our folks have a good, clear idea of what's going on in the script. We run an X32 for all of our audio needs as well as Sennheiser wireless mics. And just a quick shout out to RF Venue for this great antenna combiner. Moving on over here to the show, I wanted to talk a little bit about what we do in terms of actually streaming this. So very popular and heavy for us is our Canon CRN 500 PTZ cameras. They are a workhorse camera and they are a fantastic image look. Most of the time people say PTZ cameras and they go, ugh, these do not look like PTZs, these look incredible, and I love how they operate and function, and they just keep improving. Moving on, this year we've changed the stage up a little bit. We've gone into some of our projection as well as our stage here that's been designed by our very own Jeff Beard and our lighting design by Vince Restivo.
I have a great show coming up the rest of the day here. I am so excited on what our team has done. They've been working countless hours and tirelessly to try and make this happen, and I'm so excited for you to see the rest of it. We'll see you back here soon.
There's like a vocational school, but it's, you know, I mean, it's at a different, little higher level, I feel. I mean, there's a huge medical component to it, as well as the things you always think about, like, you know, stuff like that. But they also, like I said, have the digital media. I was trying to get a video screen, but I couldn't talk them into it. LED wall. Yeah, that was.
It's down the road.
Yeah, but that's separate.
Is this like the same course?
Yeah.
These.
Well, we have one more kid, but she's sick.
Yeah, this is the first year for the. I've been teaching 20 years. I've been teaching video production at high school comprehensive, and now I'm at the vocational school. So it's a 2.5 hour a day, which is nice. I got enough time for them to set up, do some things, have some meetings.
I only had my associate, and it was when they had a multimedia production. So
right.
It was like you did everything. You did music, you did Foley, so I had to edit it. It's our university. Yeah. So it was okay, but I learned so much.
Yeah. Okay.
She graduated there.
Evan's going to OU.
It's a great spot to learn there. I love my time.
OU's program. And the network is perfect.
The network, I think, is the biggest part of it. Just all the people around, all the clubs that talk going on. It's amazing. I learned so much there.
You guys have cards?
No.
I know nobody does cards these days.
I'm happy to share contact.
Yeah, no,
like, hey, if you got a cell phone, I'll ask.
I just start picking cards around.
Yeah, I bought cards like back in like 2011 and never handed any of them out. So, I don't know.
I did see it.
I'll give it to you. You can pass it.
Well, they would like to get into acting, but see how Tish is into acting first. It might be a good way to like be more of a fly on the wall. Yes, you still have to do a job, but I always think about
Being a PA is.
You'll have responsibilities.
Some videos and stuff like that.
Can you have them on right now?
No, so I actually focus a lot on bigger bands that focus more on like local artists, right? And helping make a system for them to be able to thrive on marketing zone. So again, I'm probably like the worst filmmaker there is in a lot of ways. In terms
He's
of
like one of the people that taught me.
I love figuring out the system for success more than I am like, let me make something that looks better than anyone else. And that's kind of been my like little cheat code into working in a band. Where everyone else is like, I'll make an awesome music video, we have one deliverable, and it fails. My approach was, what if I gave you 50 to 100 pieces of content that all map out this one music video, and you can pre-release, release, and post-release, and make a marketing result. So that's helped us get better budgets, get better, be able to make better filmmaking too. So early on, it's like $0 to $500 budget, you're just so limited in what you can do. 500 or 3,000, it's like, oh, we're a little better, but like we're really kind of like throttle back. And when you're kind of breaking that.
Yeah, I mean, she's wanting to break in actors.
Education and everything. So, yeah. Yeah, mine's too.
Really, like, that's what their question was. How do you
I love it. So we both go to media school. It's still kind of like so we would just kind of ask some questions like, you know, like what do you feel to like really do for your as far as like, you know, as far as like the industry markets.
Yeah. I get to meet so many characters. What like realistically
I love one-on-one.
Welcome back to OHD Gear Show 2024, brought to you by Aperture. Our first vendor up to talk about some of their products for the day is Imagine Products, creators of the very popular Shot Put Pro. They've been a longtime vendor here at the show, and we're very excited to have them back. And without further ado, Luke from Imagine.
Hey everyone, thanks so much for having me, OHD. So today, we will be showing off our newest software, Shot Put Studio. It takes everything that Shot Put Pro already has and takes things a step further. So just to break down the interface here, this is what you'll see upon launch. Over here on the left, you have a list of your connected media. So here at the upper left are your S3 buckets. Below that, you can add drives, local destinations, whatever you'd like to this favorites tab. And then below that are all your connected local drives. Here at the bottom, you'll see a list of presets. You'll only see this if you're in preset mode. This center pane is dynamic. It's going to change based on whatever mode you're in, and I'll get into each of those tools here in a second. And then over here on the right are your list of completed and running jobs. Right now, no jobs, haven't started any yet, but those will show as I get into the actual workflow. Here at the top, you can see the toolkit, where you can choose from some of the tools included in Shot Put Studio. You can give it each of your jobs a name if you'd like. This is purely organizational. It doesn't change anything about the output. And then here in the upper right, you can either clear the center queue or you'll be able to start your jobs. So I'll go ahead and get into a simplified workflow that you can perform using Shot Put Studio. So first, down here in the bottom, I have my presets, ACAM, BCAM, CCAM. Only my ACAM, BCAM presets are on right now. And if you'd like to see the editor for those, stop by the booth. We'd be happy to show it to you. I'll briefly show it now, but I won't get into it too much. You can add your destination up here. You can add an output naming scheme if you'd like. And then here at the bottom, you can select your verification type. Right now I have it set to match preferences, which is going to match whatever I have in my global settings, but you can override that on a preset by preset level, so whether you're using an MD5 or the newer, more popular XX hash, you really have unlimited customization with that. So I'm going to go ahead and cancel out of this. So those are my copy presets. Now I'm going to switch it to my transcode presets. I've got two, dailies 1, dailies 2. I'm just going to mess with dailies 1 right now. And I'm going to click on that. You can see up here at the top, you can change the name. You can add a color to it, which again is purely organizational. And then there's some different categories of settings. So general right here, you're going to set your output destination where you want your transcode to go. And then down here, this is always going to be visible. It's your preview, so it's going to show you the dimensions that you're transcoding to, as well as your watermark image. And this is a time code. Right now, it's going to match metadata, but you can customize that as much as you'd like. So then going into the video settings, again, various video settings, the codec, video extension, frame rate, dimensions, etc. I won't go through all the settings here. Again, if you'd like to know more about them in depth, please stop by our booth. We're right across from registration as soon as you walk in. So after you've set up your transcode and your copy presets, you're going to go ahead and start a job. So right now, ACAM is going to a cloud destination. So up here, I've got my Backblaze bucket, and it's going to Project A. And then BCAM is going to 2 different local destinations. So I'm just going to grab this footage here and bring it into the center queue. I won't give it a job name, but again, you can if you'd like. And I'm just going to start the job. So it's going to start 2 different jobs here. This one at the top is a cloud job. This one below it are your 2 local jobs. It's showing us 2 separate jobs because I have a cloud and local destinations. Even though I have 2 presets here, if they were all local destinations, it would only show as 1 job. We split it up when it's cloud and local because your cloud one, unless you have extremely fast, like 10 gigabyte Ethernet, it's going to go slower than your local ones. So we split those up. Right now, this cloud job is running kind of just based on the Wi-Fi. So that'll run, and then this local destination will run. So I'm going to go ahead and pause this cloud one because it might take a second and let the local one run through. But after the local runs through, I'll continue on with the rest of the workflow. While that's running, I'll show you some more of the toolkit. So up here you have preset, which is what we're using now. Below that is copy. If you've used ShotPut Pro, you're very familiar with copy. This is the tried and true simple mode. It works pretty much the same way. Below that, you've got report, which takes what copy does when it generates reports after the copy. Now you can do that without actually having to perform the copy. So it's a much faster way of getting those PDF, CSV, and TXT reports. Below that, you've got MHL, which again, like copy jobs that verify, this is going to perform the verification without actually having to do the copy job. So if you're at the end of a shoot and say you've got a bunch of different folders that you want to verify, make sure the checksums are still solid, you'll drag them all into here, click start, and it's going to verify all those. And then last, it's a simple transcoding mode that you can pull in one of your created transcode presets. So let's resume that. So that's going to run quickly. Now that that's done, I'm going to right-click on it. And then I'm going to select transcode. And this window is going to pop up. Because I went to 2 destinations originally, I can select which one I'd like to perform the transcode off of. I'm just going to do it off of this SSD. And then that preset that we created earlier is that dailies 1. Now I'm going to select it here. So the settings are already all set up how I want them to. And click Start. And click this drop-down arrow. And you can see the transcode is going. So we'll let that run. And you can see the thumbnail images will populate as it runs. And you can select that, view the thumbnail image, and view more information about it. So just to reiterate, up to this point, we've got 2 local copies, a cloud copy, so we're well on our way to that 3-2-1 copy that you want just to maintain your data integrity. And now we've got a transcode that's completed. So then from this transcode, I'm going to then select it, right-click that, and I'm going to upload that as well. And I'm going to do it to this Backblaze bucket, and click Start. And now from this, you can see that it's now uploading the transcode. I didn't name anything, so obviously the naming gets a little wonky the more you do because it's going to keep adding in parentheses what it actually did. But obviously you'll add your own names, give it a little more organizational feel. So that's only 5 gigabytes, but on Wi-Fi, that'll probably take a while. Probably won't finish during this demo. But that's just a simple workflow, so you can see without too much work, after you've set up your presets, you can start off one preset job that's going to 2 local destinations and a cloud destination. And then to complete that 3-2-1, you'll probably want to do maybe to an LTO tape or a NAS for that long-term storage. Then you're going to right-click that, start a transcode off of that original footage. And then once that transcode completes, you're going to upload that to the cloud. Your editor can get a hold of it, pull it down, and start editing. So what we have here is one integrated UI where you can go from ingest from the camera card all the way to your editor having a proxy that they can edit off of. So if you'd like to learn any more about this, I didn't go over everything in this demo, but if you'd like to learn about specific features you saw or some of the other tools that I didn't perform jobs for, please feel free to stop by our booth. Thank you.
Tournament to determine the #1 contender for the WWOHD World Championship match at the OHD Rumble happened. And Zeke, what do you say? Let's show these fine folks here some highlights of these breathtaking contests in case they missed it.
Soy la chingona, and I am your beautiful nightmare.
This mask is not just for show. It's a shield, a symbol of the darkness which I emerged. You see, I was born in the depths of the forest, a wild child, raised by the whispers of the trees and the howls of the wolves. The woods could be a dangerous place, but me, I am the apex predadora. La chingona!
Brand new athlete on their way to join the roster of WWOHD. La Chingona looking to make their mark here in America. Zeke?
El Marco indeed, Dodge. El Marco in Americana.
So, I'm hearing that she's actually from Ohio, which here in America.
Cool. All right. Well, thank you, Imagine, for the awesome stuff. Next up is our second panel titled Break from the Mundane, Working Creatively with Clients. Shooting the same old talking head interview or standard tabletop product shoot can be a little mundane sometimes. Mundane is defined as lacking interest or extremely dull. The same old can become boring, so let's talk about breaking the monotony. Working creatively with clients to think outside the box and push the limits of the envelope. To both keep our sanity and deliver an original, fresh-feeling product. Here to talk about breaking the mundane is some of my favorite people. So I'm going to let you guys all introduce yourself, and we'll get down to it. We'll start with you, Rob.
My name is Rob Wagner. I am a director and a photographer from Heart up in Toledo.
Hi, everybody. I am Reagan. I am a producer, also from Heart up in Toledo. Very happy to be here.
My name is Ross Tyson. I'm a creative director and filmmaker from right here in Columbus, Ohio.
Hi, I'm Todd Robles. I'm a coordinator at Central Campus, and I'm from Columbus, Ohio as well.
Awesome. Well, I appreciate everybody coming down, and thank you guys for being on my panel. We'll get right into it. The first kind of prompt that we have is like, what are some of the client restraints that force you to kind of think creatively and like change what you're doing in order to keep it fresh for you? I don't know who wants to jump in there.
I'll start, I suppose, but you can.
Yeah.
For me, I feel like everything we do is, working at an agency, we always have clients, and every project has some sort of restraints. So that's basically like the definition of kind of our job at an agency. So I think it's important to kind of reframe them as, like, restraints to me sounds negative, like, oh, that's a bad thing. For me, it's a set of parameters that we get to work within, and it helps me, at least my brain is all over the place all the time. So if I have a set of parameters that I know I have to do this project within this budget or this whatever, this location, then it helps me visualize the, I guess the end goal of what I'm trying to accomplish quicker, and it actually helps me when I have some sort of restraints. I know that's kind of a dodge the question a little bit, but I have other things where I'll let some other people talk to. And
Yeah, I totally agree. Sometimes you need those constraints to, like, when somebody says, oh, you can do whatever you want, you get that choice.
Yeah, if you have too many choices, it's kind of like you just don't know which one to go with. So for me, I like to have that little bit of direction.
Yeah, I mean, I can kind of piggyback off of that a little bit of, I oftentimes, whenever I'm talking with a client, I like to figure out, it's less about, kind of like you were saying, it's less about the boundaries and more so we're looking for guidelines of how we can build a project, right? So being creative, anybody can go and we can all think of ideas and we can all have all these 100 different things. Clients often love to have 100 different things of like, let's do the most amount we can for the smallest amount possible in the quickest time, all that sort of stuff. But for me, you also noted this too, of like, we can better build those guidelines, I feel, when we figure out like where we're trying to create within. And also, I always try to look at the big picture. I feel like I'm also gonna add to the, like, this is probably dodging the question a little bit. I don't know if it answers it directly, but I feel like most of the time when it comes to like client constraints and stuff like that, I sort of try to look at the larger picture rather than just looking at directly the project at hand that we're doing, right? Of, okay, we want to do this video that's a talking head, that it has to have this B-roll. I'm going to ask certain questions that are going to say, hey, what's the larger goal with this? And I don't mean sales or ROI. I mean more so like ultimately what are we trying to do to better like build the brand, add a better brand identity? What are we trying to meet there? Because then for me at least, I think it's easier to get past those constraints or what could be seen as constraints when we can kind of look at the larger picture, then reverse engineer from there, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Totally.
Definitely. I mean, we tend to work with similar clients over and over again. You know, you do the same project year after year, and what are some of the things that you guys do to keep it fresh and keep your interest, that you're not like, oh, well, we're doing the same video that we did last year? Like, what are some of the things that you guys like to?
We do this project, one of our biggest clients, we do these videos for them all the time, like constantly repeating. We kind of developed a formula for them, and I have ADHD, I get crazy, I can't do the same thing over and over again, so it gets a little bit frustrating. So I do think it's fun. We a lot of times will rent gear. I mean, we'll buy like a high-speed camera just for fun to get one specific shot, and that gets people more excited about doing it. We try and, rent a new light, just kind of always trying to do that. Other things I like to do would be like change location sometimes, just get a different perspective on where we're shooting it. What's, if we can do that, that's always a fun one.
And another part of being creative, as a producer at least, is being creative about how we're spending our money, and how we can be allocating things for, different ways to stay creative. Like Rob said, getting some piece of equipment that does something really specific. I think we used like this really fun fisheye lens on a last shoot that we did just because we were like, oh, wouldn't it be kind of cool if we had like a door camera bell and they were saying, hey, which was really fun, and it was something kind of completely different. So I think, especially like, again, as a producer, when I'm looking at the budget, I want to be able to make sure that we have room to kind of make those fun decisions. If a location has a pool, that's great. Wrap party in the pool, let's go. But not all the time, and especially when we are in nice warm weather. But that was another thing that we did with certified Angus beef. Yeah. We got to go down to Wilmington, North Carolina, just because they needed summer, and it's Ohio. We get summer for like 2 months if we're lucky. So that was another way to kind of keep it fun, and they ended up loving it, and I think that's always fun to do.
I think from my perspective, I get to deal with like producers directly most of the time. So any restraints that I would have would be very budget oriented restraints. So being creative in that sense for me, I'd have to talk with the producers, get the bigger picture from the creatives or the DP, and then really actualize, hey, here's what it's going to take to do what you're talking about. And if that doesn't match up with what they're doing, or coming at me with their budgets, then we have to get creative with the money or with the crew or with the gear or exactly what they're getting for that job.
Awesome. Awesome. One thing I was thinking about, like, when we were talking about what this panel was going to be about, just finding ways to maintain that creative spark when you're doing similar things over and over again. You get into that, whether it be bringing in new gear or new location, but just getting outside of doing your day-to-day job and finding that creative spark somewhere else outside of work. Do you guys have any passion projects that you guys are kind of thinking about, or moving towards, various goals of that nature?
I feel like I have all the thoughts on that part of things, because that was kind of...
I was looking in your direction because I knew you would have some thoughts on that, Ross.
I feel like one of my biggest proponents as a creative who is chasing this stuff as a career in general is always, what are you doing outside of your work? My biggest thing is, how are you finding fulfillment in your actual life? So that way, when you are doing mundane things, maybe we're doing the same types of projects over and over for a certain client type or whatever it may be, not looking for every single bit of your fulfillment to come just from the work or the job that we do. It's hard because we're, especially in the creative world, you are developing a career out of what was a passion. So of course you're going to be attached to it, of course you're going to care about it, but it's very easy to then get stuck in kind of an endless cycle where once it does become mundane, and once it does become kind of the same recycled thing over and over, where you feel like, oh man, I wish we could have used this different type of gear, we could have had this different type of setting, told a different type of story, you eventually get stuck in that because you're telling yourself, well, this is what I wanted to do as my career, this is what I'm passionate about, why am I not finding the fulfillment or the joy from this thing anymore? And that, I think, is the biggest thing that you were then alluding to, is what are you doing outside of that that reignites that passion, that keeps the balance on there, and not just relying on every single thing to come from, all right, does this new client project fulfill me or make me happy in some way? I've definitely been stuck there before where I had the blinders accidentally put up subconsciously for myself, where I was like, I'm creating for a living, this is amazing, but why do I not care about these projects anymore? Ultimately, that was because what Vince mentioned is, what are you doing outside of your work? And that can be something that's not creatively inspired. That could just be like taking care of yourself as a human being, which will take this panel in a whole different direction, so we won't go there. But when it comes to like keeping yourself creatively inspired, I've become huge the last few years of just, if I have an idea, I want to just try it. I'm not gonna put these huge bounds on it of like, well, I can do it if it's perfect, because ultimately for anything we wanna do in life, there's never gonna be a perfect moment for anything. So until we take that initial step of just like, I wanna make a short film, but the coolest version of it would look like this. Well, instead of banking on that, because that perfect moment to go shoot that perfect scene probably isn't gonna happen, what I'm gonna do instead is, cool, what's a scene from it that I can just go shoot and just grab the camera, grab a couple lights. We don't need all the bells and whistles and all that sort of stuff. Can I go do this? Because ultimately, whenever I just do it, I end up feeling that energy and feeling that inspiration and fulfillment, because I also think that like inspiration comes from action. So like oftentimes when we can take action first, you'll find that that spark of inspiration that you've been waiting for will then often click, rather than waiting for that perfect moment again to be inspired to then be like, oh, now I've got the freedom to work on my passion projects. I think just making the time to pursue those things has been one of the biggest game changers, for me at least, of not waiting for that perfect moment where everything aligns and client work is working perfectly and I have all this free time. It's literally just goes back to the cliche moniker of like just doing it.
Yeah, I think that 100%, because I struggle with the same thing you did about like, oh, if it's not gonna be exactly how I picture it, I kind of push it off. But to the point of just doing it, I feel like every time I just put something on a calendar, like, oh, we're doing it February, whatever, as that date approaches, you're just kind of forced into doing it. And so it's hard to back out once it's scheduled. So if you don't put it on the calendar, you don't schedule it, it's an idea in your head that just is gonna live off and never happen.
Awesome. There's one thing that I've noticed on your social, you do like your lunchtime photo shoots.
Yes.
Maybe share a little bit about that.
Yeah, every so often, I try and do a couple each month where I just reach out to a model and I'll do a photo shoot on my lunch break. And it's a fun challenge because I'll take a model who I don't know, I'll just find them, I put out a call on like Instagram and someone will message me and say, I'm interested, and then I'll say, okay, let's do it. I put a calendar date, and so we're gonna do it the week of February, I keep thinking February, it's March now, but we'll do it the week of March 21st. And we pick a date. Usually I'm like, hey, let's do it within range of my office, because I only have an hour for lunch. But it's a fun challenge to go and into a space, meet a model I've never met before, in a location I've never seen before, and I have an hour to find the shots and shoot, and I'll take like 20 minutes talking to the model, walking around the location, and then I'm like, all right, here's where we're shooting, and then I try and get as many shots as I can in maybe 20 or 30 minutes, and then I have to pack up and get back to lunch, or get back to the office to start working again. It's good for me. I'm a little bit nervous even about talking in front of people, but as a director, you got to talk to talent, and so it's like a quick little thing. I say it's a nice way for me to like get more comfortable trusting my instincts and my gut. Like I'm like, I got a half an hour to do this. Let's just let's shoot right there, and then we shoot it, and it's not. I always say it's never. When I get back to the office and I'm editing or whatever, I'm like, I wish I would have done something different. But it's not really about being perfect. It's about just doing it, making it happen, having fun, getting better at communicating, getting better at finding the location, getting better at setting up lighting, trying things that I couldn't try on a paid shoot or a client shoot or a work shoot. It's just, experimenting and hopefully growing.
And I think that's also brings up a really good point. It's just like using the resources around you that are available. You know, very similar to there never being a right time, there's probably never going to be, you know, a right director or a right model or a right actor or whatever, but being able to be at least in like an agency space is wonderful because I love being around creative people all the time. Being a part of a team is great because when we do have downtime or we do have times where it's like, you know, it's a little slow, what can we do? You know, we have the resources to be able to say like, it'd be super cool if we shot this, or like, what if we tried this? It might be fun. And I think getting that inspiration to just have that time to be creative and make things that maybe aren't even good. You know, I used to teach art students, and I always would tell them like, bad art is so important. You need to be making bad art because how are you gonna know if it's good when it is good? So I think that not being afraid to make something bad or make something silly is a really great way to stay
I tell my
creative.
daughter this, that I heard this somewhere, and it's not my quote, so I'm not going to take credit for it, but I tell my daughter, whenever she's like, I can't do that, I'm not good at it, I'm like, the first step to being good at something is sucking at it. So I don't know who said that, but so like to their point, I think being able to experiment and try things is hugely important. So when you get into a setting where you have restraints or whatever, you know what you have in your toolbox to use to make that restraint that maybe could hold someone else back. You know how to work around it.
Perfect. That kind of is a good segue into the next kind of thing I'd like to talk about. And Todd, I think this one might be a great one for you, is shifting gears in your career slightly.
Yeah.
You know, moving from, you know, one department to another. I think that you have a lot of good experience in that. And I know that you've shifted away from ACing a lot, and you're you know, taking on a new role.
Yeah, I was actually a freelance crew for the majority of my career and my time here in Ohio, the past 11 years. But in the last year, I did move into a strictly, 9 to 5, working at the rental house, crewing, coordinating, crew and all that such. So, hearing people talk about, doing the lunchtime photography stuff, and honing your skills as a director, that type of stuff really hits home for crew because, so many times you're on set and then the director shows up and then you're running takes. And as a crew, you sit there and you see it every day and you see the director not resolute, not know what they want, not know how to get what they want out of the talent. And that stuff, from a crew perspective is incredibly frustrating, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
So when someone is, taking the time to really hone their skills as a director or try something new if you're a director of photography and the outside of work stuff that, that you don't get paid for necessarily, that stuff is super important, obviously, because it does hone your skills. And when you get to a set that's paying you to be there, you know exactly what to do. So I like that stuff. I think it's great.
I actually find it weird when people in this industry don't do personal projects or freelance. It doesn't make sense to me. I'm like, that's why I think you kind of mentioned it. Like, I kind of stumbled into this as a career. I started taking pictures and people started paying me for it on accident. And then I ended up here. So it just kind of seems weird that someone would do this as a living. I'm like, you could do other things and make more money. So it just always baffles me. But
I think too, being where I'm at now with, the crewing and the gear stuff, being on that end of it, seeing people come, I'm sure you see it too, here at OHD, people come to you with their projects, right? With their passion projects, and they're like, hey, can you help me out? Hey, I want to do this over the weekend, what can we do? What can we take? What's available type of stuff. And then that type of thing is, I think, so important for the market, so important for all these people coming up, these new people that are here. They're trying it, they're doing it, they're doing their passion stuff. They're not getting paid for it, obviously, and we're, OHD and campus, we're here to support all that stuff. So
absolutely,
as much as possible.
Definitely. I don't know. Maybe we open it up for anyone in the audience have any questions they'd like to ask our esteemed guests. How about you, sir?
What made you guys not give up?
Can you say that one more time louder
he
for
said,
me?
what made us not give up? And for me, I kind of said it a little bit, is that I just started doing it for fun. I probably base most of my life on whether it's fun or not, probably too much. But I started taking pictures of my kid when he was born, and then somebody asked me to shoot a wedding that was a friend of mine, and then I realized I didn't want to do that. But and then I met other people in town, and it just became fun. And if it wasn't fun for me, I wouldn't do it. So basically, I would say, if it's fun for you, just keep going. Like, don't worry about what else comes. If it's fun and you're enjoying it and you're doing it, do it for you, and then hopefully, the paychecks will come. But as long as you're doing it for you, that should be the ultimate fulfillment for creative stuff. And then, you just develop those skills and keep going and keep going. And that's the one thing I've noticed about people that are I used to be in the music business, and as well as now in video, but anyone that I've known in the music business that has actually been successful, it's not that they're more talented than anyone else or whatever. They just have kept going, and they keep doing what they're doing because it's what they have to do as a person. It's not because they're trying to make money or they're trying to get famous or they're trying to be the biggest director in the movie. And it's just they have to do that. Like, it's part of who I am. If I go months or weeks without taking pictures, I kind of get antsy. I just have to do it. So that's my advice is, for that question, I suppose. I don't know.
Yeah, definitely having fun. That's important. If you're not having fun, just don't do it. Just kidding. But I'd say for me, I would say having a really good team and a really good support system. I think wherever you are finding that film community, whether it's, just making short films or, creating little commercials or just spec spots, I think that that's really important. I always like to say to people that, like, our industry isn't really exactly something that you can do completely, totally alone. And that's something that I find, like, is my favorite part, because I just love being able to meet people and work on things together and figure out new ways to solve problems. And, there's so much that you will learn from other people, and I think as long as you're staying true to yourself and also having fun, then that's really the best advice that I could possibly give to not give up.
I think what she just said was also great, but finding that community of people, like wherever you're from, if it's Columbus, get involved with that community of people that are out there doing it. Like, I met Nick, who's my boss now, and the reason I work where I work now is because he kind of brought me with him a little bit. We worked together for years, but I met him before we ever worked together because I respected his talent and his work, so I reached out to him and we got coffee and we got drinks and we became friends and then worked together. But it's important to reach out to the other people in your area, in your kind of network or hometown or whatever, and wherever you want to go, basically.
I'll add a little bit to that. Realistically, it's just to kind of reiterate a bunch of stuff that they said realistically, because I feel like that's exactly how it needs to be laid out. I'll also preface my answer by saying there have been more times than I'd care to share that I have wanted to completely quit doing any of this, like 100%. It's easy to sit up here with a microphone and me be like, oh man, like we're all doing it, we can do it, we don't have to give up, blah blah blah. But I'd be remiss if I didn't say that, like, there have been so many of those times where I've been like, I chose the wrong career, I'm doing the wrong thing, I need to find something else to do, and maybe I'll allow myself to have some fun with this every once in a while. And obviously having those huge defeating thoughts, but ultimately what I feel like what has allowed me to not give up, and again, what I feel like everybody up here has echoed so far, is like, find the enjoyment in the things and don't let yourself get so constrained and so tied to, this is what I'm trying to do for work, so it has to be work. That fun element is huge. I think I said this earlier too. It's like, you have to figure out what fulfills you. And I think ultimately once you do that long enough, it's never just like a snap moment, like overnight you wake up and then you say, I know what brings me happiness, or I know what my purpose is ultimately. But that has literally been one of my biggest things of like chipping away and uncovering what ultimately do I feel like my why is in anything that I do. So then how can I, again, reverse engineer every process to figure out how do I ultimately bring fulfillment to myself and not constrain it, not tie it to all my eggs in one basket. If this client thing doesn't pull through, if this client project or this work-related thing doesn't happen perfectly, then my life is in shambles. My answer probably maybe leans even a little bit more outside of the creative world. I'm always one to like figure out how you can focus on yourself as a human and your actual life. being filled with as much joy as you can, because life is difficult no matter what at its default setting for everybody. So the more things that you can be doing to allow yourself to be happy and to find joy and fulfillment and all those sort of things, I feel like ultimately when you feel that more, it lessens the weight or lessens the blow of those really heavy moments when things in work are not going well or things in creative are not going well. It kind of lessens the blow and evens out the balance a little bit, because then you're like, well, okay, like I feel like I actually have more capacity. I have more energy to try and solve these work problems, try and solve these creative problems, rather than just saying, this project didn't go well, it drained all my energy and my time, and now I also don't have any money, why am I being a creative? That's going to happen regardless. Those moments of wanting to give up and quit are probably always going to pop up no matter how much work you do, but I think the thing that helps you push through those things is ultimately balancing out what ultimately fulfills you just as a person, and then how that relates to your creative work.
My answer would be the exact same as everybody. Community is the most important thing, I think, in this industry. Get out there, meet everybody you can. If there's always someone out there wanting to do something or get into something or learn something new, get with those people. Get with the established places like rental houses or production companies or anyone that you can meet and just learn from. Just do it, because you're gonna find, even if you think you know what you want to do right now in this industry, it may change pretty quickly. Just when you start to expose yourself to all the different jobs that are out there. There are tons of them, and they're all very niche, all very specific. A lot of people who are new will just go for the big stuff, like, oh, I want to be a director, I want to be a cinematographer, and not everyone can absolutely do that, which is obvious. But if that's what you want to do, go do it. Just do it. I think this is probably stupid, but what did Tommy Wiseau say? Someone asked him, how do I start writing? And he said, just start. That's it. If you figure out what you want to do, just start doing it however you can. And then, with you were saying how you started with just taking pictures of your kids.
Yeah.
Same thing. He just started, and it just kind of builds, and that's it.
Sorry, and I was gonna say, I think whatever your definition of success is probably different too. My career goal is not to direct a Hollywood movie. I just don't want to do that. But I get to direct these little short commercials, and I have fun doing it. My goal definition of success is that I get to support my family, and I get to have a camera, doing it with a camera. That is, for me, that's success. So it just depends on where you want to go. I have friends that wouldn't be happy with that. They need to be working on a big movie set or something like that. I'm just happy, working with my friends and making fun little videos. So.
Can I add something to that real quick?
Absolutely, you can add whatever you want.
I really want to build on what they just said real quick and really emphasize that point of not being afraid to pivot. Whether it's pivot what your idea of success looks like or pivot the actual job or field that you're in or whatever. I think that's for sure, as creatives, you kind of get that big picture thing where you're like, I'm supposed to be a director. I want to direct a Hollywood film, or I want to be a camera person, or I want to be a this, or I want to be a that. Over time, as human beings, we change and evolve. Our interests change and evolve. And I think it's okay to also learn to detach yourself from an identity that at one point in time you maybe thought that you wanted more than anything. It's okay to release yourself from that and identify, hey, you know what, 2 years ago, because I would have said probably 3 or 4 years ago if I was up here and someone was like, what's your dream? I'd be like, I have to make a movie. I absolutely have to direct a Hollywood film. I need to be the next big whatever. And now, I love making short films. I would love to make a feature and a movie and all this sort of stuff, but I ultimately couldn't care less if that ever happens. I really couldn't, because, back on that fulfillment part, it's I found ways, just like you're saying, of cool, I don't need to direct a movie. I can do this other thing, and it actually brings me the same amount of happiness. I think it's easy to look at a big goal, a big dream, a big label, and because it's so big, it seems like that's the only way to obtain how we feel happy. When ultimately, over time, you're going to find, I would assume, that as you chisel away all those things through failures and not giving up, but wanting to give up and all this sort of thing, you're going to ultimately find what's at your core of oh, what's the real thing that I was looking for? And for me, the direct example would be, I wasn't really wanting to direct some big Hollywood feature film. Would I love to do that? Yes. But I'm also not going to look at my creative career or my life and say, well, it was a failure because I didn't get there, right? There's so many other ways that I can find that happiness, that fulfillment. So I just wanted to kind of echo their point of like not being afraid to pivot if you feel like something is no longer serving you. Like that's, I think, a big thing a lot of us are guilty of in creative career and in life is we set an identity, we work really hard to get there, so of course you don't just want to like give it away at some point and say, never mind, that's not me anymore. But I think that we are not always like that one level, that one identity that we obtain, we're not that forever. We're supposed to change and evolve. So if at one year you want to be an AC or a cam op or whatever, and the next year you want to be a grip and gaff or whatever, it's like allow yourself to make those pivots if that's what your gut is really telling you, because sticking yourself to one thing saying, this is what I'm supposed to be doing because 2 years ago me wanted to do this, and how could I go against my own wants and whatever, let yourself make that pivot.
Yeah, I think I've gotten asked that question similarly because like I said, I worked in music before video, and I didn't even own a camera until I was 30. So people are like, how did you just change careers like that? And I was like, well, again, back to the fun, I found it fun. So for me, it was 100%. I feel like if I wasn't happy or I wasn't reaching what I thought was success in a certain industry, and camera just kind of came to me and people started hiring me. So it's important to kind of see what, when those opportunities come up, to just kind of be like, oh, I'm going to go in this direction now.
Absolutely. There's definitely there's no time limit or constraints on when you get started on something. The only thing stopping you is yourself. So, get out there and make it happen. I mean, and find the people around you that bring the passion and will continue to inspire you to break from the mundane. On that, I'm going to wrap this panel up. I want to thank my panelists. They were all great, and you made my job very easy. I just got to sit here and listen to you wonderful people, so thank you guys. And it's time to check in with a few more vendors. I'm particularly excited for this one as it is a person or subject that I greatly enjoy. We will be back on the main stage, sponsored by Aerie, to continue the show. Thanks, everyone.
2024 Gear Show. I'm hanging out here with one of our booths, Airstar. Mike, can you tell us a little more about what Airstar does?
Yeah, absolutely. So we are the original balloon light. Basically 30 years ago, we invented inflatable solutions for lighting, whether it be overhead or obviously just soft boxes, essentially building. What you're looking at today is our 1.8K LED tube. It's currently bicolor, between 27 to 6,500 Kelvin roughly is the range. Fully inflated, as you can see here, with helium being held, essentially down to the ground with a rope to it. As far as the rest of what you see, we have our Neo pad, which is one of our newest entries. It's roughly 4 foot, 6 foot by 8 inches deep, inflatable. Real soft light, essentially. Again, bicolor, roughly about 800 watts. I have to get back to you on like the exacts. It's so new, obviously. We haven't had time to actually get all that stuff together. And then we have a couple other options over here with our Neos. Again, these are inflatable as well with air. The one over here you're looking at is 1.2 meter, and the other one is the 2.2 meter version. We also have a 4.4, but for the sake of the booth, we try not to obviously lengthen there. So.
Mike, a question. How high do you think I can take one of these up?
So this particular model, you get roughly, I'd say on a good day, and everything comes down to logic-wise, like, sea level, barometric pressure, things like that, but on average, especially here in Columbus, easily 45 feet in the air.
That's amazing. Yeah. Mike, thank you so much for giving me some time. Anyone else out there, you guys should definitely come check out this booth. It's pretty cool, and then I'll see you guys after the break. Thank you.
Oh, hello. I'm Alex, rental manager here at OHD and lover of all things pierogi. I wanted to thank the next vendor personally for coming out to the show today. We had a last minute change. Normally, I work very closely with Adam, putting together sub-rentals and purchases, but today we have Taylor here. So he is going to talk a little bit about what Midwest Photo does and some brands that he's brought with him today. So take it away.
All right. Nice to see everybody. Yes, Adam was meant to be here. He is in SPE, so we're moving along. We're on the road right now. But some say I look like Adam. Some say we're brothers sometimes. But Midwest Photo, we are a full-service photo video retailer. We used to be called Midwest Photo Exchange. Now we are known by Midwest Photo and Video. We have a good working relationship with OHD, pretty much all the brands here. I am here with Canon over in the corner with the really large lights. We have some Cine Glass on display, some Pro Bodies. Me, on the other hand, I'm just here for marketing. I also got some pretty big lights in the corner. I got some Nanlux stuff and some Cream Source. But yeah, we really just want to be a support for all professionals in the industry, from commercial, educational, government. We're just here for you. If you ever have any questions about product, want to test product out, reach out to us. We just want to help grow the industry in Ohio. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Taylor.
Appreciate you.
Well, there's a lot of issues going down in WWOHG lately, so from an international incident in the singles division competition, there's equally as much going on in the tag team division. Let's hear it from our tag team champions.
Tell you who I'd like to tag.
This is Jennifer McBangs. I'm here with WWOHD's reigning tag team champions, Rock'em and Sock'em. So you guys have the championship, but you don't have the belts yet due to budget cuts. How does that make you feel?
Makes me want to rock 'em. Yeah, not good, but we're gonna get those belts. Like George H.W. Bush once said, read my lips, I'm gonna rock 'em. You can take that twisted sister Tipper Gore and tell her to get away from my music, because I'm gonna rock 'em.
All right.
And sock 'em. Yeah, and sock 'em.
Okay. I don't know what we're gonna find.
Moving on to our next panel, it's a part of our client base that I have a lot of compassion for. They take ideas that are so consuming, so bedeviling, that they decide to do the most sane thing and commit them to the medium of film. My guests this afternoon are here to talk about indie insights, navigating the world of independent film. With independent filmmakers, you don't get any deeper in the trenches when it comes to tenacity, creativity, and frugality. Oftentimes, you are filling multiple roles, working off of handshakes and favors. Also, you're pushed to your absolute limits creatively, financially, and mentally, and you're just made stronger by it and better for it. Independent filmmakers are warriors and have, I have 4 of them here today with me. Why don't you go ahead and introduce yourselves and tell the people who you are.
Well, hi, and that introduction gave me PTSD, so thank you. My name is George Wolf, one half of Mad Wolf Productions, and we started with a few short films in our filmmaking career, and then moved on to our first feature, Obstacle Corpse, which is now streaming on multiple platforms, and it was quite an experience.
I'm Hope Madden. I'm the Mad in Mad Wolf.
and I wrote and directed Obstacle Corps.
I was a producer and had a small part, a small
He died,
acting part.
but he's fine, actually.
I lived.
I'm Dom Campbell. I am with a small production company, Imperium Studios. We have about 5-6 feature films out in the marketplace right now. And yeah, I just love filmmaking and watching other talented creators, shine. So.
I'm Phil Garrett. I am the head of production and development at Good Deed Entertainment and produce their features along with Andrew Myers. And I moved back from California where I got into the film business in 2004, had producing features off and on since that time. And in the last 18, 19 months, we've produced 5 and we're shooting 5 this year.
All right. Well, a lot of times in our market, speaking from OHD's perspective, a lot of the budget comes from the client end, and that's just something that they're trying to squeeze in before the end of the year. But a lot of times you're hunting and searching for investors or people to take a major part in funding these projects. What are the challenges or creative ways that you can work around a budget or find these investors to take a part in this project?
Wow, there's at least for us, I mean, there were a bunch of different ways. I think the whole thing starts with pre-production and getting someone as organized as Hope is, because that helped. So, I mean, she had spreadsheets for everything and everybody, and can compare this and compare that, and what we have to get and what we did get and what we live with. I mean, early on, we realized, hey, we'd like to have this budget, but if we don't, this is our budget, and this is what we will make the movie for.
Yeah, I think, for us, we ran it like a business as opposed to sort of creating a budget and then, hoping for the best. Like, I knew how much money we had, and we worked backward from that. It's like a P&L. I think one of the things that we did to raise money that anybody can do, but I think a lot of people don't bother with because it's tedious, is grant money. Local, like your city arts council, the state arts council, the arts council from where you grew up, the arts council from where your producers grew up. I mean, that's it does take a long time to find these and to fill out the paperwork for them, and most of them are going to turn you down. But one of the great things is as soon as you fill out one of these big, long applications, you can copy and paste your answers into the other 50 that you fill out, so the return on investment gets better. I think that we applied for 15 or 16 grants, and I think we only actually got maybe 3 or 4, so it only amounted to a handful of $1,000, but that's several $1,000s that we didn't have to account for in any other way. And then I think a lot, and then another just hint, we made a horror movie and there was no getting around it. It's called Obstacle Corps. I wasn't gonna pretend on that was anything other than a horror movie. But if you do decide to go that route and fill out applications, and I had people tell me this, they don't give grant money for horror movies. Like, arts organizations said that to me. What a great idea. No. So don't call it that. Call it a thriller, just FYI.
And we also did some guerrilla stuff. I mean, we had a band that we know. They were nice enough to donate their time. We had a night at our local bar, a fundraiser there. Made some money. Of course, we did the GoFundMe thing, T-shirts, perks with the movie, scratching and clawing and coming up with every dime that we could.
And I think that's a really good point, is that you have to not only be scrappy with, where you're getting your funding from, but also be organized to be effective with what you're given. Yeah. And I think that's a really great point.
To add on to what you guys are saying, because you guys are absolutely correct. I mean, for us, every film is different. Thinking back to one of my very first films that I took seriously, and I knew I had to pay people. I was working at the time at Dish Network, so at that point, I picked up a Uber job or Lyft, Uber and Lyft. So I'm Uber and Lyft, and I'm taking my paychecks, and I'm like negotiating with the crew, which was only a cameraman and an audio guy. You know, hey, can I pay you guys incrementally, you know, in order for this project to be some type of successful, you know, be some type of success. And then, you know, moving forward, you know, it's a matter of like looking around, you know, if you got friends or relatives and things like that who might have some cash to spare or can contribute, you could do that. We tried the GoFundMe, Indiegogo route for a project. I actually picked the wrong one. I did Kickstarter. So, you know, if you don't raise everything,
right,
you don't get it all. So I was like, damn, I wish I would have known that earlier. I could have used that little bit of money. So, and then, you know, eventually once you develop a track record and you can actually produce some numbers, then you can kind of like start seeking some people who might have a little bit more cash to contribute. So, you know, thinking back to our second feature film, you know, that was a friend who's now a partner of mine in the company where, you know, he invested X amount of dollars for this feature film, and now, you know, we could take that and the success from that and, you know, the success before that to be able to say, hey, look, we have a track record. We know how to manage money because, you know, organization is very, very key. And, you know, we know how to market. And I think the most important part is picking the right story. Because if you don't have the right story when you go out to try to, you know, find capital, it's going to be hard, you know. I'm scared to do a horror. I kind of like went online about that and just kind of caused a lot of ruckus. But I praise everyone who you know, who can do horror films because it's a unique craft. But yeah, I just think every single film is just a different type of approach. And then Carrie, which a lot of people may know, she is very well known. I never got a chance to work with her, but you know, I sent a budget to her one time, and she's like, you know, think about path to market. Regardless, whenever you think about any type of project, and I try to, you know, recommend that to any of my beginning filmmakers, you know, once you got the story and you kind of got an idea of, you know, how you're going to get the funding, think about the path to market, because once you know where you're going with the project, the funding kind of like falls into place, you know, because the people who ultimately hopefully can contribute will have faith that, you know, like you're not just trying something, because at the end of the day, this is a film business. So, yeah.
Yeah, I would agree with everything everyone has said. And I've had experience with raising private equity. That was how my first film was produced. Money all raised here in Columbus. Some experience with crowdfunding, some experience with grants. One of the films I produced was a $66,000 budget. It was entirely funded with grants and research money. That was in an academic environment, but it was a feature film. So I think all of this advice is completely on point. You do have to treat it like a business because it is a business. If you're doing this professionally or starting out and seeking to be a professional, so it's a combination of, you know, it all starts with the script. It starts with the script. So on the creative side, it starts with that, and then you want it to be something that is obviously as good as possible. I know that sounds cliche or that sounds rote, but be honest with yourself. And then from there, that's the idea, and if you're behind it, you want to use that passion and planning and organization to catapult your project, to get people excited about your project, whether that's through crowdfunding or contributions or donations through that route, or through private equity investment. Or at least, I'm going to say, this is what you want to do. This has been my experience of things that I've seen work. I look at it now and I would say these are things I could have done better to make those different paths more successful, or successful at all if they were failures. And so I was kind of out there as an independent for a long time, and now the playing field is a little different for me because I work for a studio. So we're a small studio, but our EP team has put together a film fund. So from that film fund, that sort of takes care of that. That takes care of a big part of the lift as a producer. But I am now in the position of having to find projects, develop projects, make them projects that are as awesome as they can be, and at the same time marketable products. So it's a different playing field, but it's this balance of creativity and commerce. If you're going to make your first feature because you feel that desire to make your first feature, there are so many things that you can do to just go make it, right? With whatever you have access to, and you don't need a ton of money to do that. Once you start to sort of like want to raise the bar for your projects, then there are all these different paths available to you. So this has been my experience since moving back to Ohio. Before that, I was in animation and VFX, so I didn't have to raise money for anything. And then that first film, yes, I may have lost a lot of my own money, but it was my film school, and it gave me sort of a street cred to be able to get to the point where I'm at now 20 years later.
Yeah, very cool. I mean, that's kind of the risk that you put in to get that reward. You know, the having that invested interest in putting together a concept for a film or working in horror it's very taxing, and yeah, it's. Anyway, sorry. So can you discuss the importance of staying true to your artistic vision while navigating the constraints of having like lesser resources?
Sure. As a producer who has not yet directed a feature film, let me speak to creative vision. I just want to add one thing really quick about the funding side is that something not to take lightly is once you do have other people's money, you are responsible for other people's money. And it's really important, if you want to continue to make films over the long haul, that you be the best possible stewards for those people's money. So being responsible for it, making sure that you're using the money in the smartest way possible, maximizing, stretching your dollars, keeping them apprised of how things are going with production, get them invested in all of that, but also be just really honest with them about the economics of what you're doing from the get-go. So then they might come back and do it again. As far as creative vision, as a producer, someone who really has always wanted to direct a feature, I've directed other things, I've been in the position in that role of facilitating the work of creative people. So being a creative producer and then a really practical or on the ground functional producer, and balancing those two worlds, the creative vision is absolutely essential, right? So even the filmmakers I'm working with now, there are reasons that we have sort of sought them out or scouted them or scouted their projects because there's a strong vision behind them. And it's critical to maintain that vision throughout and come as close as possible in production, through post-production and delivery of that film, because that's why people go to the movies. That's why I say go to the movies. They either go to the theater or they watch it online, most of us anyway. But of course, there's nothing like the theatrical experience. Sorry, squirrel, sorry, tangent. But that's why people watch movies, right? And so at the same time, balancing the constraints, right, that's the trick, right? So starting out, you look at what's available to you. That we do that all the time. I just did 3 12-hour days of location scouting this week, and to seeing what was available in the area to be, a vampire nest, or to be a place where these kills can happen in this horror movie, or whatever it is. So looking at the resources around you, trying to get free locations if you can, trying to get discounts on all manner of goods and services on your project, but also being smart about your approach. If you can't afford, okay, we're making horror, and the reason we're making horror or thrillers or sci-fi or romantic comedies is because there's genre, and in this space of independent filmmaking, genre success is as much about execution and concept as it is about your casting. I can't afford Nicolas Cage, and that's okay, because people want to see a kick-ass vampire movie. Okay, great. But looking at how you plan a scene and saying, well, I can't really afford to have this vampire explode on screen, but I can have a fight ensue, I can cut to the hallway, and then boom, all of this stuff flies out into the hallway, parts of vampires and stuff. Well, that's easier and that's cheaper, so I'm gonna do it that way, and it will still have the same effect on the audience. So it's what resources are available or within your reach, and then approaching the creative aspects of it in a doable, achievable ways. I was also a film professor for 16 years, and what I would say to students consistently is, you're not students. I'm not saying you're students, and I'm not a teacher anymore, but it's things that are doable and achievable while you're striving for a surpassing level of quality. I think that's kind of the way to go, and I don't think that story ever gets old.
Yeah, and I think we were just talking about this, especially once you're shooting and you're on a schedule, you got to be realistic and you got to be ready to adjust on the fly.
Yeah, I think, I came up as a writer, and there's the old adage of kill your darlings. You have to be ready to make quick decisions about, I love this, we can't have it. We don't have the money for it, we're running behind on time. This has got to go. You have to be very, cognizant. Is this scene required, right? Is this shot a requirement for this plot to continue to make sense, for the movie to still be interesting for the viewer? I mean, you just have to be brutal with yourself. And then also, if you are, the thing about directing it is to be able to think like an editor in your head. And if you can, if you already know who your editor is, if you've already worked with your editor, that helps a lot too, because there are so many ways that in your mind you can recreate what the scene looks like. Okay, it's not going to look the way I wrote it, but this is the way it's going to look because we can do this in editing. So I do think that, opening up the way you think about it so that you don't just think about it from whatever role that you have, if you're the producer or if you're the director. If you can think about it from all of those different perspectives, you really open up what you're able to do and be successful with the constraints that you have.
Yeah, and to add on to what you guys are saying, sometimes surprises happen, while you're filming, and you to be surprised how much more creative you are, or how you have to tap into that creativity when those surprises, those things, arise. In this last feature film, and I seen a couple of my crew out there, shout out to you guys for who worked on Affliction, we had a scene where we had the restaurant supposed to be at night, and we had a location back out, and we were going to shoot it during the day anyway, but this particular location didn't have any windows. Well, we lucked out where the only location that we could shoot had windows. So the gaffer and the DP and the whole team had to figure out, how can we make this day look night? And ultimately, it was obviously all the creative stuff that happens on set that I leave to them guys, but a lot of it had to, we had to make it up in post. So, a lot of it had to go in a grade, but it's just that mere fact of, even if you can't, even if you are trying to, minimize your budget and not be able to, try to figure out what's less cost efficient or whatever, sometimes those other surprises arise, and you have to be like, okay, how can we navigate that and still stay true to the story? Because this is what the time of the day that this story, that this particular scene is supposed to take place. But then ultimately, how can you tap into that creativity? How can the whole team be more creative? So you'd be surprised.
So how do you negotiate the landscape of film festivals and online platforms for exposure? And is it important when it comes to marketing or getting distribution?
Every film is different. I think it just depends on your film. I know film festivals help, and they work when you're trying to, take the theatrical route, or you're trying to, maybe get funding. I've personally haven't done a film festival, maybe for shorter projects or webisodes. But for our feature films, we just lucked out. I think the very first time I made a film, I said I want to make money off of it, you know, because we spend money on it, and I wanted people to ultimately see it as well. So we just, you know, we created DVDs and we created our own online website, you know, for the film, and we said, hey, you can go online and you can rent it. We were our own like Amazon, if you will, kind of like cutting out the middleman. And this is before the Tubi. The whole thing with Tubi, and even Netflix at a point in time was accepting indie films like regularly. And I just think that, you know, sometimes you got to think outside the box, and, you know, figure out what does this film call for. Again, it goes back to my saying about path to market. What is the path to market? Does this film, you know, need to be, you know, taken through the film festivals and, marketed, go to AFM or something like that? You know, I think that it just ultimately boils down to what the film calls for. If you're able to luck out with distribution, it's kind of easier to get distribution than it is funding nowadays. So if you can land distribution, you know, I think ultimately it goes down to research. I think you were talking about that too, you know. So that's my answer personally. I don't know if
you know what I found, I think what we found festivals to be the most useful for is networking and, you know, meeting other filmmakers, meeting gaffers, meeting writers, meeting people who are interested in your movies and getting a chance to see what other people are doing, you know, because if you've made one or if you've made a short, or you know what, if you haven't made one, going to film festivals is a great way to get a team together, to get on somebody's team. And that's, you know, when you're an indie, that's what you need. You need, you know, because every time you make a movie or a short, or you're going to find people that you love and would work with for the rest of your life, and you're going to find people you don't ever want to have to look at again. And that person has to be replaced the next time you work on something. So the best thing you can do, go to festivals, meet more people, you know, and I do think that they serve other purposes. They're like the original, you know, the goal for festivals. But for us, that's absolutely been the number one most benefit, the biggest benefit that we've gotten out of, and we've all of our shorts and our feature did the festival route. We, you know. And I think that that was probably what we got the most out of.
Oh yeah, and it's if we've told this to other people. Even if you go to a film festival, and don't go to any of the movies. I mean, the community and the networking.
Go to the movies.
Yeah, please do. But the community and the networking will make it worthwhile, because you're absolutely right. You come out of there and you talk about movies. You get to know other people's tastes. So okay, that they align with mine. Maybe hey, let's do something, and it's invaluable.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. Going to the festivals is also like a huge, it doesn't matter if you've been doing this a week or years, it's also kind of this strange shot in the arm creatively. It gets you excited to be in the air with other people who are doing this. When I was producing independently outside of my current position, we would try to get our films into as many festivals as possible so that people could see them. Working now for a company that's international distributor, we look for films that have been in festivals, that have, you know, reviews and so on and so forth, and then the films that we're producing, we're seeking to get those in festivals as well. All of that adds value to the film. When you're looking to get a deal with a streamer or a distributor, in our case, we're taking films to all sorts of platforms. We have, you know, limited theatrical runs that we're looking at, all of these different things. They all, festivals, accolades, all of that stuff counts. All of that stuff is important. The better your film looks, the better the response is from people who've seen it. It's all really important. Yeah.
What about anybody from the audience? I'd like to open it up if anyone has a question for these fine panelists. Yeah, go ahead. So the question is, what are you looking for when you're looking to convey a certain sort of realness for a location? To just paraphrase.
Well, it's I think it certainly starts with what is the location that's scripted, but then it's also about who are the creative and technical collaborators that you have and who can make it look the way you need it to look for the scene. So if I'm looking, like I mentioned, a vampire nest, that could be tunnels, that could be an empty building, that could be a barn, that could be all sorts of things. But it's not just about the location, it's about the lighting, it's about the set decoration, it's about the overall production design, it's about costumes, wardrobe, all of those things are part of that. So we usually start with what's scripted, and then we go for, we look for options that are as close to that in feel as much as look. So we just saw 5 different types of places in the last 3 days that would work for a certain scene. But we'll go first for the one that fits best.
And then sometimes you can get inspired just by the location scouting. I mean, in our case, we filmed at the obstacle course at Glacier Ridge, and when we first went out there to look at it, they had this one particular obstacle, and we said, oh man, you could really mess somebody up on this thing. And so it went to a whole, and so it turned out to be maybe the best kill in the movie.
Who got that kill, George?
Well, it was me, but that's neither here nor there. But so you're just walking around and you're kind of looking, what could we do there? What could we do there? But yeah, it certainly starts with what she had on the page, and then you just kind of let your creativity flow.
But Phil's right too. I mean, a good set designer can pretty inexpensively turn your set into something that is exactly what you were hoping that it could be, and that's a great way to convey the tone that you're trying to get, is to make sure that you're collaborating with somebody who's got a great sense of what your vision is.
You guys said it. I mean, it doesn't really. I mean, they said it. Script. What is the scene call for? Can you be able to fit a certain lighting? Do you want to shine light through the window, or can you actually fit the lighting within the room? Where's the boom guy going to go? Where's the cameraman going to go? Can the crew fit within the scene that you're trying to do? Is the lighting going to fit for the scene and the mood that you're trying to convey? And then collaboration. I think they hit it right there on the nail. Is your team means everything. What do everyone else think of? And usually, if you're like the director or the executive producer leading this thing, give 3 options. If you don't have a locations manager or someone or a set designer, you may be that person that's wearing that hat. So find 3 different options and share it with your team, and then dwindle it down to what is actually going to fit towards the budget and ultimately the story, because that's what everyone is going to see.
And bonus points if you can turn the camera around and shoot a different scene there.
Yeah. That too.
Because the less you have to move your stuff, the fewer days you have to spend and the less money you have to spend.
Right. Any other questions from the audience? Yeah, go ahead. So the question is, how have you all cultivated resilience in your journey?
Well, crying in the fetal position nightly.
We were talking about that at lunch on the way over here today, because it was really difficult, our shoot, right? It was, it's a feature-length film that we shot in 12 days, all of them outside in Ohio in May. There were ticks. There were fucking ticks.
Thunderstorms.
There's thunderstorms. There were sunburns, and also, of course, there was the freezing days. And I think it was just funny. Like, I think that for us, and I think I don't want to speak for the cast or the crew, but they were funny too. So I think for all of us, that was how you got through it the most, was just to laugh and to laugh with each other and to just be very really aware of being supportive of each other, because getting rained on for 12 hours sucks no matter what your job is today. So you just have to be supportive and then have a lot of tick spray.
Yeah, and there was something about that halfway mark. We had a 12-day shoot, and just that 6th day, like, oh my God, we're halfway done. It just got a little boost, to power through to the rest of it. But yeah, resilience is a fantastic word. That's what you've got to be.
Try to have decent food.
Yeah.
You know, the lunch that you bring in, you know, obviously you have to be. We spent more on food than on any other individual expense. We also had 41 people in our cast. That's another. Don't do that. Don't do that. But you know, when people feel like they can look forward to a decent meal after being rained on the whole day, they are less likely to mutiny.
Yeah, remembering the goal, you know, where you guys ultimately are trying to go, and then also just, I think laughing and understanding this is fun. Even though I know I mentioned earlier there are logistical sides of it that make it a business, but I think we got into this because of the love. And if you remember those key things of why you're doing what you're doing, that hopefully could get you through.
Yeah, I mean, this is such a big question, or a simple question with a big answer, but, you know, this is not the most delicate way to say this, but filmmaking is not for wimps, right? You know, this is like my 24th year doing this, and you have to, on a core level, find it within yourself to persevere, find it, the strength within yourself to get up every single day, you know, and do this, and to surround yourself with the quote-unquote best people you can, a supportive team. Where I am now with Good Deed Entertainment, one of the things I believe, and I've said this in many meetings where we're talking with studios, we're talking with filmmakers, it doesn't matter, even just you know, interviewing somebody or talking with somebody in the community. One of the smartest things that we have done, and it makes sense, is to be very, very careful about the people that you bring on to your team, onto your films, on your crew, in casting. You could have someone who's a great actor, but if they're really, really difficult to deal with, you really don't want that element in the mix, right? So surrounding yourself with people who are just genuinely good, and that sounds corny, but it's true, and who will be part of that team, who have an indie mindset, an independent film mindset, who know that it is, you know, you're fighting a battle against time, that every moment is precious, and just building a supportive team, right? But believing in yourself. Again, I know it sounds cliche or corny, but you have to believe in yourself. You'll have doubts along the way, but the first time you sit in a theater and screen your film with other people and you see and hear their reaction to the thing you made, even if they laugh in the wrong places, who cares? There's nothing like that, and the more that you do that, the more that you, even in the moment on set, see little successes along the way. Every little win is a win, and you know, all of that adds up to your ability to keep going, you know. And I feel every day super fortunate and grateful to be doing what I'm doing with the people I'm doing it with, and the same way about the people I've worked with over time. So you can do it.
Well, thanks again to our panelists. Be sure to connect with George and Hope, Dom and Phil. They're going to be walking around today, and they're really great people. And would you just speak on ways for people to check out your work and where to find that and where to connect with you best?
Yeah, so Obstacle Corpse right now is streaming on Prime and Tubi and Plex and many others that I can't think of right now. Hoopla. And we are madwolf.com. So you can find, that's our website. We're film critics, so you can find us all over the place doing that. You can, you know, I think the easiest way to reach out to us individually would be Instagram or Facebook at Mad Wolf Columbus, 2 Ds, MADDWOLF.
And for us, Imperium Studios, and that's E, not an I. So Imperium Studios on all platforms, social media wise. And then our films, all of them are currently on Tubi. You pick your poison. You can go to Imperium and figure out what type of film you want to find. We got crime, we got thriller, we got mystery, we got comedy. And how
about horror?
Not yet.
Yeah.
I'm scared, man. I might have to team up with you guys for that one. But yeah, so and then one thing, AVOD. I mean, if you notice when we say where we can watch our films, AVOD is the way to go if you're an indie filmmaker. If you can find a distributor or aggregator or some type of industry connect that can connect your film to the AVOD space, it's more rewarding in the long run. So I do want to speak on that. That's why you hear like, why is everyone doing Tubi or why everyone's doing Prime? There's a reason why we're doing it. I mean, it's kind of relatively easier than trying to pitch your idea, but it's a way to go. So I just want to mention that. So check out all of our films on Tubi. You can type in Dom Campbell. I'm sure most of them will show up. And then you can connect with me on Facebook at Dom Campbell as well.
And I think you can also just check all of us out on IMDb is a good place to see the things that we've done.
True, yeah.
Prior films I've produced they're on Amazon, they're on iTunes, they're on YouTube channels now, they're on Tubi, and then with Good Deed Entertainment, we'll be making some announcements soon about the first 5 films we produced here in Ohio under our Cranked Up Films label. Good Deed is more of our mainstream label, docs, family-friendly films, dramas, comedies, and then Cranked Up is more horror, sci-fi genre stuff, thrillers, action, very grown-up comedies, that'll make you laugh hard. But my personal stuff is just kind of like I'm on LinkedIn, I'm Facebook, Instagram, and then gooddeedentertainment.com, which links you to Cranked Up Films, which is also crankedupfilms.com. And as on the distribution side, our films are everywhere from Showtime, HBO, Stars, places like that, to Shudder, and of course on iTunes or Apple TV, Amazon, Tubi, Pluto, blah, blah, all QB, Bebo, blah, blah, whatever the next channels are that are coming out. And if you've got films, again, we're an international distributor, so you can contact us if you've got a film that you'd like us to take a look at if you're seeking distribution. So.
And my last plug, shout out to OHD. You guys are amazing.
Yeah.
I do want to say that.
very much
If you
so.
guys need gear rentals or any type of creative
Second
solution
that.
support,
That's right. That's
these
where we got
guys
our
are the
gear.
best. The team is amazing. They will work with you to help you out. So I am forever in debt to you guys. Thank you so much.
Same.
Same.
I really appreciate you guys coming out to talk on this panel. This is super cool. Thanks again.
Thanks, Alex.
So let's check in with Elvis, our man on the street, to see what's going on with one of our vendors. After that, we'll be back at 4 o'clock. Hopefully there will be chicken by then. Here on the Airy main stage. Take it away, Elvis.
And speeds.
Welcome back, Gear Show 2024. So excited to be here at Aries booth. I'm here with Andre, and Andre has a really awesome light. Andre, can you tell us about this light?
Yeah, so what we have today is the new SkyPanel X. Of course, we answer the calls to a lot of the end users who are actually, it's time for us to build something new. So what we did was we incorporated power supply, we incorporated built-in wireless CRMX. It's now IP64. 66 rather, sorry, and it's a 6-color light engine, so we have red, green, blue, amber, and cyan and lime. And so we ordered what we call a hyper optics to the front of this fixture, so you can go with a native soft or a native hard light. And so with the use of this hyper optics on the front, what we're doing, we're taking it from a divergent ray and convert it into a solid beam, so you can see it's a single one source. And so it gives you a nice, beautiful long throw. So come on down and check it out.
SkyPanel X is really awesome. You guys got to check it out. I'm also here with Michael. Michael, can you tell us about the camera and all the accessories you have going on here?
Yeah, we have a lot going on here. First is the Alexa 35, which is 17 stops dynamic range and great color reproduction. On top of that is the new CCM1 monitor, which is in partnership with Small HD. So it's a beautiful monitor, but it's also camera control. So if an operator, has his eye and just using the eyepiece, there's another way to control the camera. So it offers more flexibility on set. In front is our signature zoom, 24 to 75. Signatures, just have to emphasize this, these are the first lenses made for digital cinematography. Beautiful design, beautiful organic look. Highly recommend them. And I'm biased about that, but for good reason.
If it makes you feel, I feel like I'm biased too. This is beautiful. This is a beast. Can you tell me about the matte box?
Yeah. Well, very simple matte box. It's the LMB 4x5, which goes from clip-on. You can do a 1-stage, 2-stage, 3-stage, or build it up to a studio version with some tilting variation if you need to eliminate any double reflection. So this is like your Swiss Army knife of matte boxes.
Now, for my ACs, I see this cool high five. Can you tell me the accessories you have here for our ACs?
Yes, so I have 2 high fives here. One has T-stop rings, so you have a T-stop scale here. This is for focus pullers, and so you're seeing also the focus ultrasonic distance measure by CineRT called the Focus Bug. This is one of the best tools out there, and we're also partnering with Focus Bug to develop we have a license in here that's optional, so it just makes things smoother and easier for ACs to work fast on set. So yeah.
Michael, thank you so much. For all my DPs, ACs, and gaffers, you have to come check out this booth. You guys have some really awesome toys.
Thank you.
Hey, see you guys later. Thank you.
Hey, it's Scott Handel here. I'm over here at the OHD 2024 Gear Show, and we have longtime vendor, frequent flyer, John Norad, who's come back to see us once again from the amazing Central Ohio Audio and Video. So,
Yep.
John, what's going on?
Hey, we're just having a good time. Thank you for having us once again. It's really exciting to be able to talk to all of you in Ohio. Please reach out to us if you need anything audio and video. You're not renting things. We sell stuff. A lot of times we send our rental customers to Ohio HD, and we're just happy to be here once again.
Hey, we are so happy to have you as well. We have gotten all kinds of good deals throughout the years from Dawn. I used to buy tape from her way back when that company had a different name that we can't talk about now. But anyway, they used to be tape products, but they still have tape. Back to your roots.
Yep,
but
gaff.
it's gaff tape. But yeah, no, they have all kinds of great stuff. We like, holy crap, you guys gave us so many great deals on Black Magic gear.
We still are selling Black Magic.
Got all kinds of good stuff on
Yeah,
there.
lots of PTZ cameras, Sony, Panasonic, Quantum, anything you need as far as audio and video installations. If you're out there going and you're using your camera gear, or if you need something in your commercial space, your house of worship, your funeral home, your corporate office, we have all different types of audio video for those solutions.
Man, funeral home video, that's what I'm into. Anyway, check back. We're going to go check out some more booths. We'll see you a little bit later, and we'll see you at another booth a little later on.
And cut. All right, hi, this is Brad here with OHD at the Gear Show 2024, and I've got Seth from Lights with us. Seth, you brought some kind of cool new stuff. Can you share some of that with us?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm excited to be here, and we do have 2 of our newest lines of lenses. They're designed for full frame, but with very different characteristics. We have our Hugo series that are super fast, but using our Leica M photography optics. And then we have our LC lenses designed ground up for cinematography with a lot of what you would expect from a professional cinema lens, but a lot of character flaring shape to it.
Great, good deal. And you've got, which one do you have set up on the camera here?
Yeah, we have the 35mm LC, but we're going to be swapping all day long. We also brought one of our zoom lenses. So yeah, we're just going to be playing. We got a nice setup here with some lights. If I have to, I'll sit in and be the talent, but otherwise, we're just going to have fun here.
Awesome, good deal. Thanks, Seth.
Thank you.
And then over here we have Fuji, I believe, Fujifilm. Let's see what they've got set up over here. Hey, how you doing?
How's it going?
What you got for us?
We have our new Duvo Portable 24 to 300 to pair with our Duvo 25 to 1000 box lens. This is a way more portable option with an extreme long range, with a one and a half time expander built in. So yeah, we also have some of our hybrid cameras like the GFX 100 to second, which can do video and what we call Premista mode, and you can use our Premista lenses natively on that mount with a PL adapter. And we have our XH2S APS-C camera that can do open gate video. So you can record 6.2K, and it's actually giving you the whole resolution of the sensor and capturing the whole sensor for you there. And yeah, we brought some more GF glass and XF glass to showcase as well.
That's great. Yeah, excited to have you here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for hanging out with us as long as you have today. Welcome to all of you here in the audience and around the building and here on the live stream. At this time, I wanted to bring to the stage our show sponsor, Aperture. Aperture has continued to disrupt in the marketplace, and it's been fascinating to see the progression of this brand. We love bringing Aperture stuff to our inventory. I think it's been a great subset of being able to kind of fill in some gaps, and it's really interesting to see where they go. I'm really in love with the new products they've got over in Studio B. If you haven't seen them yet, absolutely go check those out. And without further ado, I'll bring up Aperture.
How's everyone doing today? Hey, come on, more energy. Well, thanks OHD and everyone sitting here that wants to listen to this. But we wanted to go over a couple things that we've got over in the other studio. The Electrostorms, we're very happy to show those off. Natural progression of Aperture, we've been evolving through the years, and it made sense for us to start making larger fixtures, something that can be a little more rental friendly out in the field and everything. So we have our CS15. Let me go ahead and play this stuff in the background, just to kind of give you a sense of what these fixtures look like. So we've got the CS15, which is going to be your 1800 watt HMI equivalent. This fixture is a best-in-class full spectrum unit. This will have RGB WW. In addition to that, we've got our XT26, which is going to be a bicolor fixture with tint shift control. And this will essentially be your 4K equivalent HMI replacement, best in class in these styles. They both feature our new Aperture mount, and the Aperture mount allows you to send information from the accessory to the fixture itself, whether it be the lighting cap. The lighting cap will essentially tell the fixture not to turn on. We've seen tons of people in the past that have had issues with that, and we wanted to make a note of that and not have that be an issue anymore. The reflectors that you would use, or any additional feature or any additional accessories that utilize that mount, will also have a smart signal and power to the fixture, so it can take that color, any color characteristics of that accessory, and in turn make those modifications to make sure that the color is accurate. So that's something that we've done there. We've also implemented a new F14 Fresnel, and that Fresnel is going to allow you to control the unit on the fixture via Sidus, the control box, and if you're utilizing this on a board, you've got a lot of options to use these out in the field. We've got our motorized yoke system, which, if you were to toss this on a stand and have it 15, 20, 25 feet up in the air, you're not going to want to have to bring that back down, make the modifications, or have someone up on a condor. So we've implemented that with the new motorized system so that you could do all that from the ground and make those changes, whether it be the Fresnel or the yoke itself. The CS15 does power off of a standard 20 amp breaker, so you can plug this into a standard home outlet. And then the XT26, that'll run on a 60 amp base. So you will need power for that. In addition to you'll need that power in order to power the unit. And we will have an adapter in the future in the event that you do want to plug that into a standard 20 amp outlet. We also have thought of the users that are already using our equipment. You're already using Bowens mount adapter or Bowens mount accessories, so like the Lantern 90, the Light Dome 150, the Spotlight Max. So we also have a Bowens mount that is on the unit in addition to the Aperture mount. So we didn't want you to have to worry about finding new accessories to put in your arsenal and everything. So we've included that directly on the unit. The top of the fixture itself also has plenty of mounting points so that you can put this pretty much anywhere, rig it anywhere. Both light fixtures, the head and the control box, are IP65. We wanted to ensure that this was dust-proof because this is going out into the field and it's coming back to a warehouse. It's also rain-resistant as well, so that when you're going out into the field and worrying about rain and everything, that's not a problem that you have to worry about. So that's really the rundown of most of these, both of these fixtures and everything with that. But these were really designed for the rental facility, the rental partner, and the high-end gaffer that needs more output when you're getting out on set. Rather than having a whole barrage of multiple light fixtures working together. So really, with that being said, I appreciate everyone stopping by. That's really it. I would love to do some demonstrations with everyone over in the other studio. If you do have some time, we'd love to have you. So yeah, that's pretty much what we've got here. Does anyone have any questions, I guess? What do you got? So over time, I would have to double check with our technicians on that, but the XT26 specifically does have the green magenta shift. So your delta UV is 0.05. So you've got a lot of options there with color correcting while you're on set as well. Anyone else? I think that's it. I appreciate everyone's time, and yeah, I'll see you in the other studio space.
Let's take a look at some of the more recent match highlights, including a few featuring the up-and-coming Robbie the Jobby, who is not only fighting for his job here at WWOHD, but also for his life.
And as far as jobbers go, Robbie the Jobby is just the worst. He's really no good at wrestling, Dodge.
It's really pretty bad.
Different black eye every week, and nobody loves him.
This is Jennifer McBangs. We're here with WWOHD's World Champion El Toro. Here you have a pretty big match coming up. What are your thoughts on that?
Everyone wants a piece of the champ.
Everyone does.
El Toro's gonna win. Always mops the floor with every fella.
Always mopping.
Billy Bob doesn't stand a chance. El Toro's gonna mop him. I think I have to go. I think I've wasted enough of El Toro's time.
Oh, that call failed.
What call?
We didn't get it.
Why are you telling them my business? El
didn't
Toro,
get it. They
El
dropped
Toro,
it.
the cameras are rolling.
They went a different direction.
I don't care. Don't tell him that.
I don't.
Ah! What do you mean?
Welcome back, everybody. Thank you so much to Aperture for being our show sponsor and for coming up here and talking a little bit about. Round of applause for Aperture. Thank you. Woo! That was weak, everybody. Come on now. So I just wanted to take a few moments of the show, and this is something we haven't typically done here in the past, but to talk a little bit about us and OHD and the way that we're going to kind of go in the future, some of the past, and really kind of just recap since last year's Gear Show. And there's been a lot of happenings that have happened here at OHD Studios. And one of the things that I was really kind of looking forward to was kind of just chatting a little bit about where our Kentucky office is going and, kind of what has happened since the beginning here. So with me is the founder, president, and full owner of OHD Studios, Scott Handel. And as well as our Kentucky branch manager, Brad Puckett. Man, that's a hard crowd. We got a little bit of woo. If you missed it before, I'm David Jeffries. I am presently the chief nerd here at OHD Studios. Yeah. Okay, there we go. That was weak. Do better, OHD. All right. Thank you. One of the really cool things that we've seen this year is the number of new people that have attended Gear Show. This is our 6th year doing this, and shout out to all the new people that have kind of made it out here. We super appreciate the opportunity for you guys to come out, check out the equipment, check out who we are, talk a little bit about, what's going on in the industry, and, what the current trends are. So thank you so much for being out here. Woo-hoo. All right. So, I wanted to start this off with, because we have so many new faces, a little bit about the background of what OHD was and what it is today and how we got here. So, Scott, I think this is you.
Well, let me tell you a story. Once upon a time.
Buckle up.
Yeah. So, anyway, before I get started with the long kind of story, I just checked my phone. I just checked the Eventbrite piece, and I'm so happy because it happened like a Christmas present. We have registered 450 folks to this event today.
Sound effects, fantastic.
Wow, that was my belly after I ate the Cane's chicken. So I know I was looking around earlier about 2 o'clock, and I really thought we should hide all of the heavy things and the sharp knives because I think there was going to be a riot if food didn't appear quickly. So thanks to Max Grow and the team for getting some food out to us. David Jeffers, do you know who our food sponsor was this year?
Crafty and Beverages came from Midwest Photo Exchange. You can find them back just outside the kitchen in Studio A.
Wow, they're right by the kitchen. How conveniently located. So as you're eating some chicken, feel free to go over there with your greasy hands and touch any of the lenses that you'd like.
They really like that.
Preferably on the front element or the back element. Those would be the
Big
best places to
fingerprint.
touch this. Also, the image sensor on the camera.
Oh, yeah.
Take the
they really
lens
like it
off,
if you take the lens off and
put
just
slather
rub.
some of that Cane's grease right up there.
There's some dirt out back too if you'd like to.
Oh, fantastic.
Yeah, fantastic.
And then, once those lenses aren't any good, feel free to come over and rent our lenses as long as you have an insurance cert.
You can find that with T.A. Swain Insurance, a sponsor of the show.
Ah, convenience. Wow, it's like we planned this, only we didn't. Oh, look, it says we are allowed to banter. That was the bantering part.
That's the bantering part.
Fantastic.
It's not very good, but it
All
is.
right. So also want to say shout out really to the OHD team, the entire team, for putting this show together. Holy crap. I'd like you to know that I had absolutely nothing to do with it this year, David.
Don't remind me.
Yes. So I'd like to thank David and the rest of the crew for really putting on an awesome show, and the vendors for coming out and supporting this show, and you guys for 450 of you, and then like 5 or 6 of you that snuck in the back door and didn't register, which you could go online
know
now
who
and
you are.
register just so we got the statistics and the data so we can get more vendors next year. But you're welcome too. We appreciate everybody that showed up and ate some chicken and visited the vendors and talked to us a little bit. So it's very humbling. So anyway, the story of the business. So, good Lord, it's been almost 30 years for me. So back
A
in
long time ago.
long time ago. So I'd moved back to Ohio probably in like 1995, 96. And became a freelancer, started freelancing, doing literally anything and everything like somebody would hire me to do, even audio. I know. A lot of you would never go there, but I actually went there. I did audio, did
There's
freelance
one on
audio.
every crowd.
Yes. But it's okay. I'll admit it. I did some audio. And then at some point I started deciding that I wanted to amass a little bit of a gear. Because, we're all gear nerds, and we're like, oh my God, if I only owned this camera, then my life would be perfect. That's a lie. You have to own this camera, then this
Says the
camera,
guy
then
with
this,
the
then this
inventory.
matte box, and then this robot, and then this wall, and then it's like Steve Martin and the Jerk.
It's okay, I want another robot.
If I only had this thing. So freelancing is very important to me, and it continues to be very important to me. And a lot of you in this room and watching the live stream are freelancers, and that community is the community that keeps us together. So it empowers everything we do. It empowers our rentals. It empowers the crews we put together. And I'm so grateful for all of the freelancers that are a part of our community that really help us build this business. And last year, even though it was a tough year, and it really was a hard year on all of us. I mean, our business took a hit, and we were still able to spend over $400,000 with freelance labor last year. So I'm super proud of that, and I'm also super proud of the fact that I think we get everybody paid pretty quickly. And I know for me that was sustaining in my career, and if I didn't have certain clients that I could depend on to pay me, I'd certainly be doing something else right now. So back in the old days, I started mostly doing E&G stuff, electronic news gathering, as it was called. A lot of it with a big old Sony Betacam, shooting tape,
and eventually, kind of bought a camera. At some point in the game, I decided, oh, I should move over from this E&G stuff to this film stuff because like this Red One came out. And I was like, it was only a $17,000 camera, which I now refer to it as the most expensive $17,000 camera I ever bought. So about $150,000 later, I had enough accoutrement to run that camera. And I was talking to Steve Jones earlier, and I remember him and Wayne Sells coming over into my garage, and we're all like trying to put this thing together and try to figure out, where's the power button and all those kind of things. So we got past the Red One. We continued to buy cameras. I met folks like Casey and David and Ryan Laverne, who's in the building, and they all helped form this little thing, which at the time we were calling Ohio HD, which has evolved to OHD. And
big change.
Big change. We could no longer afford those other letters. It's like we couldn't afford a vowel.
23 was hard.
Can I buy a vowel? No. So we had to turn out in the one of the O's and the I, and we made the turn. It's all about pivoting. And about 10 years ago, we bought this building. Yep. Made the transition. Started operating the studio kind of thing. We got that up and going. We got the robots going. COVID came in, shut us down for a minute. But even during that time, we were trying to find ways to build a sense of community. And so we put together multiple webcasts and things like that to try to talk about how to get through COVID, how to navigate PPP loans, how to use best practices and safety kind of things for stylists, for audio, for any number of things. So we've always tried to keep focused on the community and how we can move the community forward, no matter what piece of this business we're going through. And right now, we're going through, another pivot point. I think a lot of us in this room have not had the best business result over the last year. And, I think events like this, and I've talked to a lot of you that, we just had a conversation a little while ago. This is hopefully bringing folks together to collaborate and share ideas and maybe form new partnerships, maybe form new ways of working together and finding new ways to make money in a difficult economy where we're facing AI challenges and all kinds of things.
I think that's a really important thing too, the community aspect and the idea that there's a lot of work, as we often say, there's a million ways to make a million. And one of the things that I've had a lot of conversations with about today is the idea of all boats rise, right? So it's not because you get the work, I don't get the work. The idea is if we can get more work here, more work in the Kentucky market, more work in the Midwest in general, we can start to see all of that production level rise, all of that income rise, and hopefully make this an even more sustainable place to work and live.
Yay, let's applause for that, right? Let's all work together and make a little bit of money in communities that we want to live in. Like, we don't have to move to New York, we don't have to move to LA. No shade on you guys that came in from New York or LA. We love you guys. But, some of us don't want to do that. Like, Elvis doesn't want to raise Juliet. Juliet, how you doing? You doing all right? Yeah, Elvis doesn't want to raise Juliet in New York, right? So she wants to enjoy her days here in Ohio and
the lovely weather here that we have here, where it's snowing one day and hot the next.
I'll be on a plane to Florida tomorrow. But anyway.
Shocking.
Yes. So a couple years ago, we expanded down to Kentucky, which adds Brad into the equation, as well as Jonathan and Kiara and Matt, who are all kind of hanging out with us from the Kentucky office. Hopefully you've had a chance to say hey to those guys. They're doing an awesome job. They're right there in the back, and then Brad's over here. And then Jonathan, a little disappointed he didn't. No, actually, Jonathan had a client that really wanted to do a prep today. And we have decided, obviously we're committed to this, and we wanted we customers first. And so Jonathan's down in Kentucky working with a client doing a prep and taking care of him in every way possible. So that makes us proud too. So that's absolutely awesome. Last couple years have been difficult for me because, as many of you know, my wife Michelle has had a bit of a cancer journey. Which has really been quite the roller coaster. As many of you have asked, and I've filled in many of you today, we're in a good place with that right now. So I thank you for all of you for caring, for praying, for thinking, for sending the vibes, for all of the things. we're in a good place with that right now, and part of that, is because David and the whole crew here at OHD really gave me and Michelle the time to go figure out what we needed to do and manage that part of our lives, knowing that the business and the clients and everybody that we dealt with in this community were going to be taken care of in a loving and respectful way.
I'm very glad for Michelle. I want to interrupt, though, that same mentality of being able to create space is a cultural thing here. I think it's one of the things that our staff does really well, whether they want to acknowledge it or not. But when we see someone that's really in a struggle moment, whether that's a customer of ours, a staff member of ours, like every single time it's always been rise to the occasion. Whether that's, one of us has COVID and someone's going to run milk over to the front door back during the COVID days, or whether that's we have a freelancer that unfortunately had something stolen and we can provide some equipment so that they can get through the job. Those are important things to us and the things that we do. And I think that sometimes gets overlooked in the business side of what we do. So.
For sure. I mean, like if storm comes up, we've got generators. Like if you're in, if you're in a place, I mean, again, that's part of the
it's part of the relationship.
We have conversations all the time. Like anybody can rent you the widgets. Like the stuff is the stuff, and you can get it cheaper someplace else. You can get it shipped to your house. You can there's all kinds of stuff. But hopefully you find more than a widget. When you kind of interact with what we've got going on here. So. Anyway, so again, that really brings us up to kind of current times. Brad and Jonathan are running our Kentucky office, doing a great job, and we're continuing to kind of struggle through with a lot of you as we navigate this economy. And somebody said, the headline of today is, it looks like it might be getting better.
Yeah, I think that's a huge point. The same conversations I've been having today is it really does feel like the tide is coming back in and it's time to start getting back to work. And as we do that, I think it's really important that we continue to think about that community thing, less of a scarcity mentality and more of an idea of how can we all support each other to make this not just like OHD, but this industry between the Ohio and the Kentucky region and the surrounding areas really be a successful thing. So, I guess at this point, maybe I'll just kick it over to Brad. Can you talk a little bit about what you're seeing in another marketplace? Like, are you seeing the same slowdowns? Obviously Kentucky has a much bigger movie industry than we have in Columbus, Ohio.
Right.
What are you seeing over there?
It's Louisville is, first of all, it's Louisville, not Louisville. Louisville maybe, but
you got to kind of swallow those.
You have to drink like a lot of bourbon and
yeah.
You really kind of enunciate it out, because I was just say it fast. Louisville.
It's interesting because when we were doing these rehearsals yesterday, Vince was filling in for you, and the only thing he ever said was bourbon. So
that works too.
You track.
That works too.
You're right on par
bourbon.
for this. Well done, Vince.
Yes. But anyhow, Louisville is a very interesting market. It's in a lot of ways it's similar to Columbus. It's very commercial. Historically, we have the bourbon industry. We have lots of healthcare, lots of agencies down there. And in the recent years, we have, as many of you probably know, have a great state film tax incentive program. It came in 2015, I believe, the first go round. It kind of got kneecapped around 2017, 2018, and it came back in a strong way in the past couple of years. And the film scene is definitely picking up. Bigger and bigger stuff's coming in. Last year we saw good traction in OHD, the branch down there, with servicing those productions, until the strikes happened and everything. But I think one of the unique things that we offer now is, not just transplanting this that serves heavily corporate commercial freelancer market, but also tapping in and how can we be a good resource to independent films or studio films even coming in, other scripted, non-scripted narrative things as well. And one of the cool things about the Louisville studio is it's very similar in footprint to what is here. We do have, like a separate big office suite that we kind of earmark to films and television productions for short-term rentals for production office spaces. And we have found that serving them in that way, giving them a place, those productions to land and to set up shop for the month or two or three that they're here, we might not be their main rental house. Sometimes, those productions are bringing in.
And you know, and I
gear.
think that that's really a good stepping point just for a quick second, though, where it continues to go back to something that we've always done, which is the OHD cafeteria style. You can come in and you can get the whole platter, or you can just get a little bit of the chicken
Right.
and a little
Right.
bit of the coleslaw, and
Oh,
be sure to
the
go back to
chicken.
the
I'm
chicken.
sorry.
Yeah,
I was just-
the chicken
Potato-
in the back.
potato
But-
salad.
But I think that's really important, right? So even though we're not necessarily the rental house of record on that, that's not an issue for us.
Correct. But what we can be is, you know, if they're there physically in the space, we become the easy button for them. And
Yeah,
that's
for
that's
sure.
a big thing for us as well, right? Is just always be the easy button. And we have found that, you know, with those productions that come in, you know, they need something now. They're physically in the same building as a rental house. We can provide that, and it's not having to come from another city or market. So
You know, and I think that's also though important, where it's like a lot of times people think that because we have 2 locations, we have a limited inventory, and we do really try to make an active effort to make our entire
Oh,
inventory
absolutely.
available in both locations or any location that we're servicing.
Yeah, absolutely. And if any of you out there one day have a production that's happening in that Louisville area, you have full access to OHD as a whole.
We'd like a little bit of heads up.
Right, a
but
little bit
in
of heads
general-
up. Anything but the wall we can have down in Louisville. The wall isn't
if the
very
price is right,
travel.
I'll move the wall.
Well, and honestly, like, yeah, so the wall becomes an interesting thing because, like, again, like one of the things we've dealt with the wall is you know, we've located that in Studio B, and through some learnings, we've realized that we are not going to move that wall from Studio B for the most part unless something, you know, kind of major happens. And so, you know, one of the challenges that we deal with is you can't, you know, drive a car into that room, you can't do some things. But as we've developed other, you know, partners in the LED space, we do have a number of partners that we have that have LED walls that we can, you know, again, we could rent, we could, you know, sub-rent, build those in this area, and then we take all of our technology, all of the back end of that, with the Unreal Engine integrations, with the motion tracking, with all of those things, and all of that information that we've gained, and we just plug that into somebody else's wall. So really, the wall becomes the more modular part of it, and you know, and we've got a good guy right there, Mr. Tate Baltzy. You know, like he's selling some walls in this market. You know, and then there are other options for
Yeah,
this.
you know, I often describe this as, you know, it's 2 old technologies slammed together to create a new technology, right? LED's walls have been around for ages, and Unreal Engine has been around for ages. Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, think about that. Every concert you've been to in the last 10 years, they probably have an LED wall.
Probably, but 10 years, that's not ages, like, you know.
Okay, well, in the grand scheme of technology, when cameras turn over in 9 months,
Yeah.
that seems like
No,
ages.
It's been ages.
So,
but no, and that's the other conversation I've been having a whole lot with a whole lot of folks is that the individual technologies are great, right? It's great to have this camera and this wall and this robot. But again, like one of the coolest things that are going on, you know, with the robot display out there is all of the little, you know, kind of gags that performance rigs.
performing rigs.
Performing rigs. I'm sorry, we've had
We
that,
keep
that
boogering
conversation.
that up. It's
Yeah.
performing rigs.
Performing
They're great
rigs.
guys. They have some great stuff. Go check it out. It's by the robot.
Really neat.
Yeah, but again, like that adds a whole nother level of interest to what the robot can do, and then the high-speed camera adds a whole nother level of interest to what the robot can do. So it's when you have these technologies and then you can layer them on top of each other, and that's where this whole solution side comes in, where we take the time to R&D some of these technologies. Our guys spend the time to kind of figure things out. We love to problem solve. We love to take these.
We're a
kind
bunch of nerds. I mean, really, that's what it is, right?
How do we, people come to us and say, how do we do this? And that's where our guys really go to work and say, I don't know, how do we do this? How should we do this? And what can we do to make it cooler? And then we start building on each other's ideas, and then hopefully we come up with something that's really impactful for our clients and for our clients' clients, and that's an interesting piece of content for somebody to watch and hopefully drive brand interest and create some money for the end client.
That's a long way of saying we do cafeteria style of things in Kentucky. So I'll kick it back over to Brad. What else are you seeing down there? Obviously, there's the film side of it, and those learnings that you're getting is great because it can be a transplant back up to what we do up here.
Right. I think one of the things I appreciated when OHD came into Louisville as a new market for you all is a number of things, but historically, Louisville is a very owner-operator heavy market because we haven't had the presence or the infrastructure of rental houses, right? We have historically had G&E rental houses that have served, but largely even those are owner-operator based, not very large, footprints, but and they've been great. We've never had a full-fledged camera rental house, and much less any of these other technologies that OHD brings to the table. And so being able to open that up is great. It's a bit of a slower change in mindset, I think, and that's one of the challenges that we have is really, and I'm an owner-operator myself, is changing
I would argue that most people in the room probably own or operate.
Oh, correct.
something,
Yeah.
I'm sitting here thinking about all the cameras I got sitting on my shelf at home.
Absolutely. But, not really having easy access or quick access to any other option other than, I have these shoots or I want these kind of jobs. I need to go out and buy that gear, which
Yeah, and
start
been
your
a
own
sea-
rental company.
No, and that's been a sea change. I mean, again, like I was an owner operator. I mean, that and at the point when I was an owner operator, much like what was going on in Kentucky, before we got there, there was again, there were a couple guys that had some gear. Greg Sabo
Right.
had some gear, Danny Wallenberg had some gear. Really wasn't anything on the camera side, and and again, like the way I was doing it wasn't intentional at all. It was kind of a little bit of lots of happy accidents that kind of got us here. But now there is a landscape here where there's actually not just one rental house, but a couple of rental houses and lots of options.
Yeah.
And that really opens things up, creatively for the owner operators, because I think the owner operator, I wanted to own and operate my own camera because I knew if I owned a camera, I would know I could use it anytime I wanted. I could play with all the buttons whenever I wanted. I could work out all the menu stuff without a client looking over my shoulder, and I could deliver for my client better. And so that was important to me. And so again, like as we operate a rental house, and hopefully what differentiates us from a box house or a lens rentals or something like that is the ability, we really want you, both in Kentucky and in Columbus, to come and talk with Jonathan down in Kentucky and talk with Alex here in Columbus or Jeff or Robbie or whoever you make that relationship with, and get in here and get to know, play with the buttons, get to know the gear, because the more you get to know the gear, the more you can deliver for your clients, the more you can be confident with that gear, and the more you can create budgets that aren't just about the gear you own, So you're going to bid on this, $5,000 job over and over and over again. Well, wouldn't it be cool to do a $30,000 job or a $60,000 job, And hopefully, with the infrastructure we create here, you can go off and confidently bid a job that is a higher dollar value that you can take home some more money, and use some cooler tools and again, innovate your game, because we all got into this to do cool stuff. Like we didn't get into it to shoot the same boring headshot 400 times, although we've done a lot of it. We want to do that cool thing. We want to get that project that's like, oh my God, this really stretches me. This really challenges me. I'm going to go for this new thing and use this new tool. And I mean, and that's what's going to drive us forward in an environment where AI is making all the mundane stuff easy. Like, let's use our creativity and let's use our brains to try to create some authentic content that has some real value and some real lift. And try to think about how to use these tools to do that.
Yeah, I think that's an excellent point. We definitely want to see you out and in our facilities. We want to put the new technology. It also goes back to the idea of like we have vendors. There's like 17, 18, 19 vendors around the building right now, and they all have cool stuff. We want to hear the stuff that you want to integrate into our rental house. We want to be able to know what's the thing that excites you. Is it a new light, or is it a new lens, or is it something? Because that feedback is the thing that's going to end up driving. It's a two-way street, right? It always goes back to the relationship. We don't want to buy the stuff that's going to sit on the shelf. That's not good for anybody. We'd rather buy the stuff that's off the shelf, making you guys look good in the competition of what ends up being the entirety of at this point, the world, right? I mean, that sounds kind of silly, but like that's the competition sake of this. Whether it's Fiverr that you're paying a guy on the other side of the globe to cut something, or it's the guy next door that's shooting something with you. Our global landscape is global at this point, and you have the opportunity right now to have the tool set that is just as rival as any of the major markets right here in Columbus, Ohio, or Louisville, Kentucky.
Shoot.
Okay. Woo. There's off.
Hey, remember the other talking point? We were going to talk about the dolly.
Yeah.
And I'm super proud of this because we finally got a Chapman dolly in our inventory this year, and I have been working on this since 2019, since before COVID. I've sent basically Chapman shut down rentals, long-term rentals on their dollies prior to COVID, and then did not open them in COVID. And I sent them an email literally every GD month for 5 years until the strikes happened. And then I got a little more aggressive, and I'm like, are those dollies really doing anything? Maybe we could have, and so we opened up that can of worms, and so we now have one Chapman dolly where it has been so popular in Kentucky specifically.
It stays out. Like it stays
Yeah,
gone.
it makes me a little sad because I like having it here, and I have to keep sending it back down to Kentucky.
And now that we have a relationship with Chapman, they've actually opened up the door, and we actually have a second dolly on hold with Chapman.
And sometime in the next 9 to 12 months, we might see that.
We might see it.
Maybe.
So it could be a Christmas present.
Chapman, if you're watching. Yeah.
Yeah. So anyway, any of our LA friends that want to go and knock on Chapman's door on our behalf when they get back into town, feel free. It'll be great.
So, but that being said, obviously 2023 was a tough one. I think in general the feeling is that the tide is rising, and I'm really excited to see kind of where it's going and what the next generation of filmmakers are going to bring up, of people that making our commercial stuff are going to bring up. So I guess maybe just a quick while we're kind of chatting here, what are some of the things that you're seeing trend-wise that might be really interesting in what we're doing? Where do you, for example, all right, in my perfect world, I'd love to see us get another robot. But what kinds of things are you that are going to drive the business are you guys interested in?
Other than a second dolly?
Yeah, sure.
For Louisville, robot, yes. I want to move the robot more in Louisville. So much product, so much commercial opportunities down there. And with how do you say the performing rigs, fascinating, and love those solutions. Coupling that with the robot, opens up so many opportunities, and it's getting those examples in front of those companies, and I think it would blow up in our market.
Yeah, I think one of the things that Scott, you and I were talking about was the training opportunities that have happened in Kentucky, and I know that's a really strong point for you is being able to offer that as a community base.
Sure, I mean obviously what we do with mentorship, the next generation, the reason we put on events like this, education, has always been a big thing with you.
Huge.
Always been a big thing with me. We have so many relationships with the colleges right now, and there are 3 or 4 decent-sized college groups that have been through here today. Our internship program is stronger and stronger than ever. Our candidates for that are really great. We take somewhere between 10 and 12 interns over the summer. We do a workshop program, and it's one of the things I'm most proud of what we're doing at this point. So. On the technology side, for me, honestly, the being an old E&G guy, not really focusing on old, but being an E&G guy, seeing what Fujinon has done.
Yeah, dude, that if you haven't checked that lens out over there, you should. It's
everything.
It's pretty interesting.
Yeah. So what is 23 to 300?
20. I thought it was 28 to 300, but I can't.
All right,
20 something.
20 something.
So it's very interesting.
It's a lovely lens, but
it's always one of the big issues that we have, right? It's especially on the cine side of it, getting that throw is just really hard.
And then it's got a built-in doubler, so I think it'll go out to 450.
Yeah, that's
it's
super
not, well,
nice.
it's 1.5,
1.5,
but
yeah.
it's absolutely cool.
A
And
built-in
again, to
extender.
package that with a Burano or to package that with an Alexa 35.
Yeah, for sure.
I mean, wow.
Especially in this marketplace that has a lot of commercial or docu or political work where we got to move quickly. I think that's a good one.
And it's at a price point. It's like $30K.
Yeah.
32 maybe.
Better on the rental price.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Absolutely would be
Yeah,
a
for
lovely,
sure.
lovely rental price. But I mean, but it's anyway. Fujinon.
Go
man,
check it out.
That's really, really nice work. So, and it's so exciting to see all these vendors.
Yeah.
I mean,
it's exciting to see the vendors and all the tech that's out there. Like, there's new stuff here, and it's really exciting to see innovation continuing, even though we've.
Well, and there's a couple of guys here that have actually innovated products on their own.
Yeah, for sure.
And brought them in the door, and are then sharing them with some
Yeah.
of the vendors here to
Had a
like
few of
figure out
those.
how to make that platform expand into a more national. Anyway, it's really cool. Yesterday when we were doing this, they were really concerned that we weren't going to be able
Yeah,
to fill
I know.
30
We already
minutes.
got the
And
hey, there was only 5 minutes left.
so
kinda
anyway,
thing.
obviously they have never.
So we don't have a whole lot of time though, but I do want to open it up real quick for some Q&A. Does anybody have any questions about anything that we've got going on?
I know everybody's
Yeah.
thinking.
Yeah, so it's a great question. The question was about, like, as competition's rising, can we get more freelancers in? We are always looking for freelancers, right? That's true across the board. We'd love to have a conversation with you. Get your contact info. And that's true whether you've had 0 days on set or you're a seasoned veteran. We want all of it because we try to fill in the production resource of, hey, I've got this thing, I've got this problem, and maybe it's a sound mixer, maybe it's a DP, maybe it's an AC, maybe it's a robot tech. We want to be able to fill those roles in, and maybe what we're doing, and this is just a good question because obviously it's not overly evident, is how we get your information. So there is this little spot on our website that kind of is the freelancer database, but we would love to find out more.
And so, actually, one of the cool things that Brad implemented in Kentucky is like he put up table tents on throughout the building in our Kentucky place, and I actually thought about you bringing some of those up with this group here today. Yeah. But they basically have a QR codes on the table tents throughout the building and says, hey, do you want to get added to our database? Scan the QR code, and it takes you right to a place where you can get added to our list. And it's definitely something we should, I don't know.
Yeah.
Run up the flagpole around here,
Yeah.
Jeffries.
I don't know,
I
it
don't
seems
have
like
any
a good
pole
idea.
around here, but
Yeah.
So
does
but no.
anybody really?
Yeah, I don't know. But yeah,
anything else? Does that answer? Does that? Yeah, perfect. Anybody else have something? Yeah.
Yeah.
So first, that's not really a question, but thank you, man.
Aw.
Dude, you paid my rent for a number of years. I raised a family on that stuff.
Yeah.
You're in the right place, my dude. You're in the right place. So
You-
first off, thank you, and work with him as much as possible, because these dudes are all about community, for sure.
All right. Well, thank you, Tate. Thank you, Tate. That was
That's very humbling.
Yeah.
Honest. No, it is, and that's the kind of stuff that we really do want to hear because honestly, it's sometimes hard to see. Going back to the competition thing, it's sometimes hard to see, through all of the forest that is the competition, and sometimes it's really easy to fall into doom and gloom. And I am really bad at it. Everybody knows it, but it's one of those things where it's like we are trying to do this for community. We are trying to build it. So I super appreciate that, Tate.
Yeah, man, and again, like from a freelance background myself, I'm like I had those months, man, where like you call those guys at whatever the house is, back in the days it was SOS and Mills James and Lion and those guys were really good. I mean, like the different coordinators that would put together shoots were they did the best they could to kind of spread that work out amongst the working freelancers that were qualified for those jobs. And so Elvis Funes right now I was doing a lot of the crewing prior to this. As I step back, Elvis has taken a whole lot of that duty on, and we were having that conversation a couple nights ago where he really does feel that responsibility, to spread that work out, and because he knows he's putting food on people's tables, and that's what it is for us, and we want to make sure that we're intentional and we're equal about how as we can, trying to make that happen.
Yeah. So at this point, I'm sure there's probably some other questions and things that want to happen. I do want to be respectful of Aries' time that they're coming up next. So I do want to wrap this up. By all means, the three of us are available. We'll be around the show. I'd love to have one-on-one conversations with you, whether that's here at the show or going forward in the future. Any of the three of us would be more than happy to chat with you.
So email addresses are really easy. I mean,
Email's great.
Like
Very easy.
it's basically all of our first names, and luckily they're all like under 5
5
letters.
to 6 letters, maybe
So
most.
yeah, so Brad, David, and Scott at OHDstudios.com, and of course we'll be around here all day long, and I continue to try to do my best to try to get around the room to try to talk to as many folks as possible, and I appreciate all the grace that everybody gives me when I go. I'm going to push back now and try to get to the next guy because it's
hard.
It's hard. It's like we want to talk to everybody at the party.
Yeah. So I just want to thank everybody again for listening to us. I know it's probably not the most exciting thing to listen to today, but we are really, really excited to see where 2024 continues to go. It already feels like there's a ton of energy, and I just really can't wait to see where the rest of the year pops off to. So earlier today, we gave a little rundown of how we're putting stuff together, but I think actually Ari has a little video that we're kind of going to show instead. So as we show that video, we're going to go ahead and give a warm welcome to Ari to come up here to the Ari main stage to show off some of the most recent releases and some of the things that I'm really excited for, everything from the Alexa 35 to the SkyPanel X. So we'll see them up here shortly.
All right.
It's a punchy native hard light with a long throw.
And also powerful native soft light with beautiful colour and smooth low-end dimming.
It's flexible because it's modular.
And it checks all the boxes for advanced programming.
Plus, it's completely weatherproof.
As you can see, there's so many things to discover. The development of this fixture was guided by the wishes of DPs, gaffers, rentals, console programmers, and independent filmmakers. And so, we thought that they should be the ones introducing the new SkyPanel X to you.
Hello, my name's Harlem. I've been using Sky Panels avidly for the last couple of years. So when Ari rang me up and asked me to have a look at their new light, I jumped at the chance. I want to show you what this can do. First of all, it's built incredibly sturdy and incredibly robust. The front of the lamp has a glass cover to protect the LED diodes from any nasty knocks, bumps, rain, wind, anything. Because of that, and because of the intensity of the actual lamp, you can use it as an amazing bounce. It can also be turned into a beautiful key light with the X21 dome, which comes standard with the light. With the effortlessly toolless process of snapping it on. What else this light can do is the colour spectrum, which is down to a 6-colour engine, can go from 1,500 Kelvin all the way up to 20,000 Kelvin, which is double that of the S60. If you have existing products with the S60s, they have produced an adapter so you can use all the existing products with this new lamp. And you can add all the old accessories available for the S60 into it. And that is not all it can do.
Hi, my name's James Friend. I'm a cinematographer, and I'm very proud to say about 3 months ago, Ari invited me to test their new SkyPanel X, which is part of the new SkyPanel family, which is a pretty game-changing lamp as far as I'm concerned. You know, I've been using SkyPanels for years, ever since they've been released, and it really did open up creatively and technically. You kind of re-engineer the way I approached lighting on stage and on location. This one is truly spectacular, not only because it's IP rated, but also the major bonuses for me for this lamp is one of the accessories called the Hyperoptic. And it consists of 72 individual lenses which can fit natively on the rectangular source. And what it does is it gives you an extremely high performance, high output focal sphere. And to demonstrate it properly, we're going to go outside. So you can see here that it's taking a rectangular unit, but it's projecting a circular beam, like a spotlight, essentially, which is absolutely mind-boggling and absolutely fantastic. You know, I can bounce it off of a butterfly for a softer effect, even though you're essentially turning it into a hard unit. I can now use this on night exteriors and know that if the unit gets wet, that it can still live in a cherry picker or rigged on a backlot. It really is just a fantastic lamp because it enables me to have the same sort of number of lamps, but more control, and it gives me a lot more creativity and a lot more sort of technical freedom on set. So if you actually want to feather the shadows a little bit, you can add another attachment here. With this attachment, you can add a light diffusion. And because it's rigid and it's not gel, it's silent, so it keeps our sound department friends very happy. And it's robust. It's brilliant. I just can't wait to use it on my next show, to be perfectly honest.
Hi, I'm Lisa. I'm a Germany-based gaffer, and up until now you've seen the X21. But with the SkyPanel X, ARRI is launching 2 more products, the X22 and the X23. And I'm going to show you right now. Put on the handle. The cool thing about this is we have here the quick release mounting system. So one person can mount any of that 3. We are going for the X23 right now. As you probably guessed, because I have 3 lamps here. And the last one. We have here the data daisy chain connectors, and on the other side on the back is the power supply. They connect as well, so it's a daisy chain. I'm going to quickly connect the lamps. You can choose any of the 2 here. And the last one. So now Ethernet is connected. I'm going to go for the power supply and connect it also. And the cool thing about this is you only need 1 power mains cable to achieve a very, very impressive output. What is important to know, you need only 1 yoke. A good thing to know also is that you need only 1 control panel. So I can remove these 2. This is 100%. It's really a huge output, and I'm just going to reduce it a little bit so we are not blinded to, like, I don't know, 24. You can actually swap the optics. We now have 3 domes, and I'm going to swap 1. With a hyper optic. So you can put all hyper optics or 2 domes in 1 hyper optic or whatever. It's very modular. It's like a very new way of lighting. It can be a very hard lamp, a semi-soft lamp, or a very soft lamp. So Chimera is actually creating a huge softbox for the X23. So if you want it to be a very soft light, it can also be that. You could light a whole movie only with SkyPanel X's. They are communicating so well with each other. You have no hue differences. The swapping is very easily, very fastly done. So yeah, you could just take the SkyPanel X and be done with it. But let's stop here. Uwe had the chance to play around with it a bit, and let's see.
That's a new baby, huh?
Seems very strong.
And now let's see if we fight
Yeah, against this one.
This light.
Okay.
And let's check when the 4K takes over.
No, it's even stronger. It's more than the halfway.
Yeah, more than the halfway.
It's crazy.
Not bad.
Yeah, that's really not bad. I'm gonna show you something. That will be quite a surprise. It's the shape of the beam. It's roundish.
That looks really nice.
Get a round beam out of a rectangular fixture. And also the spill is quite cool.
All the accessory that is here, just to cut away the spill light here on the side.
This one, the accurate in front.
Ah.
Yeah, and I would say let's try another soft option.
One?
Okay.
Yes.
That is a S60 adapter, so you can use all the accessories that you had with the X60.
One daisy chain for me, please.
Daisy chain it. Punchy. What I really like about it is that the light performs really well as a soft light like now, and as we saw, as a hard light. And maybe you can combine it. I have a little idea. And so you have maybe a little, I don't know, it's like a kicker in the middle. The kicker in the eye. Just have little crisp light, but not hard shadows. You create some shadow, but not, you fill it up quite well over the surface. There might be a situation I use it. I know.
All right.
All right, so.
There's the frame.
Let's
build it.
Okay.
Now it's a party.
Did you felt in any way the 40?
The 4K is not making it. Reminds me a little bit on a Maxi Brute or something, huh?
Yeah.
On the
It's very
character.
strong. Push it up. Wow.
It's one beam, isn't it?
Crazy, unbelievable.
Let's shoot it outside. I want to see shooting outside.
There it is.
And you don't need a generator for it, because it's not a Dino.
Exactly.
So
I think the next step should be to take a bigger bounce, also with a lamp head from the cherry picker to a 12x12, for example.
And the flare is also nice in the camera, I guess. So maybe we try to have a softer night light or moonlight. So let's switch the frame
against the lamp head
of the light source.
Whoa.
All right.
Look at that.
So now we fill up the whole place.
Yeah.
You can walk around, have soft backlights everywhere. It's only possible with that small beam angle, because you don't lose light on the edges of the frame. I think there's no other fixture where you can create a light like this, because the optics are so exact.
Yeah. It's heavy.
Yeah.
Really.
And now I say you guys, good night.
So you see, it can be soft or hard because it's modular, and it's really easy to control.
There is more to explore, like the IP rating, or like the multiple rigging possibilities, and also the very special Alexa modes.
And we'll definitely do a tech talk on that one.
You can also learn more about the SkyPanel X digital twin for virtual production. All that information and more at ari.com/SkyPanelX. So, what do you think?
And that, ladies and gentlemen, that's the SkyPanel X. We have one in our booth over here, so stop by, check it out if you have any further questions. Thanks for your time. My colleague, Michael Best, is going to continue with some PCA camera accessory stuff. Thank you for your time. Bye.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Michael Best. I'm the product specialist for Pro Camera Accessories at ARRI. Prior to joining ARRI, I was a focus puller, so I know what it's like to be out in the field. I was focus pulling for 10 years and luckily landed at ARRI. So that's a little bit about me. I think oh, there it is. Here, right on the other side of the curtain, we have the Alexa 35. This is our latest camera. It's a 4K Super 35 sensor, and it's much more than that because it has 17 stops of latitude. As you can see here, shooting just with firelight on the beach, and that's the result. This is just timed very basically, and you can see in the shadow area there's a lot of detail, and it holds the highlights. So it's a beautiful, beautiful image. On top of the Alexa 35 is our new CCM1 monitor. The CCM is a partnership with Small HD. It's a beautiful monitor that allows you to also control the camera. So it provides a lot of functionality. In front of the camera is our signature zoom we have here. If those who don't know, signature primes and signature zooms are lenses made for digital cinematography. These are the first lenses we made and engineered that way. So in order to do that, we kind of had to clear the slate and rethink optics. So we started with our engineers wanted to make the mount bigger. So now we have, instead of PL mount, we have LPL mount. But you can always put a LPL to PL adapter. So you have more range of lenses you could use on this camera and on a mini LF, for example. In addition, this is key here, is they designed our optics to have a telecentric design, and this is critical for digital cinematography because the light ray needs to hit more or less perpendicularly to the pixel, so you have an electronic reaction happening. It avoids color fringing and other unwanted artifacts. This is more my forte, because since I was a focus puller, I love working with the accessories, all the little widgets that kind of maybe a small impact but make a big difference on set. So this is the High Five. This was built upon all the feedback that was provided by different focus pullers out there who used our products. So we knew we had to make it further, faster, and stronger. Faster is we have these all sorts of smart rings, T-stop smart rings, regular right-handed, reverse smart rings, and focus pulling for lefties as well. So when you put the smart ring on, the digital scale spreads to that ring. It's based on the close focus of the lens. With the T-stop is nice because usually you have a T-stop scale on the screen, but when you put the T-stop ring, it automatically flips to the knob. So I could demonstrate that for you with our gear on the other side if you're interested. What makes the High Five further is all the different radios we offer. We work in a highly trafficked wireless world that's sort of invisible. And to overcome that, we have a couple of frequency hopping radios that avoids interference. And the radio that has the longest antenna has the longest range, up to 1 kilometer line of sight. And it's also great for working outside a building or a room where maybe you're doing 360 shots. And all the crew members need to be outside. So this punch through big thick walls, this will go blocks away, and you won't lose any range. However, like I said, wireless signals are invisible, but we also have a frequency analyzer built into our Hi-5 that allows you to see all the traffic that's happening in your particular environment on that particular day. So it's easy to choose the channel, and off you go. Once you have a connectivity, then everything falls into play. The Hi-5 also offers Bluetooth technology to communicate with an ECS sync app because there are different user setups and plenty of lens files that you can share with different maybe B or C crew members that might day play. And you keep your own kind of library of lenses there. So it gives you a lot of flexibility. Even if you're renting this, you can save all your settings and your lenses to a thumb drive. So if you go to the next rental house or you're going to rent another Hi-5, you can upload your settings very easily and fast. In addition, this platform allows us to offer some camera control for Red and Sony cameras, as well as two other optional licenses, one for Focus Bug, which is a focus distance tool, and Cinefade, which is a very ND. I'll go into each of those a bit. The Cinefade, it's 3 tools in one. So if you're just working with the polarizer, you could have a motorized Pola. But once you introduce the other second polarizer, now you have a variable ND. So a good example, practical use of that, is if you're shooting down in a shadow area and then pan or tilt to an area that's brighter, has a brighter background, you can compensate maybe 1.5 stops, or whatever you need. Then the last tool is the Cinefade effect. Once you introduce variable ND, you can also compensate with the iris by keeping the exposure consistent, but by varying the depth of field. So in this example, Liam Neeson loses his job. It starts with deep depth of field, and then it gets much more shallow. So you feel kind of the world closing in on him is the kind of effect. But it's also good for commercials as well, for product shots. This is the whole Focus Bug system. Focus Bug really did a great job establishing this new product that is the next generation of the Cinetape or our UDM. So it works with sound waves. So with the horns, one horn will send a sound wave and bounce off an object, and the receiving horn, since sound is a consistent speed, it'll figure out the distance. The game changer is that these little bugs here can be placed on actors. The advantage of that is that that sends a sound wave directly from the actor. So the horns, since it's bidirectional, has a limit of around 40 feet. But the bug extends it to 80 feet. And the advantage of the bug also is if there's a fence or plenty of foreground action happening in front of the horns, it'll ignore that and just send the distance from the actor to the bug, to the horns. In addition, the benefit to the Focus Bug license is that now you have a digital tape measure. So if it's windy or if there's a lot of traffic on set and you don't want to clothesline people as they're working, moving around, you can easily just grab focus marks along the way, which then translate to vibration marks on the Hi-5 handset. So it's a little bit slicker way and low-key way of working on a busy set. This is a little feature that I like to make everyone aware of. It's very simple, but I think has big effect, is the tail slate mode. We always miss the end tail slates. So if you hold the record button down for 3 seconds, it goes into this mode. And usually you have, when you hear cut, you're automatically triggered to cut. But if you press the button, it'll still keep recording because you have to hold down the button for another 3 seconds for it to cut. So it's kind of a way to avoid missing the tail slate. This is so part of the whole part of the ecosystem, the Hi-5 ecosystem, is also to have a motor controller on the camera that accepts these new radios as well. So there's a small little box called the RIA, Radio Interface Adapter. So it accepts all the same 3 radios, but it also has a serial port in there for the focus bug or any distance measurer. And so in addition to that, here's an example of taking another L-bus device that doesn't have a radio built into it, tethering it to this device so it's a client, and now this can be attached to a monitor so you can just adjust iris if you want to. So there's ways of contracting the system or expanding it in a big way. The next product is the ZMU4. This is our zoom main unit that normally, as you zoom, you put it on a panhandle. You could use it in that traditional way. Or sometimes people want to wirelessly zoom at the monitor with the director. Maybe there's a timing or a pace issue that they want to collaborate on. It's easier for them to be together. Or you're working with a zoom that's more of a variable prime, and the DP wants to be in control of that. So this gives you many options of operating in different ways. On the back, you have 2 dedicated buttons on the bottom that are for speed, plus and minus, and 3 user buttons that are good for like a zoom zap. If you're at a really low speed and you need to, there's a mistake, so you have to start over. The zap allows you to override to full speed to get back to your first point. Also, you could set markers and limits in there. So, and other camera controls. These are all customizable buttons. However, which way you work, whatever's the most important to you, you have that flexibility. That's just what the screen looks like. Again, we have all this stuff over at our booth. So it shows your focal lengths, and also you can tether what's called the OCU1, Operator Control Unit. So not only can you have zoom, but you can also have iris control on there if you want to. Just want to promote that on our website, the ARRI channel, we have a lot of tech tips on all sorts of stuff here. A lot of people just don't know about this resource. It's getting better and better. This is our colleague Sean Dooley. He does an amazing job. He was the one in the lighting video spraying the Sky Panel X. Also, service@arri.com. Since we're a global company, there's support for you 24 hours a day, 6 days a week. Normally we don't work on the weekends, but because of the time zone changes, we can fit in 6 days. Also, what makes ARRI successful is getting the feedback from all you guys. If there's a different way of working that we can improve upon with our tools, we want to hear about it. We also like to hear stories about how people work on set, what you're working on, kind of cool camera builds, all that stuff. So if you're just interested in social media, you can scan that and share with us. And that's me. Thanks again to Ohio HD for putting on such a great event, bringing in your community. And I understand it was a lot of work getting this whole production setup. So thanks for putting it together, and thanks for having area out here for it. Thank you.
Probably. I think, yeah, you go. Jeff. So we're just coming right back from this, right?
Oh, is it in there? Oh, perfect.
I was like, oh, I don't think I do.
Okay. All right, cool.
The dongle?
The dongle. And dongling. You are on.
Welcome back, everybody. OHD Studios Gear Show 2024, well underway here. At this point, I want to bring up another one of our incredible vendors and gracious sponsors. This vendor brings performance, character, and legacy to their cine lenses. And I want to get Seth up here right now to tell you a little bit about who he's with and what they have for us here today. Thanks, Seth.
Thank you very much. All right. I want to first start by thanking OHD for having us here today. This is our first year exhibiting at the Gear Show. We're really excited to be here. Thank you to Scott. Thank you to David, the whole team. You've all been wonderful, and we really appreciate it. So we're going to get started here by talking about some cine lenses. I am Seth Emmons. I am a director of communications, and I work for this company right here. The company name is often confusing to people. People don't always know what it is, what it means. The logo looks familiar, but also looks a little bit off, so I wanted to start off by talking about who we are. Are we advancing the slide? There we go. Are we a Midwest jeans company, Leitz, transitioned from jeans into lenses? No, we are not. Are we the German word for lenses or lights? No, that word is Beleuchtung. I learned that for this presentation. I know no other German words, but that is not what it means either. Are we just a poor spelling of the word Leica? Well, kind of. Yes and no. We are definitely related to Leica. Our lenses have often been called in the past Leica lenses, although now they are called Leitz lenses. So the correct pronunciation of the company is Leitz.
Now I can't stop yawning.
And the reason that we have this name is because of this guy on the far left here. His name is Ernst Leitz, and over 150 years ago, he started a company that designed microscopes, super high-end microscopes, and he had the foresight to continue to grow that company and expand it. In 1910, there was a gentleman that joined him from another German lens company. I can give you a hint. It begins with a Z. He wanted to build a projector. He had an idea for a projector that wouldn't have judder, wouldn't rip the lenses, wouldn't have the fire hazards that silver nitrate film had at the time. His name was Emil Mochu. I'm going to poke myself in the eye. There we go. So he left Zeiss and came to what was called the Ernst Lights Company at the time to develop his movie projector. He brought his buddy, Oscar Barnack, who is a god in the world of Leica camera, because he was the first one to build a camera that wasn't a large wooden box camera. At the time, Leica was transitioning, well, the Ernst Lights Company was starting to explore the world of motion pictures. With Emil's projector, they then wanted to make a motion picture camera. So they started out with this aluminum box motion picture camera, the first of its kind. And at the time, there was really no way to know what the exposure of film was. It was super inconsistent. So Oscar developed a tool to, it's not gonna work if I point here. He developed a tool in 1912 to test motion picture film, and inadvertently invented the first personal picture camera. Now this camera, which is called the Leica, the first Leica, had a couple of innovations in it that are still with us today that most people don't realize. It was the first camera to use a cold shoe mount on the top for accessories, the same mount that is still in use today. It was the first camera to use what we consider the 24 by 36 frame of a film negative. And the way that he got to that was through motion pictures, because a motion picture frame at the time was 18 by 24. But he wanted to expose a larger area, so he turned that frame sideways, combined two of them, and came up with 24 by 36. And that's still the same full frame format that we use today. It was invented from motion pictures. And the third thing he invented was the daylight loadable cartridge of film. At that time, you still had to go into a dark room to put film into a camera. He invented the cartridge that we use for film. And the reason that we have 36 rolls of film is because of him. That was the standard that he set, just because it was the most he could fit into the camera. So in 1913, he builds the first working prototype of this camera. In 1914, his boss, Ernst Lights II, goes to New York and patents it in the US in addition to the patents they had in North America, or in Europe. And then something happened. There was this big fight in Europe and it slowed everything down. So skip forward, Germany loses. They're in a huge depression. The company that makes microscopes for, at this point, 60 years is about to go under. And they have one last ditch hope. They decide they're gonna try to take this camera and make it into a product. Huge fight at the board meeting, just a mess. And in the end, Ernst Lights II, who's the president of the company, says, "My decision is final. We will build it. We will take the risk." Imagine a German accent and a lot stronger voice. So a year later, they build the first working model. They take it to a fair. Photographers across the world hate it. The public loves it. Finally, something they can carry around and take photos with. Now, skip forward a little bit more into the history. Another not great era called the 1930s in Germany. As Hitler rises to power and things start to get really rough there, the Lights family starts to send their Jewish employees and their families, and then just other Jewish people they're connected with, out of the country. They reassign them to different sales regions across the world to get them out of Germany. They move hundreds of Jewish families out of Germany to safety. And this was dubbed the Leica Freedom Train. But this action was a secret until every family member had died. They wanted no recognition for it. They didn't want to be honored for it. So it was kept a secret until then. It has since come out, and posthumously, Ernst Lights II and his daughter have been awarded a lot of medals by the groups that, recognize the work that they've done. His daughter was arrested by the Gestapo in the 1940s for helping Jews escape to Switzerland and for helping forced laborers at their factory. Also, all of this was swept under the rug and kept quiet so the family wouldn't draw too much attention. So we're getting to the point where Lights and this business that we're in now begins. In the 1980s, the company was renamed. So up until then, it's called Ernst Lights. We're still talking about lights. But Leica, as a brand, was Lights Camera, so they rebranded the company to Leica. And in the 90s, the company was broken into 3 pieces and sold. Leica Camera, Leica Microsystems that still did microscopes and healthcare and stuff like that, and Leica Geosystems that does rangefinders and outdoor equipment. From there, it was all downhill. The digital revolution came. Leica as a brand did not follow suit. They believed that film was the way. Christopher Nolan would have loved them, but nobody else did, and the company was, again, in danger of going under. So in 2005, an investment company called ACM, led by Dr. Andreas Kaufmann, bought the company and decided that they were going to reinvigorate it. Imagine what it could be. They brought in, for the first time, the idea of digital technology against kicking and screaming employees who did not want it, but it saved the company. Last year, Leica had their most profitable year ever, and it was a good year. But that's not us. We are not Leica. ACM, Dr. Andreas Kaufmann, started a new company on the side, which he called originally CW Sonder Optic, because that just rolls off the tongue. And with the goal of developing cinema lenses, Leica branded cinema lenses. So in 2007, that project began. 3 years later, the very first lenses from that, the Summilux C lenses, were introduced into the market. 4 years later, the Summicron C lenses, which have been our most popular lenses for many, many years, came to the market. Now, shortly after that, there were some branding issues. We had to change things up. So the company that was called CW Sonder Optic took on the original name of the company, Ernst Lights, and rebranded in 2018. Skip forward a few more years, we've now introduced 7 lines of prime lenses, 1 line of zoom lenses. It's a lot of lenses, and it's a lot to keep track of. So the next part is we're gonna just top-level overview what all these lenses are about. And the way that we think about our products, the way we think about our lenses is in families. This is a family business that started over 150 years ago, and it still has some family to it. Now, if you look up lens family, you might come up with these folks. As everyone knows, there's Michael, Lucille, Job, Maybe, Elsie, and Summicron, who is obviously the Spitfire of the group. No, this is actually if you Google lens family, this will come up. They were in Baltic, Ohio in the late 1800s. He was a tinsmith and ran the post office out of his basement. They moved to Canton, and the trail goes cold after that, and I got back to working on my presentation. So what we really consider the families are these 3 here: performance, character, and legacy. Each of those is not just a title, it's really how we approach the design of our lenses. Performance is where we started. That's what the Summilux lenses were. If anyone here remembers shooting film before it was cool, there were about 4 different kinds of lenses you could use, all of which had a lot of drawbacks to them, and everybody wanted sharper, faster, smaller lenses. So the Summilux Cs were designed to be sharp, fast, and small. And then digital came, and nobody wanted that for now. But we still make them. We make the Summiluxes, and we made some others that follow this principle. They're designed for cinema from the beginning. Optical performance, edge to edge, is the primary thing. As bright as it is in the center, it's the same in the corner. Sharp as it is in the center, same in the corner. Fast apertures, minimal aberrations, no breathing, none of that stuff. That is the principle of the performance group. We have 2 primes and a set of zooms in that group. The legacy group comes from photography. So with our close relationship with our sister company, Leica Camera, we have used some of their optics in some of our products. So we've taken either whole cloth or we've adapted some of those. We embrace the aberrations that come with it, just as the industry has embraced vintage lenses and all the issues that come with those. Difference is that we have modern coatings because these are modern developed lensings. So you have some of that old character, some of the new character. And of course, better mechanics than most photo lenses. But that leaves a gap in the middle, the gap of character. And that's where we have the most fun, to be honest. These lenses are all designed for cinema from the ground up. They tend to exhibit a little more fall off to the edges, so they're not as flat. That gives them more of a dimensional feel to them. we embrace the flaring, but we still eschew the aberrations like breathing, chromatic aberrations, stuff like that. And this also makes them a little smaller, lighter, and budget friendly. So just gonna do a quick overview of what some of those are. In the performance category, we have the Summilux C, which is our day ones, our ride or dies. We have our Lights Primes, which are a full frame version of that, and Lights Zooms, which pair really nicely with all of those. In character, the Summicron Cs, which are pretty prolific, workhorse lenses that are out there shooting all the time. And the newer ones are the LC lenses. These are full frame. These have a little more character, a little more flaring. And then our legacy lenses, which are photo optics. The Thalia lenses come from Leica's medium format glass, so they have a huge image circle. They're beautiful portraiture lenses, mixed apertures all over the place, but they make some really beautiful images. And the M0.8 and the Hugo lenses all come from the same place, which is Leica's M rangefinder glass, the iconic glass that made Leica a photography powerhouse for so many years. So, quick breakdown of where these all fall here: performance, character, legacy, yada, yada, yada. Now we're looking at coverage. So Super 35, full frame, and 65 millimeter. Basically what we're trying to do is offer something that fits for everything. A little bit of variety, a little bit of options, and across the spectrum from Super 35 to full frame and above. Just a quick look at how they look. Summiluxes, Lights Primes, Light Zooms, we can all read that, I'm sure. Then there's the Summicron C, Summicron LC lenses, or Summicron C and the LC lenses. The LC lenses I have here, back at my stand in the Prep Bay area. The Hugo lenses I have here, back in the Prep Bay area. And the Zoom I have here as well. So if anyone wants to come and take a look at those, please feel free to. We'd be happy to have you back there. And I just want to say, it's really the end, but what I want to say on a personal note is, so I grew up in Ohio, just an hour north of here. If anyone's ever heard of Grandpa's Cheese Barn? Yeah. Yes. That's right off 71. So we, I went to LA, did my 20s and 30s and early 40s out there, and then came back. And I'm really excited to be at events like this, to see Ohio's film community coming together, to see events like this that show that it has a robust, strong community of people, and just happy to be a part of it now. Now I've moved back to Ashland, and I'm just happy to be among all of you. So I want to thank you all for your attention. Thank you for your time today. Thanks for coming out, and we'll see you later.
You thought I was gone? Really? You thought I was down on the lower rope? You thought they pounced on me from the top turnbuckle? You thought I was figure four leg locked into submission? I'm here, where I belong, at the top of the heap.
Well, we don't have to wait too long, because folks, at the back lot, it all goes down this Sunday, live on pay-per-view.
Stop.
At the OHD Rumble.
I deserve a shot at this. I broke my arm for this. I gotta.
Wow, that's pretty pathetic. Ladies and gentlemen, Robbie the Jobby just has limped in here, and well, I went through a table. But it's kind of how it goes here. We're really looking forward to, once again, the biggest event of the year, the WWOHD Rumble. Call your local cable provider to order it on pay-per-view. Tickets are still available. We have sold 5 already. It's going to be a packed house. The landscape and the power in the WWOHD could change forever this Sunday. See you then, folks.
guys, if you haven't seen the full spectrum of our Christmas card this year, I would suggest going to OHDholidays.com to check that out. Is that the only sound effect we have loaded? But yeah, OHDholidays.com to check out all those Christmas card videos. You guys, let's go to the movies. I'm here with these guys up here to talk a little bit more on the narrative creative side, and that's basically because I've been a movie guy my whole life. We weren't a sports family. I never played video games. It was movies. I was raised by George Romero and Indiana Jones himself. And I think whether you're actually shooting narrative film, if you're involved in this industry in some level, you guys are all movie people too. And I thought it might be nice to talk a little bit about the cinematic influences and influencers that maybe got us all into this business. And I want to hear a little bit about your guys' favorite movies. So I think while we go around and introduce ourselves, I want to know all your favorite movies. I want to know who you are, a little bit about what you do, but I want to know your guys' favorite movies, all right? But I'm kind of the opinion, everyone kind of has two. And I know I have one that I'm comfortable saying is my favorite movie, but sometimes it's like I can't list 30 movies and get into a long discussion. If you ask me my favorite movie, I'm just going to say Raising Arizona, you know? But I think there's also maybe another movie. So if you guys have maybe it could be a guilty pleasure movie. It could be the movie that made you want to make movies. Like Pulp Fiction made me want to make movies. It's not my favorite movie, but it'd be up there, you know? So why don't we go around? We're going to start over here. And just tell us who you are, about yourself, and hit me with some of those favorite movies.
Yeah, so my name's Corey Neighbors. I'm a freelance DP, AC, gaffer, whatever, gets me paid type of production person. And yeah, I've been in the industry, I don't know, coming up on about 10 years now. And favorite movies, that one's tough, but I feel like, and it's the one that I'll always say, is actually Brick. Nice. Yeah. Yeah. So, yeah. Thank you for the claps. That's right. It is. It's actually what got me into actual indie art house type of film when I was in high school. Watched a lot of movies, and that was kind of the first one that exposed me to this world of Hollywood type of movies, and so. That one, hands down, is my favorite movie, and I'll say it till the day I die, I feel like.
You know, I saw Brick in the theater at the Gateway, but I think it wasn't the Gateway then. I don't know what it was before that, but it was the premiere, and it came with a glossary because the dialogue in that film is almost like Shakespearean. It's this kind of West Coast slang, old school gumshoe dialect that it's not impossible to understand what's going on, but I do remember some of the terms from that glossary. I wish I still had it.
I actually have one now.
What?
Yeah.
I need to see it. We'll talk after.
Yeah. I got you.
Hey, I'm David Ball. I'm a freelance director, producer. Been in the industry 25 years now. June will be 25 years I've been doing this. Max, am I doing 2 movies?
If you have the two, you can do
I have
two.
several, but I'm going to do 2. I'm going to do 2. My all-time favorite movie is Mad Max 2, The Road Warrior. Okay? Absolute favorite movie. I saw it maybe when I was 8, 9, 10 years old. It, to me, felt like such an authentic thing. Unlike any other Hollywood movie, I just fell in love with it, and I still, when I see it now, I absolutely adore it. It's just, again, it's just such a captivating thing. And the other movie that I'll talk about that's a favorite of mine, I like not because what it is, but I like because what it tries to be, and that's Terry Gilliam's Baron Munchausen, which is just a beautiful movie. A movie I saw at 10 years old at Drexel Bexley. It was the first time I went to an independent movie theater, and it blew my mind. It was just a crazy, different, wild kind of movie. I remember I tried to explain it to friends back at school. I was like, it was like an X-Men comic, but it was a period movie, and Robin Williams was in it, and it was crazy. They threw asparagus spears, and there was all kinds of things, and it felt like a fever dream. It was such a beautiful, beautiful movie. So those are two that I saw around 10 years old and got me really motivated to make things. Just in general,
for
make
like
things.
two different reasons, though.
For two very different reasons. Absolutely, two very different movies. So yeah.
I got a boomerang. I was about the same age as the feral kid in Road Warrior, and I got a boomerang, and I threw it once, and it just went straight into the woods at Whetstone Park.
That's the last you saw it. Yeah.
Never watched Road Warrior again.
Nice, love it.
I'm Gabriel Karnick. I am a director and cinematographer. I've been working for 16 years. I work globally, or I'm sure everybody does. It's awesome. So a movie I think is perfect I think Godfather Part 2 is perfect. I do. I think that every scene gets in and out. There's no, the first one's great. The second one is perfect, especially with the lighting is audacious, and I love it. Imagine only putting on one light. Love Lies Bleeding just had that, where they had the audacity of only having 1 or 2 lights on in a room. I love that.
I haven't seen it yet.
Oh my God. Almost perfect. That's a fantastic film. But my second favorite film, I think Logan is perfect.
Which one?
Logan.
Oh, yeah. Logan surprised
Logan,
me, actually.
I mean, Prey is right below, but Logan is perfect. So.
We could talk about this all day. Let's continue.
Yeah.
Let's continue.
Hi, Michael Kaplan. I'm a lecturer in the Department of Theater, Film, and Media Arts at Ohio State. I teach narrative film production and theory and cinema editing theory and practice. And it's going to be a slight shift here because my favorite movie is Murnau's Sunrise from 1927. It's a remarkable film, just what it captures in terms of cinematography and the story, character development. It's really a perfect film for me. And second is Sullivan's Travels from 1941, Preston Sturges. Actually of a similar quality of story, but really embodies perfect screwball in every sense. And I got to say, it's interesting because I can say that The Zone of Interest for me is almost a perfect film, but it isn't something that I could go see over and over again, but it certainly ranks up there at this point. So.
Do you mind if I ask, just because with those older films, how do you first get exposed to a film from 1927? Were you just randomly watching Turner Classic or something? You know what I mean?
Well, that certainly is one way of going about it, but it's more about thinking in terms of what I might be using in my classes, and Murnau and his films help to establish certain ideas and concepts that I can push forward. And Sunrise just happens to be a film that is just captivating. And, in doing the research, you come across the film, somebody mentions it, you find that these are available on YouTube. You can see a lot of them there. So, it's just something you fall into. And it's, once you sort of stepped into it, it's difficult not to just keep going back. So it's really something.
I think it's so neat just with 4 or 5 people up here, the range of films that it just goes to show how many films are out there and how a certain film can kind of touch you specifically, can really reach you. And I guess that kind of leads us into the kind of first question I'd like to pose to you guys, because I had a film professor in Chicago that used to say we have to teach you all these rules so that you can kind of bend them a little if you want to or understand it. And so when it comes to people, using or emulating these influencers or understanding these influences, how does that how is that important to helping to shape your own creative style as a filmmaker or someone in this industry? Like, understanding those emulations to kind of help shape your own creativity. Does that make sense?
That's a deep question and hard to answer, I think. But I think that, again, for me, seeing the movies that I saw, those movies are my favorite movies because I saw them at the right age, and they fired me up to go make things, okay? I don't know that at that age I was looking at them to pull things from them, okay? But I knew that they excited me to the point that I wanted to make things myself, okay? I think that I've picked up stuff from movies that didn't work more so than movies that I think did work in terms of bringing stuff to my own work, okay?
Like maybe what not to do?
What not to do, absolutely. And you know, I think sometimes when you see a movie and things aren't working, I like that sometimes because I like to go like, what is not working here? If I were in the captain's chair, what would I do different with those? And I kind of feel like sometimes movies that are good or movies that are because Godfather 2 is a perfect movie. It's a perfect movie, you know what I mean? But sometimes movies like, you know, I was joking with you, I was going to bring up Leonard Part 6 is a movie that I was trying to think, what's the worst movie I could possibly think of? I don't know if anyone's seen Leonard Part 6, Bill Cosby, one of the worst movies ever. And it's so bad that you look at it and you go, adult humans made this movie? They made the choices to make this movie? And I think sometimes seeing bad movies is more influential on me than the ones that I really, really like. So
that's a good answer.
Yeah, I could comment on that. I think, you know, I agree. Some of these films, you know, entered my life at a time when, you know, I really wasn't thinking about filmmaking as a career. You know, I was 14 when Star Wars came out, and I like to think there was this perfect synchronicity between, you know, a young boy and a movie, and it really set the tone for, you know, a passion. And when Blood Simple was released in 1984, there was a shift in the way that films were produced. Suddenly, there was an independent approach that could be manifested realistically. That changed everything for the way that I looked at cinema at that point, dramatically.
Do you have a perspective, like from the education aspect, where you see all these young people that are new or learning and have all these influences, maybe being exposed to one that they weren't aware of, or you know, what kind of perspective does the educational field bring to that? You're seeing a lot of our young people, you know.
Yeah. Sometimes I feel like you have to kind of strip away a lot and then sort of start over in a way. I think that you know, a lot of my students have embraced some real fine filmmaking, well-crafted cinema, but where they don't do is step anywhere maybe beyond like 1970 or something like that, and it's just a void for them. And that's where everything developed. So, you know, I may tap into early silent cinema as a way for them to understand how things sort of developed. And I think what they lack is a perception, a clear perception that cinema grew very quickly and was transformative in a very short amount of time. And then all of a sudden we had this language that just continued right up to where we are today. So, you know, I think that I appreciate what the students bring to the table. I think they have a clear perception of what makes a film good. And, you know, sometimes we get into little scuffles about it, but that's fine. It's nice to hear what they have to say, certainly.
I think the thing I take away from influencers is like my attraction to film is always the audacity. Like film noir was audacious. I liked Love Lies Bleeding is one of the first movies I've seen in 10 years that I don't know where the story's going. It's the most, for working in film and like reading scripts constantly, I have no idea where that movie's going. I think like on Godfather Part 1, every single day they left the studio told them they were gonna shut down. The DP would tell his team, we don't know if we're filming tomorrow. We'll call you tomorrow. We'll find out. Every single day, the studio was like, this movie sucks. Nobody's going to like it. Everybody's going to hate it. Why is it so fucking dark? Like, they were so upset with how it looked and the story and how, like, they didn't give them any room to cut any way that Francis Ford Coppola didn't want it. And it won Best Picture. Like, movies that I love are well-told stories that are audacious. Like, Prey was originally going to be done in Comanche. Like, there are scripts, there are stories that are told that are, like, not only good, but like the whole concept of film noir going against cinema being a propaganda movement. Like everything, or anything by like Truffaut. Like great films are great, and also they don't, like Deadpool had a leak to get out. You know, like you have to have like, not only be a good storyteller, but also have the audacity to be like, well, this is how they want it, and this is how I want it, and I'm just annoying enough that I'm gonna do it this way, whether or not they shut me down. So I love movies like that just like survive, like make it through.
It definitely makes them stand out one way or the other,
Yeah.
and then when it's in a good way, makes them forever, like Godfather 2.
Well, but
like
yeah.
really, and 2, that was the, well, I mean the first, like, was that the first sequel better than the first one? It kind of had to have been, right?
Maybe.
Maybe not again till T2.
Right,
Maybe?
or Star Wars, yeah.
Or Star Wars,
Yeah.
I guess, depending on your opinion.
Or I guess Mad Max.
Not Mad Max, he's wrong. No, that's a good point. The audacity does make it stand out, and I think that some of the kind of there's like a braveness to filmmakers that are willing to do that, because at some point they're making it thinking, well, screw it, I don't care what they say, this is the vision I have, and when that resonates with people and stands out, it's a huge influence, I think.
Yeah, I think it's interesting, like, really it's all just choices. And that's like this really amazing thing, I think, that's, I don't know, unique in cinema. That, yes, it's like a director and a writer working together, but it is so many choices from like everyone on set, and what is being portrayed and what's going to be really on the screen. And I feel like when I was listening to Roger Deakins' podcast when he had Sam Mendes on, and he was talking about American Beauty, and that he didn't shy away one day when like Spielberg just like came to set to be kind of like watching him to see how it was going, because he was an EP on it and was just kind of coming in to see that, this is this guy's first feature. And he just does this like static one take of Kevin Spacey delivering a monologue, and then he's just like, all right, cool, let's like wrap, we're gonna go to the next sequence. And Spielberg challenges him a little bit, like, hey, you don't want to do any coverage of anything? And his response was like, no, I just want it to be like we're watching a painting. And it's like the choices that like these great filmmakers make are what we're going to be drawing from. So like looking into all of these like more in depth when we watch a movie that speaks to us, like trying to figure out why and what the choice was by the filmmaker. Like I think those are things that are like very it's unique that we get to live in a society now that we can like actually learn from these filmmakers, like because of things like the internet, where like there's so much that we can like
the
read about.
Masterclass series is awesome.
Yeah, and
very cool.
A podcast's being a thing. The fact
Well,
that
I remember when there was no commentary on movies, and watching commentaries on DVDs was a crazy new experience, right? Where did that? That's interesting that you bring up like new ways that things are presented that are actually kind of expanding that influence almost.
Interesting.
Yeah, that's cool.
Yep.
Robbie, what's the question after this? Go down one more. I'll get back to that one. Well, you skipped it. Basically, oh yeah. So how can love of film in general, or even like a specific movie, aid in your career? We kind of went over that though, right? It's paying attention to that audacity, the choices that are made, delving beyond just the normal, things of film, going deeper into like other influences you might not have seen, like beyond 1970. But I guess I want to open it up to the audience for some questions, but I have a personal question first. And what is a movie maybe that is universally loved that you guys don't care for? Because I hate
Kane.
the sound of music. Citizen Kane's boring.
Citizen Kane.
I like the
Best
rules. I
cinematography in the
respect
world.
it.
Hate that movie.
You're killing me here.
That's all right. It's boring to me. We had to watch it too much in film school, though.
It's like deep focus, yes. Beautifully built sets. Just like set up Dark Side of the Moon and play
Sure, I'm
Citizen
going to
Kane.
be okay.
Michael Kaplan's going to say, I think Logan is overrated.
It's fair.
No, that's a good answer. Anyone else? What's one that you don't like care?
Well, there's several. I don't usually keep secret about them. I disliked Oppenheimer intensely. I didn't think it was a very good movie at all. Everything Everywhere All at Once I thought was pretty much a disaster for
I
a lot
like
of
Swiss
reasons.
Army Man better. If you
And,
saw that, you should check that one out.
Yeah, I don't like anything that Edgar Wright does at all. So that includes, Hot Fuzz or Baby Driver or the documentary he did on Sparks or anything else for that matter. I think I'm not a fan. So, and I guess my students love Edgar Wright, I think, like unnaturally for some reason. And I think it's because they are attached themselves to the sort of highly stylized approach to filmmaking. So, I feel like sometimes it actually gets in the way of their perception. So I get my back up about it a little bit, I think.
Well, what you said earlier about having to strip some stuff away first, that would be really hard with Edgar Wright because everything's so full, What about this side of the room? You guys just like them all?
I do. I mean, I couldn't think of anything that was universally loved that I despise, I remember this is way back. I remember a couple of years ago, English Patient won Best Picture, and I thought it was a well-made movie, but I just didn't connect with it at all. That was the only one that I could really think of, but I don't even remember anything about English Patient.
Yeah, that one wasn't a big influence.
It wasn't a big influence, that one. Yeah, absolutely. Corey, you got one?
Not really. I mean, I don't know. I feel like I might get a little flack. The first Star Wars, Episode 4, gosh, it's like the writing is just so bad. It's so hard to get through. Those are ones where, I don't know. And I'm also a weird one though. Like on the flip side of the coin, like universally despised by fans, but I liked. Well, because my favorite movie is Brick. So, but Episode 8 from Star Wars franchise, I actually liked because it felt like Rian Johnson taking some real risks and trying to go back to what worked in 5 and 6 more so. And everyone hated it, and I'm hoping Scott Myers isn't here right now because he'd probably punch me in my face right now. But those on the flip side of it, universally hated movie that I'm just I don't know. I think it was good, but okay, you can hate it.
What'd you think of Looper?
Looper is, I did not like the ending. I feel like the ending was just a little too, I don't know. It was too trying to be lovey about it. I loved all the acting in it. I think was great, even from Bruce Willis, who is so up and down. I feel like in his movies, I feel like Paul Dano is an amazing actor that was in it too, and. It had me in the first half, and then it just kind of faded in the end a little bit for me.
Yeah, once they hit the farmhouse, it got a little rough. But
yeah, it just got a little slow. And
man, this is fun. Can we just do this for the rest of the gear show? I don't even know. Has it been an hour or 5 minutes? I have no idea. But I do want to give it a chance for anyone out here to ask any questions. Does anyone have any questions about favorite movies or anything movie out here for anyone? I saw you first, and we'll go around. Yeah, so the question is there a bad movie that over time you learn to appreciate, like maybe The Room?
Well, actually, The Room, that's an interesting case.
It is actually, right?
My students had to choose a scene to shoot 2 semesters ago, and they chose the Hey Mark scene from The Room. And the challenge was to do a really good job of doing a bad film, and it was something to see how they worked really hard at creating something that was just subpar in terms of what it represented. And I got to appreciate everything about the film simply by virtue of the fact that we had studied it so much.
And it's still passion.
Yeah, I mean, you got to give the guy credit for making it,
Yeah.
certainly.
Anyone else got one?
There's a really cheap indie lesbian movie from the early 2000s called Debs. It's super campy. The VFX suck. It's honestly terrible. I love it so much. I think
We
it's
used to have it at my video
Oh
store.
my god, it's so good.
There's a movie called Vibes. Have you seen Vibes, Max? Do you know Vibes? Cyndi Lauper and Jeff Goldblum.
Oh, yeah.
It's a bad movie. It's not a good movie, but I love it. I love it. And again, almost like talking about Baron Munchausen, the Vibes is sort of an audacious movie. It tries to be a lot of different things. But it was just a fun movie from my youth that I don't like to tell people that I like it because it is a bad movie, but I love it. There's a lot of things I love about it, but yeah, Vibes.
I feel for me, like, you know, the movie Before the Room, Plan 9 from Outer Space, that, like, Ed Wood, you know, studied that in film school. It's just like, you know, a whole litany of, like, hey, what not to do. Like, and so, but out of it, you know, you, like, read about this guy that just, like, man, he was so gung-ho, just like, what's his name with The Room, where it's just like, that dude just wanted to, nothing more than to make a movie and it to be successful and it to be the next hit, and it was just, like, choices that were
I think those are
unwise.
good answers.
Wait, Dogma 95. Did you guys see it? You
Dogma
probably see it.
95?
Dogma 95?
Oh, Dogma 95.
The Van Trier, Lars Van
Yeah.
Trier? Yeah.
I think that movie gets better every time.
Yeah, I like his work. I like the whole manifesto that he put together. It's just interesting. I like the fact that he stepped out of tradition to try something new. So, yeah.
If you haven't seen it, watch it. It is.
It's Lars von Trier?
Yeah, it's a lot.
How do I not know what that is?
It's crazy.
Yeah, I know what it is. I haven't seen it, but yeah.
I was like, yeah, I've seen Dogma.
Oh, yeah.
Any other questions out here? Who we got? What do you got? So I think the question, just to repeat so everyone can hear it, kind of lies in, like, can you appreciate the movie for just the art it is without bringing the influence of what might have happened on set or during it into play? Is that kind of what you mean? What do you guys think about that?
So how would you know what? I guess I don't understand. How do you get that
Like Tippi Hedren on Birds.
Yeah, like if, like, can you still appreciate the Birds knowing that Hitchcock was just abusing the crap out of Tippi
yes.
Hedren?
Yeah.
You know, or
I
like The
think-
Shining with
right,
Shelley Duvall.
right.
You hear about these things.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a really good question, and I think Hitchcock certainly fits the bill in that case. Yeah, I mean, I think you can value his work and still be sort of responsible in being aware of the kind of person that he was and how he treated women, and that certainly becomes part of how you process and analyze his films. But it is, I think, possible to look at his films discreetly and consider them for the aesthetics and frame dynamics and movement and everything like that, especially when he has had such an impact on film history. I think it would be unfortunate if we weren't able to push past some of that, but still be cognizant of what he was as an individual and how he treated people. So I think it is, I guess, possible, sure.
I think it's possible, but it's also like dangerous. I think the concept of separating art and artist is should always be framed in context. So it's like, it's the difference between watching Birth of a Nation on your own and watching it in a classroom, right? So like, I think it's always important to know what happened. And if we're talking about modernly, 99.99% of films that anybody ever works on are trash. So there's never a justification for mistreating anyone for any reason, because most movies are trash anyway. So like, even if the movie's most perfect movie in the world, the treatment of the cast and crew is like, we make movies. Like, it's not, we're not doctors. So it's like, you can never justify the means. So I think as long as it's framed within, as long as we know, as long as we're not afraid to talk about what it is and how it impacted the story, I think that there's a space for it. I don't think anybody ever needs to see Birth of a Nation again, but that was just an extreme example. But like, what is it? The old Southern movie?
Birth of a Nation?
No, not that one. No, the...
Oh, the Disney one?
No, the fucking... something west. It's like glorification of the South. I don't know. It's in color. It's not that old, but it's like a super famous, and they have an intro to it now.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh,
It does. This thematically makes me kind of think of something, Michael, though you said earlier about Zone of Interest. It's a great movie. It's not one I'd take to a party and want to watch over and over, right?
Sure.
But I think it's an important subject matter and an important perspective and display of that,
Right.
you know? And so there is an influence and an important there, but it's okay not to like it, too.
Right. I think the archetypal film would have to be Birth of a Nation, which, you know, we embrace for what it provides in terms of filmmaking knowledge, but we still obviously have to acknowledge what Griffith did to, you know, the state of, you know, racism and the development of the Klan after it had been suppressed for so long. So, but you still have to acknowledge what Griffith did in order to just be able to develop a sense of cinema aesthetics, right? If you completely discounted it, I think that would be unfortunate.
Do you guys remember earlier when I was like, I don't know how long we've been up here? It's been too long. They're telling me now to continue. So I do have to wrap this up, but I encourage you, if you guys have more questions, come find us the last couple hours of the Gear Show and let's talk movies. Let's keep going to the movies. I really liked this discussion. So thanks again to all of our panelists, everyone for coming up here and talking with me a little bit. Now we're gonna go check in here with Elvis, I believe. We're going to something here. We're going to Elvis live on the street here, and then we'll be back here on the main stage at 6:30 for our last panel discussion, which I will also be hosting. Thanks again, guys.
Thank
This
you.
was great.
Thank you,
Max. It was great.
Gear Show 2024. I'm here at Aperture's booth with Justin. Justin, I see some awesome lights. Tell me more about them.
Yeah, we've got the Electrostorms here. We've got the EX26 and the CS15. These are our new large and high output light fixtures. We wanted to ensure that we were going to assist the rental market and create something that is more robust and rugged out in the field. And we're very excited. We've got the EX26. This is going to be our bicolor fixture that has tint shift control and 2600 watts. This utilizes a 60 amp base with about a 36 amp draw. And if you take a look down here, we've got our control box. This is going to have dual power supplies built into it, and that'll assist you with low end dimming without having any tint shift while you go down to the lower end. And then secondly, we've got a new aperture mount, A-mount. This is going to allow you to utilize some of our newer accessories. And this one here, we've got our 35-degree reflector on here, and we've got our cap, our light cap here, and it is a smart connection, and this will allow the fixture to know exactly what is on there. So when you have the cap on, you just started, and you press the power button on accident, the fixture will not allow you to turn it on, and that's a safety mechanism to ensure that you're not going to melt through something like this and have to send this off for repair. Secondly, with whatever fixture is connected to the aperture mount or the A mount, this will also send any color characteristics of that accessory to the light fixture. And that allows you to ensure that you have the best color possible in the event that there's any different color shifts between one fixture or accessory to another. We do also have our mounting system here. This is utilizing our standard yoke. We do also have a powered yoke, motorized yoke, that will allow you to get your panning and tilting. There's a connection here that gives it power. And then we also have an F14 Fresnel. It's a newer Fresnel, and that allows you to spot and flood. You can do that on the controller through Sidus Link or a console or on the unit itself. And that's between an 18 and a 50-degree flood. We know that a lot of people have their own accessories that that they've purchased from us in the past, like the Light Dome 150, the Lantern 90, or even the Spotlight Max. We do have a native Bowen, so it is a dual mounting system, so you can put your aperture mount accessories, or you can put your Bowens mount accessories on there. The original the F10 Fresnel does not work on this, so I just figured I'd throw that out there as well. And then right over here, we also have our CS15. And what that will allow you with, what this will help you out with, this is a equivalent of like an 1800 watt HMI. And this one here is an equivalent of a 4K watt HMI. Just wanted to cover that as well. But yeah, this is the CS15 full spectrum, best in class. That will allow you to do any color that you need. So if you're working in working on an interior and you needed it to look like it's nighttime, you can tune in the what do you call it? You can tune the fixture to show moonlight. So that's a great function there. And then apologies here. But
no, dude, this is awesome. I mean, like, guys, just so you guys know, this is at 20%. Like, it is insane to me. Can you just take it up to 100 real quick, just so we can show our audience here? That's 100. Now, reminder, we were just at 20%. Man, anything else you want to showcase?
These will come with the trolley, as you can see here. The trolley is something that we wanted to ensure that when you're putting this out on a rental, that you're not breaking your back. So with that being said, there is a dovetail on the back so that it locks, so you don't have to use a bungee or anything like that. Secondly, on this one here, this does take a standard Edison 20 amp, so you can plug this directly into the wall. Will not require the 60 amp.
Man, you guys have really made it really easy for us to be able to gap and GD. So thank you so much, man, for coming to the show.
Appreciate it.
Appreciate it. Gear Show 2024, come check out Aperture.
moving along here with OHD Studios 2024 Gear Show. I want to take this opportunity to introduce you guys to another one of our very gracious vendors and sponsors, Fujinon. John is here from Fujinon to tell us a little bit about them. We really like Fujinon lenses. They're it's a workhorse of a lens. We use them on all our ENG cameras, and I mean, bad glass doesn't go bad, and you guys got good glass. So we're going to let John tell you guys a little bit about what Fujinon has here today and what they got going on. Thank you. Yeah, now we're talking.
Hey there. So I'm John from Fujinon. How's it going, everybody? This year we just celebrated our 90th anniversary. And if you know Fujifilm, we've been in the film industry for 90 years. And that same team that processes our color, our chemicals, our print film, are the same people working on our image sensors and working closely with our optical device team to work on the coating for our glass, which is what gives you that Fujifilm color that everybody raves about, whether you're using our glass, whether you're using our cameras. And today we have our new Duvo Portable 24-300 on the Sony Burano. Great package together, I believe. And it's a T2.9, and it has a 1.5 time expander on it, so it can cover Super 35 sensors and full frame sensors. And I also have a GFX 100 with me, which is our large format imager. And you can capture some really beautiful images with this, not only in stills, but also in video. It can do 8K up to 30. It can record Apple ProRes up to 422 10-bit. And at our booth, we also have the XH2S, which is a APS-C Super 35 style imager. And that camera can actually do 6.2K open gate internally. So yeah, come by our booth, check out our gear that we have here today. We have some really cool things on, and yeah, we'd be happy to have you there. Thank you.
Hi, Santa. Want a sandwich?
Get that trash out of here! Santa Claus is here to tell you that a sandwich just ain't worth a lump of coal unless it's positively dripping in new Verona's Fair Crystal Mayonnaise! Crystal has all the great taste you've come to expect for Verona's Fair with a new light texture and half the calories, because Santa's got to keep it trim! Load it up on sandwiches, casseroles, salads, and anything you want to be delicious! That'll get your 8 reindeer flying!
Verona's new crystal clear mayonnaise, also now available in the chunky mayonnaise variety. Once again, OHDholidays.com to go see all those videos. Guys, I think we're to our last panel of the day here, right? This panel is what we like to call Industry Evolution, Live Streaming and Virtual Worlds. That sounds crazy, but it's actually, I've got a plan here, right? So like silent film to talkies, the evolution of like film to digital, standard def to high def to ultra HD. Like the technology driving media production is forever changing, evolving, and becoming broader and more accessible, right? Like the types of jobs that we're seeing and the way we present these things to clients is also ever changing. And well, it's not really, I guess, two new things. 2 areas that I've kind of seen evolving in our industry is that of like live streaming or event coverage and virtual world creation. You know, there's all these sorts of jobs that are coming with that, and it's kind of rearranging some of the workflows. But I just wanted to kind of talk about some of these things that didn't really exist maybe even like 5 or 6 years ago, especially like live streaming stuff really popped up after COVID. I just think it's an interesting area of our industry that we can get into today. So I do have some professionals up here with experience in just that, virtual world building, or utilizing some of the tools we have to use to film these live events and stream them out to people. Why don't we go around and introduce ourselves? We've been starting over here, so I will have you start. And let's know who you are, a little bit about what you do, and then I'd also like to know your guys' favorite breakfast cereal.
Oh, that's hard. My name's Adam.
Not if you use milk.
Well, yeah. My name's Adam Dell. I've been in live production for 15, 16 years, somewhere in that range. A lot of sports, hence Yamo Sports. I worked for the Columbus Blue Jackets. I worked down at Nationwide Arena. I've done March Madness and just really done the majority of the roles you can when it comes to live streaming and live event production. I own my own company. We do a lot of local and remote broadcasts. So that's my main expertise, is just going everything from a small we've literally filmed games from a closet before and produced them from there, all the way up to raw switchers at Nationwide and everything in between. So that's kind of my background. Oh, favorite cereal. Sorry, Captain Crunch.
I forgot too.
Captain Crunch with the little crunch berries. Sorry if I stole yours.
That's a good cereal. My name is Ana Dominguez. I am part of the virtual production team. I have lived in that Studio B over there for a hot second. We're like roommates basically at this point. They kind of are late on rent, but yeah. So I'm there. I play over there in the live stream world as well. I've been behind all those TVs. Those are fun to look at. I really enjoyed watching everyone's face. And yeah, my favorite cereal, Corn Pops. They're very delicious, with or without milk.
Hi, my name is Dan Shea. I am a producer at Outsider Video Motion Production. Outsider Video and Motion Graphics. Sorry.
You new there?
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, just started. We do everything from brand videos to 3D explainers. We do creative services as well. We kind of brand ourselves as a one-stop shop. So we dabble in a little bit of everything, including live stream, and we do some, projects with virtual worlds as well. Favorite cereal, I would say it's a mix between Fruity Pebbles or Lucky Charms. It's tough.
I would do half and half.
It's a bold move.
All right, hey guys, I'm Nick White. I'm been in visual effects for the past 20 years or so, and everything from motion graphics to 3D animation and all aspects of post-production. But maybe a couple years ago, I learned Unreal Engine, and since then, I focused on virtual production. Cereal. Cereal, thank you. Cinnamon Toast Crunch. Yeah.
All right, well, hey, thanks for our panel on cereal, guys. I think that's it. No. Robbie, go to the next question. We kind of covered this, but I kind of want to get right into it and just talk about how are the traditional media production workflows evolving to incorporate things like live streaming and virtual world creation, and maybe a little bit like, where is it shifting those workflows, and is the work changing as far as when it happens on a project?
Sure, yeah. Typically with visual effects, we do all the work in post. And nowadays, I mean, with the current technologies, we're able to do visual effects in camera, live on, on set or in studio. So that kind of shifts the post work to kind of pre-production phase, so that you can kind of work out all those visual effects ahead of the shoot.
So when you're talking, can you get a little bit into what do you mean, what do you mean by doing it, talk like I'm an idiot, because I kind of am. What do you mean that you can, in camera, do an effect like that? Can you explain that a little bit?
Yeah, sure. So, so with tracked camera movements and kind of animations that we can put onto the wall or composite in real time, you can see the visual effects as you shoot your footage. You can see those visual effects live in real time. where typically you'd shoot it and then you may have place markers or some kind of tracking markers that you would replace in post-production and add those visual effects in at that point.
So are we making Roger Rabbit 2?
Oh, let's do
Is
it.
that what you're talking about?
Yeah,
Stuff like that,
please.
maybe?
That'd
Like
be-
where it would be like you would be acting with Daffy Duck instead of a dude with a tennis ball on a pole?
That'd be
You
interesting.
know?
Yeah,
Is that the
with
kind
proper
of
motion tracking, you could probably do something like that.
All right, we're doing it then. Any other workflows?
Well, one of it is just like the cost of things. So back when I started in like 2010, you needed like a TriCaster or something like that all in one, 3-play machine, and all these other roles. Now all that's built into like one system. So talk about live streaming events. You can go out, take vMix for example. You can install that on any PC and get an Etch Keys pad or some kind of MIDI controller, and you can have one person running replay, changing cameras, and just the functionality is more into that prosumer market, if you will, where it doesn't cost $50,000, $60,000, $70,000 to go out and do a live stream event. So it's a lot more accessible. So people are able to understand the concept and get practice without having to go through all the costs that it used to be running and covering events. Plus COVID, obviously, it's like accelerated what was available at that price point as well.
Do you think that's one of the main things that did kind of accelerate that combination, that evolution?
Oh,
was
absolutely.
Just
Yeah, I mean, look at it from the Olympics, for example, for NBC. I can't remember where it was, but the first Olympics after COVID, the majority of their production was based in Massachusetts, I believe. Whereas they'd take 40 trucks on site, have all these different cameras. They were able to do a lot of it through like NDI technology and really just have a control center. And with like PTZ cameras and stuff, they can control those cameras from a remote location. So COVID absolutely really enhanced the speed that all this stuff was coming out to us. If that makes sense.
No, yeah, that's I totally see that, and it, like I said, I've seen so much more live streaming and live events that.
Right.
What about like in regards to like the wall, as opposed to live streaming? I hear a lot of clients here just asking in general, like, what is the difference between why can't we just use a green screen? So what are some of the advantages on using like a virtual wall that a green screen wouldn't provide?
Yeah, a lot of times people do ask that, and one thing that I immediately go to is I'll put a glass of water or a water bottle right in front of the screen. The reflections of water are crazy hard to mimic in, I think the post part of production, and when you can do it right in your camera and not have to spend a lot of money on someone trying to perfect what that would look like through a glass of water when someone's shaking it all around, you can do all those kind of things. Reflections are a really big one too. So I love product shooting on the wall. That's always a really big thing that I'm like, okay, like if you're a product guy, like come and at least put something in front of the wall. We don't even have to light it. Sometimes like if you even get up close, not even virtual, you don't even need to be tracking half the time. Sometimes you can be putting a still image in the background of your LED wall. Or even your product on the back of your wall and like kind of doing something like that. It's really fun to kind of play around with not only your product of what you have, but with those reflections, because that's with our wall, it's nice too because it has a little bit of a curve, and I know a lot of stages also have like that, kind of 360 look for those reflections. So that's a really nice thing. That green screen it's a lot harder to capture. Like the Mandalorian, that was one of the big ones that really brought. I feel like people always talk about that when it comes to virtual production, or at least I always bring it up. Oh, you know the Mandalorian, right? And they're like, oh, you shot? No. I do something like what they do, kind of. But the reason why they executed that was because this guy has a mirror as a face, basically a lot of the show, the main character, and they did not want to spend. I would not want to spend all that money trying to, do that in post. So why not do it in production? So that they really, I feel like, advanced a lot of the virtual production and kind of pushed for that. Especially that was right around COVID, so people had time. It was open source software, Unreal Engine, so people had the time to kind of advance all of that and green screen is still very useful, and still people still use it in many different ways. I think both have their pros and cons for what they could be used for. But I love shooting product stuff on the wall. It's a really good.
Just kind of like a new tool in the toolbox.
A new
It's not
tool in the
replacing
toolbox,
green
as we
screen.
say. Yeah,
I get it.
I also feel like the real-time perspective changes on a volume wall is, super awesome in terms of really adding to the illusion of that background as well. And that's something that you could potentially do with the green screen, but I think it takes a lot more processing power. But doing it in real time, I think is...
Wait, you have to get a little more technical or act like I'm a little dumber than you already think I am, because I don't... Say that again? Like, what? I don't understand what you mean.
So
like
with the camera, it can kind of take the 3D world in an Unreal Engine, right? And it can change the perspective while your camera is moving or any kind of shifts, so that, kind of like if you think about like the old school way where Disney animated, they had plates, stack of plates moving. It can kind of create that shift versus a static image being put on the green screen if your camera is moving with the object in the foreground.
especially with like camera movement, if you're trucking or wrapping around something.
Yeah.
That's awesome. I think that's very cool, and I don't understand it, so I'm glad you guys are here to explain
It's hard
things
to
like
it's hard
that.
to understand it sometimes until you see it with your own eyes in the camera. Even like if you were to be standing, just watching the screen and being like, okay, like cool, like there's a little box moving around, but until you light it right, well, even when you light it right and you have some foreground, background, especially always helps. In like a physical foreground and background, then you get that parallaxing movement. It gets pretty cool, and there's a moment always when I'm in that room when we are lighting something or setting up for something where it's just like, oh, I see it now. Like I feel like we're somewhere else. We did like we were on a motorcycle because we can't get a motorcycle in that room. And I remember being like, because of course I had to be on a motorcycle at one point, being on it, and I saw the rear view mirror. I was like, where the heck am I? Because I saw the mirror behind me, looking at the wall, and I mean, it does trick you sometimes, especially when you're in that room for so long.
That brings up a good point. I would imagine working like on a digital wall, like as a green screen that actually has the actual environment on it, would really help talent react and act to that. Can you speak to that at all, or do you guys have any experience on a set where like it wouldn't have been possible on green screen, or maybe would have had to been cued by somebody?
For sure, yeah. Actors love it because they don't have to use their imagination to, when if they're on a green screen, they kind of have to imagine where they are. Where if they're in front of the LED wall, they can just kind of look behind them and they feel like they're really there.
Yeah, like you see those behind the scenes photos of like Avengers, and it's just like a city block of all these green blocks,
Sure.
But it would be like you're actually, in Wakanda because you can react and see.
Yeah, and kind of like Anna said, as soon as you have those practical props in the foreground and in the background, you just kind of lose yourself in it. Like you have your depth of field, so you have your props in the foreground, props in the background that are a little soft, and your actor is right in the sweet spot, and you get lost in it, and it feels like you're really there.
That's very interesting. That is very interesting. Like, I kind of want to get into, in both like live streaming and like this virtual world, there are two kind of new ways that like two new options of jobs to get, or ways to present things to clients. Like, what certain jobs are emerging now? What roles are happening because of needing to live stream events and cover these live events, but also new jobs that might have arisen because you're now creating a world in Unreal Engine? What kind of opportunities is this going to give us for the industry?
I feel like skill set wise for live streaming, it's important to really understand all the platforms and all the features that are being added. I think this is a growing industry, and the software and the technology keeps improving over time. I remember kind of back in the day, on an enterprise level, WebEx was kind of like the thing, you know? And then they started adding more and more, and then Zoom became free and more accessible to everybody else. And the next thing you know, YouTube is adding YouTube live streaming. You have Instagram live streaming, and the more and more features are being added in there. And so to have a successful live stream production, it's really good to stay on top of, you know, all the different features that they're adding, especially when things are changing as well. And those are skill sets that are important. Job-wise, I feel like, you know, technical directors, you kind of have that being crossed over from broadcast TV, but there's always such like new things that you're learning on the live streaming level.
And just kind of piggyback off that, you know, adding in YouTube Live, Zoom, Microsoft Teams, all of them have like NDI support. So if you run a production on vMix, or even these streamers who are on Twitch doing games, they can just send a link to somebody and they click on it and all of a sudden they're in the production with them. So being able to make it easily accessible to people can add and build more people who can grow into that technical director role, dealing with the bid raw switchers and the draft valleys and all that. And it just really helps enhance what one person or a company can do.
Very cool.
In terms of virtual production, I think that kind of depends on where you're at too, and like what, you know, I feel like each probably company has, you know, their different levels of production. How, you know, virtual production for us, I know a lot of the time I feel like I'm wearing like 3 different hats. There is a lot of jobs that should be happening when it comes to being on set. Because I mean, there's somebody who could be, you know, there's lighting in the virtual production world. There's, you know, set production. There's somebody who be creating sequences. But a lot of that can be and should be done in the pre-production. But there is some sort of expectation too that it should be done in production as well. I feel like there's a fine balance in between the two, and a lot of that is the communication between you and the client, and also just time, because, you know, there's a lot of the time where, you know, you get someone and they want to do it right now, and that's what it's got to be, and you got to be flexible and just kind of know your way around your software. But in terms of jobs and everything like that, I feel like those are some of the main ones, at least here working with virtual production. There's so much more that can be into that when you're getting into the 3D world, and I think Nick could probably talk a little bit more on that space.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, one note that I was going to say is, so as a visual effects artist, a lot of times you lock yourself in your office or in your suite, and you just work, you know, on visual effects day and night. But for virtual production, you have to also have some kind of production chops, because you're on set, you're collaborating with the DP and the director, and you have to be able to like work and make changes on the fly. Like everybody who's in production is used to that sort of work, but visual effects is typically, like traditionally, it's more of like, you know, these are the marching orders, or this is the idea that we want to execute, and then you have the time to execute it. Where on production, you have to be a little more flexible. So I think that's an evolution to visual effects.
Just a way of tying this all together a little bit too. When you're doing live production on, say we're doing a sports game or football game or something like that, you can have a whole virtual set, and with like the LED walls and the volume and everything like that, you can have a really high quality production, and it can tie into your live stream somewhere else. So you don't have to green screen it, you don't have to pre-record it or anything like that. You can make all these elements readily available and just put it together into that live stream element and have really cool halftime shows, post-game shows, whatever product you want to put out there. It's so much better now with that real-time feedback on like the Unreal Engine and everything like that.
We're actually working on a project now that is a virtual production set that then live streams in from an off-site location, which is kind of both. And if you would have told me that, well, actually, I'm pretty dumb, but if you would have told me that 5 years ago, I'd be like, no, I don't think that's a thing. That'd be too hard. But now it kind of seems like it's pretty standard, you know? Is there any questions from the audience that you guys have out there? Let me put this so I can see. I do want to turn it over to you guys just because we're running out of time and I got cut off short last time. Do you guys have any questions about virtual world production, live streaming? Yeah. The question is, if you had the wall and the green screen, which do you prefer and why?
Nick has probably worked with
Yeah,
both
I've worked
the most.
Yeah, I've worked with both quite a lot, and I mean the restrictions of green screen are there. No, you can't wear reflective materials, you can't wear green clothing. It's like the standard stuff that just goes away when you shoot on LED wall. So I think I definitely prefer LED wall.
Yeah, I'm spoiled, so LED wall. But in terms of if you didn't have that, I mean, you can do virtual production with a TV. That's basically what it is. And if you have the software, you can do it with the projector. You could do it, anything that projects a screen, and you have a powerful enough computer to kind of output it. Which, if it's not a huge screen, you don't need anything too crazy. You can even use your phone to track nowadays. It is a little janky, more so when it comes to phone tracking. But I think either way, you can accomplish something well if you know your boundaries within each format that you have.
Josh?
Mhm.
They just announced that they're not making it free for non-game creators. So assuming filmmakers and such. So for somebody who's wanting to set up an Unreal engine set up in their living room, like projector, does that affect them in any way, or how does the licensing work?
So the question is, Unreal, which is the software we use to build a lot of these environments, was a free thing for years and years and years. It is now going to be more like an expensive Adobe Creative Cloud.
Yeah, subscription-based.
It's a subscription-based. There will be fees. So the question is, what's the deal with that?
Is whack. But understandable for some cases. I believe it is for million plus revenue, kind of. So if you want to do it at home, there's a good chance that you just want to be playing around with it, and maybe you are making $1 million just doing that kind of stuff. Yeah, I don't know. Tell me, let's talk about this. I don't know, but yeah. So it is kind of sad, tear face, but like I said, it is, you have to be up there a little bit to be gaining, revenue like that. It is, yeah.
Yeah, I think if you're using a piece of software to make over $1 million, it's okay to pay a monthly fee for it. But if you're not making $1 million, for local filmmakers, I use it for filmmaking. I have a drop cloth in my garage that I shoot on, and then I use Unreal Engine for compositing inside of 3D environments, which is a lot of fun. It's real-time rendering. It's a little bit different than working with typical Cinema 4D or Blender or that kind of thing. But yeah, highly recommend it.
Any other questions? I think we got time for one more. No more? Okay, no cream. So that's going to wrap it up for this panel. I definitely want to thank all you guys for coming up here to talk about that stuff. As you could tell, I knew very little about it, and I found it very interesting, and I think everyone here did too. So thanks a lot, guys.
Question for you, Max.
Hit me.
What's your favorite cereal?
Honey Nut Cheerios is one I can't get over. If I was on a desert island, it'd be Honey Nut Cheerios. I never get tired of it.
Good choice.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, thanks for coming and talking about cereal, guys. That was a real fun time.
Your time.
So yeah, at this time, I don't know what we're doing. Are we going to a video to get them off, or do you want me to just stand up?
There we go.
All right.
Okay, cool.
I am going to turn this over to David real quick, but I just wanted to say a very big personal thank you. Gear Show is like a slog getting ready for, and then on the day it runs so smooth, I kind of just get to hang out, talk with people, and see all the smiles and people networking. I thought that was really cool. I do want to remind you guys to go follow our socials, Insta, Facebook, LinkedIn, and stuff, to keep up with what's going on with us. But more importantly, follow the socials of all these vendors and sponsors and people you met here today. There's just too many people, too many vendors, and too many professionals in this building to not kind of expand that afterwards online. So thanks again, everybody. And without further ado, here's David Jeffries.
Yeah, so I just want to thank Max for the last panel. We're going over here. No. Oh, I'm going back. Okay, go back. Here we go. There it is. I want to make a huge shout out again to all of our vendors. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you to Aperture for sponsoring the whole show. Thank you for Ari for the main stage. Thank you for Sigma for the live stream. At this point, we are coming to a bit of a close on the show today. So, like as Max mentioned, please follow us on our socials. For those of you on the stream, thank you so much for joining us. For those of you here in the house, we're going to hang out for about another hour or so for you guys to mingle, grab some chicken, say some last things with the vendors, have some time to be able to hang out. There is a huge amount of companies here that have been represented, and I'm so thankful for them. They really are the cream of the crop, and we are so very grateful for them all being out here today. So again, thank you so much. Thank you to all of the folks that are here. A few of these guys were even kind enough, again, as we mentioned, for the RoboCup giveaway, which I don't know that I have it pulled up. So we will probably, I know we said before you had to be present to win. Haha. We're going to find somebody on social and let you know who won. So at that point, without further ado, thank you so much. We're going to wrap this up. Everybody here, have a safe night and drive safely. Those of you on the stream, thank you very much. We'll see you next year. Have a good one.